Underdog. Can I hear myself? Yo. Oh, yo, yeah. Sometimes the headphones go crazy. Boston showing some fight, right? Shout out to old boy. He was pointing that out the whole time about Jason Tatum's body language, which is Marcus Smart's body language. Uh Ben Simmons, what's his name? Simmons, the Bill Simmons always points to that. Always talks about body language. I think that's important. You can tell that. You see a couple going out, you look at them. Is that couple watching? Is that like some voyeur shit? I gotta find this thing. So I could. Yeah. Can't believe I don't have an aux cord. PC. I'll be kind of crazy if I do.
What up, Star?
Boss man. What up, boss man?
How you feeling, sir?
Yeah, man. How you feeling?
Pretty good, man. No complaints.
Chilling. Thought I had this aux cord so I could plug in stuff on my phone. It's like this mini version that I haven't. We got in the studio, like a mini audio thing. So I could probably like start going on, maybe on Instagram. The way Tubi doing it.
Live.
Yeah. I'm hoping it works well though. And I used to go on this thing called Twitter Spaces. Like that's their version of what we do on here. But you can't see them. So that's how I met Dom Drop, a matter of fact.
Okay.
That's how he seemed like a reasonable individual. But there was a lot of people who were just weird. And I figured it's like a lot of people, not that you have to show your face, but a lot of people they're too anonymous. And you get kind of like the same, like that's somebody like, I haven't truly experienced that yet, but that's like somebody just leaving comments underneath your post on Instagram or whatever. You can't see their faces. Like, bro, all right, gotta block you now because you're an idiot.
Yeah, like catfish.
Yeah. I think a bunch of these people are catfishing on Twitter.
Yeah.
I don't say they're miserable, but
they want to hide their face. I don't know, for whatever reason. It's fine, but when you think about it, if you say something that somebody doesn't like, they're gonna dislike you and all that. We all say that we question each other about, not a bad thing, but maybe you can say it in a different way, So, we judge people so much that people feel embarrassed to say things in front of certain people.
Yeah,
that's not good at all.
And then I guess that's a weird thing, though, boss man, because I don't know. We should say, confidence is confidence, right? Like, even with someone like yourself, I think we could. That's how you come off to me. I could talk to boss man about anything. That's how I feel.
I feel the same way. Life is about living and learning. There's no textbook how to live a life. There's no textbook how to marry somebody, not to marry, how to have a baby or be a father. Life is learned through trials and errors, and like you said right now, you're trying to put something together through trial and error. What up, Chad?
What up? Good.
Just learning how to do different things and making it accessible for other people to learn. Hey, listen, I did this. You can do it.
1,000%.
So
I was talking to Don about it before. Like, I know we could talk about it offline, even though I think it's obvious. But the network is important because I just see, like I said, this guy named Loon. Shout out to Loon, from Atlanta. As soon as I saw his video and what he was talking about, I sent it to AllBall, and it was just like, that's all we talk about is whatever I know. I'm just willing to help out.
Right.
Like what? How can I really? It's just like anything in life. You figure out, like, you could be a broker of some sort, but and that's cool. That's everybody got, like you said, everybody got their own role. They figure out life that way. But I don't. We're building something from the ground up right now, and it's like it's a lot of work. I'm realizing that today it hit me like, yo, this is work, man. And this ain't no. I ain't supposed to be saying that, but it's a lot of help, I should say. We should put out there for everyone, but just helping anybody out, because whatever I know it can help somebody. Even with Zach yesterday telling me, yo, remember the post on Facebook, like all those little key things, because you just never know what a post can do. It can change the momentum and leverage of everything.
Yeah. I totally agree with you, man. I mean, I just feel warm, like I've known you for all my life and everything, and just be able to just have these conversations and always say this is not scripted by no means or no form or fashion. No one's looking for nothing. But in the future, yes, you want to be rewarded for what you put on this platform. And what you guys are putting on this platform is hopefully people are listening to this and taking heed to this and finding the right coaches for your kids to go to this particular coach, finding the right school. How can I be a better parent? So we talk about so many different things that it makes it so much interesting. And it's also like we all say, it's therapeutic, you know?
A bunch of people came on here and said that already. It was you, Bleeze. Oh, I just heard DJ SNS say that. He was mad loud about it. Shout out to SNS. He was mad, but the way he said it was like, yo, we really argue because it's therapeutic. Like, we just want to get our mind off whatever we're doing anyway. Like, that's real. I'm like, is that all we've been doing this whole time? But I just felt like it's true, because what would you be doing? It's positive. It's not really, until it goes too far and people, take it too personal. It's like, but that's, humans being human, going too crazy. But, arguing for your favorite team and just trying to figure out, I guess the religion aspect of sports. They always had to be something social about life. Something brought us together. Back, 5,000 years ago was warriors or whoever, gladiators. I'm pretty sure people were arguing about who the best gladiator was.
I agree. Hold on 1 second. Just trying to get this charge over here.
Yeah. Turbo, how they looking, Turbo? What you thinking about the Celtics? They showing fight or?
Yeah. For now, we don't know what's going to happen in the third quarter. I don't even understand why they take so many goddamn threes.
Say that again, Turbo. You don't know why they take so many what?
I said I don't understand why they take so many threes.
But they've been doing it all game, right? I mean, all season long.
Pretty much. But in the playoffs, you gotta tweak. I understand you are what you are in the playoffs, but you gotta at least tweak it. You gotta at least tweak it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying don't become something that you're not. Like, okay, all of a sudden, okay, hey, you know what? We're gonna be tough tomorrow. You wasn't that all season, so I get it. But sometimes you gotta tweak. Just tweak it a little bit. You down by 5 and you taking like 4, you coming down shooting like 4 or 5 threes in a row. You're not making it. Go and attack the basket. Get a foul.
And that's when the team aspect has to come in. And
I'm just saying it just in general, not just the Celtics.
I agree. I agree to what you said. But it's the way that the game is being played, and we're not thinking every 24 seconds when we're coming down. We feel that when we shoot the ball, anybody that is going in. No one feel when you shoot the ball you're going to miss.
Yeah,
you're going to make the basket. And I agree to what you said. Make the right adjustments to the game. But it's the players on the court. Hey, set a pick for this guy. He's hot. Let's get him open. They're leaving him open. The coach has 2 eyes. That's it. The players, you got 10 eyes on the court. So they send a lot of things the coach is not seeing. Hey, we got that pick. Let's try this. Let's do something differently. And that's when you need a point guard to facilitate that, to bring people in order. Whoever it may be. It doesn't have to be the point guard, but a person that can galvanize people to do the right thing.
What up, fellas? How y'all doing?
What up, Star?
Boss,
I heard
man.
you
What
today,
up,
man? Everything is good. I heard you today, man.
Yeah, man. Sometimes I get extra crazy. Like I said, the LeBron thing, but just listen to what y'all were just now saying. I totally agree. I think sometimes it's not on the coach. Like these guys on the floor, man. In these elimination games, you got to give it your all.
Mm.
And sometimes, like I said, with this Miami team, I'm being honest. I was never always the best player. I wasn't always good. And there was times where I couldn't miss. And I've played against people where you think you're better than them, but for some reason, there's nothing you can do. And I'm being honest. It seems like with Boston, man, no matter what, Miami ain't folding, man. Like, they're hitting shots. I don't think it has nothing to do with the coach. I think the coach is going to get fired. I understand, but I'm not going to put
I'm sorry, you said you're going to get fired?
Yeah, I think Boston coach is going to get fired. I really do. I don't think it's right, but I understand. Like I said, you can't struggle in the playoffs like this with this type of roster where it's championship or bust, and you guys get swept. At least with the Lakers, them 4 games was competitive. Like right now, this game is competitive. Where was this at the first 3 games?
Yeah, good point. I mean, like you said, you just brought a different perspective what you said, but I'm going to go with the coaches. Another coach won't get fired. A 1-year coach was assistant coach for so many years. Now he's 34 years old. Now they're going to fire him. That's going to be the second black coach that got fired.
Yeah.
So how do you replace this person? You're going to replace him with a white coach. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but we got to be very careful. We want our black coaches to coach, but when they don't do a good job for 1 year, you want to fire them. Then they're going to replace him they're not going to replace him with another black one. That'd be the third one for Boston.
Yeah,
they're not doing that.
Point. That's a great point. But boss man, just to reply to that, the players got to fight for their coaches, man. Like I don't see none of these guys at the podium fighting for the coach. Like even when he said, I lost the locker room and I put it all on me, which I respect that he did that because he basically, taking charge and saying it's on me. None of the players got up on that podium and held him down.
No, he did. Tatum did.
That's one player though. We need the whole team to do that. We need Jaylen Brown to do. Who's ever at the podium? Jaylen Brown. Everybody use social media for everything else. Everybody quick to open up their mouth and promote everything else. The whole Celtics team promote that. That's your coach.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes you gotta get on the platform when it's the media there, and bring the whole team there. So listen here, we're fighting. We're down 3-0, but we're not giving up. We're not giving up. We're going down with blazing guns. And sometimes you need to hear that from the players. No one's saying you have to be demonstrative or crazy when you're at the podium, but it has to be a team effort when they're speaking. Everybody got to speak the same language. And that's having. So we all have kids, I believe. We don't. When you're coaching somebody, you want to teach, or if you're a supervisor, you want to articulate to your team, players, coaches, or your staff. You got to believe in what I say. I'm here for you. I need you to do this because of X, Y, and Z, and we'll see the benefits down the line. But as well as I fight for you, you got to fight for me now. You got to go all out. And that is not happening with Boston right now. And we can look at the Lakers. Didn't happen with the Lakers. Didn't happen because you don't want to. You just won the championship 2 years ago. You beat them in the bubble. You got to give them a fight. You got to give them a fight. So if they again, now we'll jump back to the coach. So it's Ham's gonna be fired now for the Lakers.
Nah.
But then why you don't fire the kid from Boston?
No, well, just my opinion. I think I hope he don't get fired, but I think with Boston, it's in the fashion that they lost those 3 games. With LA, at least those games were
competitive.
Huh?
They were competitive.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Turbo. Yeah, though, like the Lakers series, them games was competitive going down to the wire. This Boston series, I mean, up until right now, it basically was like they gave up on the coach. If you looking at it from that standpoint, like
Mm-hmm.
Losing by 30, 40. It's just, and I think, and by him, he didn't help himself by saying he lost the locker room. Like I said, I hope he doesn't get fired. I really don't.
And then they were home. They're 4-4 playoff. Like, you're supposed to be protecting home. You're supposed to be protecting home.
And boss man, don't forget, they should have lost that series in Philadelphia. Like, Doc Rivers dropped the ball on that. But yeah, I hope the guy I hope he keeps his job. I think he's a good coach. He need to tweak a little bit stuff, but I think he's a good coach, and I think
I think the thing is, if they are gonna keep him, they got to get a veteran staff. They got to get a veteran staff.
Who? Lakers?
Boston.
Boston. Well, he didn't select none of the coaches. Remember, everybody that was there, he had to just keep him. He couldn't bring in his own coaches.
Right.
Again, he's 34 years old.
Yeah.
How much
and then
leeway?
And then you got to look at it. He took over through a crazy circumstances, like almost a couple of days before training camp. So he didn't get a chance to really put his system in too, if you really think about it.
Mm-hmm.
No, but you know what? I like what Boss Man said, and I'm gonna say this, and it didn't ruffle some feathers. What was the other coach that was there before Udoka?
Brad
Stevens.
No, Brett. Now check.
Brett Stevens, right?
Yeah,
he's the one running.
Is he the GM now?
He's the president.
Yeah. Now listen, Boss Man, what you said was I love that you said that. Now Brad Stevens, they praised him. Oh, one of the great minds, and this and that and this. He underachieved. They didn't fire him. He actually quit and got a job upstairs. So give this young man the same type of respect. You get what I'm saying?
No, I agree. I agree. But we live in the world, and we know that this is their third time there. Is it the coach's fault? For what he said. He was being brutally honest. Like, hey, I lost the locker room. But at the same time, at the different tone, you got to say, I lost the locker room today, but tomorrow I'm gonna get my players back.
Right.
You can say the negative stuff, but sometimes you should not say it. But you got to say, I got to get this locker room back. I got to sit down with my players, and we got to execute a plan together with my coaches to give this a good run. We going out fighting.
Good point.
When you say these things, you uplifting your players. You telling your superstars, don't go down this way. Go down fighting. Give your all. Now with the Lakers, when you talked about the Lakers with LeBron had 31 points in the first half. How many points he had in the second half?
9.
Again, that show you probably that we all can see it. He was extremely tired. No matter how many points you up or down, you got to give your superstars a little rest. Got to give them a little rest.
48 minutes.
Right. And no, 48. He only set out 4 seconds.
Exactly.
4 seconds.
Yeah.
So tough.
You got to change the speed with go ahead.
All right, I'm just gonna play a little devil's advocate. But then we can't preach. He spends this much money on his body and this and that and this. Like I said, I'm not here to jump down and stroke Pauls. I'm over that because people think I'm going too far. But once again, it's all comedy. But when my Knicks is doing bad, people just go nuts. But
right.
With LeBron, I just always play devil's advocate because people can't have it both ways. We can't. When he does great, we commend him. But when he doesn't do so great, we go, he's old and he's tired. Once again, everybody always screaming he pays this much and that much on his body and he's this much in shape. So, at the end of the day, I just feel when coaches got these rosters, you shouldn't be getting swept. Now, I'm not going to say you should lose your job, but you shouldn't be getting swept. So, coaches got to figure that out as well as the players.
I got to agree because Ime, whatever they're going through now, it's been like that. I think me and AllBALL was saying it earlier this week or last week. They were struggling from the first round on against Atlanta, who's a play-in team, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So we saw it then. Trae Young just started killing them. Then they played Philly, went 7 games. It shouldn't have gone 7 games. It shouldn't have. I mean, Harden saved their life. He saved Embiid's career. Harden really saved all of them for 5 games, and then went 6-7. And Tatum showed up at the second half of game 6. He was playing heroic, so it just seems like he can't. He would have to play that way every game because they're reverting back to where they were stuck at before Ime and Marcus Smart called everyone out. So if you don't have that offense set up, you're not playing the super defense you guys played last year because they weren't even. I don't think they were a top 5 defensive team like last year. They were a top defensive team, them in Golden State. So they lost that way. Ime figured that out for them. So they reverted. And I was looking up the thing with Brad Stevens. He became an executive in 2021. That's after he went 7 games against the Cavaliers when LeBron was there. So you've reverted from back then because at least you peaked and went to the championship last year. Now you're getting swept by the team you took to 7 games. That was a shot away from going to the finals. You're supposed to be at least even with them. Like something's clearly missing. I don't know if he should get fired, but I think he might have to because.
Do you think he's too nice of a coach?
I just think some people are just not meant to lead that way. Like I don't know if I'm meant to lead. Like leading 24 dudes is not simple.
Of course, that's for anybody.
Yeah, personalities.
Yeah. And just men in general, we're men are crazy. You gotta,
exactly.
And if you don't, he doesn't come off like motivational to me. Ime, from what I'm seeing, he seems a little sneaky, but he still comes off like he's persuasive.
I just want to tell you something. My Yankees just tied it up. It's 5-5.
Nice.
They're going crazy.
But,
hold on, my bad, AllBall. Shout out to Jigs Rock. I never seen you before on here. I appreciate you. The Celtics is fighting this game, but we don't know what's going to happen. And of course, Nick Pillow in the building. I'm here for the Celtics funeral. Says Nick Pillow.
Boston, remember these series has always been close by the 3rd quarter, and by the 4th quarter, Miami just blows them out. But Fab, going back to what you said, great point. Everybody making great points. What I would say as far as the coach, I think he's a good coach, to be honest with you. I just want him to give him the same hand y'all gave Brad Stevens. Like I said, when Brad Stevens struggled, nobody talked about him being fired. He actually was able to resign on his own and didn't get a better paying job in the same organization. So I'm just upset with the players. I'm not even upset at the coach. I'm upset at Tatum, Brown, and Smart and dudes because it's like, yo, man, listen, y'all can be playing better, and also y'all can be backing up y'all coach. The guy's a good coach, man. Once again, he got him here. He's part of the reason they here. So, I just think it's going to be rough for him, man. It's going to be rough.
I think it's tough to compare him to Brad Stevens because, like, Brad Stevens won 7 games against the Cavs. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is getting swept is bad.
It is. But once again, this is his first, going back to what everybody say, this is his first year as a head coach, and he got him to the conference finals.
Well, how about the fact he was on the bench with Ime? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
back of the bench. It wasn't like he was in the front. He was in the back of the bench.
I haven't seen anything to make me think, and again, it's only 1 year, but look at Mike Brown. Mike Brown is a guy that he should be saluted. We talk about, Turbo always talk about coaches. For him to do what he did with Cleveland and with LeBron, and we were saying like, yo, you just did that because of LeBron. Then he got fired by the Lakers after 5 games. Like, everyone goes through these ups and downs. But I didn't think he was a good coach. And it took this year for him to sit down and gain some tutelage with I guess the current era under Steve Kerr. And you sit back and you enjoy you learn something. And clearly he did. Because for him Sacramento to make the playoffs in how long?
Almost 15 years.
Yes.
Yeah, of course they had they added players and everything like that, but that might be Joe Mazzulla's story next. Like, you might need to get fired. You might need to get that burn. I just because
the kid from the Nets. Atkins, I think it is.
He's on the Golden State bench as well.
Yes, and he got fired from the Nets with a good team.
So, and especially now with this kind of line, I would think they're gonna go all in because it's not like you can't be this close to a championship. Like Miami said, because you got Spoelstra, he's a championship style coach.
Yeah.
The Celtics need that, and they lost it with Ime. Like, Ime looks like one, or he sounds like one, I should say. And he went to the championship.
But Fade, Boston, this team been together long enough that they know what they got to do, man. Like, I don't think it's that. To me, this is just my opinion. I can be wrong. Yeah, if you can get a better coach, of course. But if you can't get a better coach, these guys been together for long enough now where they know what they got to do. They've been in the Eastern Conference Finals maybe 3-4 out of the last 5 years. You've been to the finals. Y'all know what y'all got to do. Y'all clearly getting outplayed by guys that haven't been drafted. That's not the coach's fault. I can't blame that on the coach. Tatum is an MVP candidate in the beginning of the year. Everybody sometimes say Jaylen Brown is better than Tatum. You have a former defensive player of the year. You have the sixth man of the year. You have leadership and experience with guys like Al Horford. It's no excuse. To me, that's not – I can't blame that on the coach. I'm sorry. Them dudes is letting him down, and them dudes, that's on them. This is their first or second year. That's on them.
You know something? And I'm looking at how Jimmy Butler played this whole series. I'm just thinking back in my mind, recapping all the games he has played. He's always played the game as he's a decoy, always. He never showed he's the primary scorer, anything like that. He's always a decoy, but he always find his way to the basketball in all possessions. He goes to a corner, he stand up high, whatever it may be. He know when somebody's going to shoot the ball, he attack the basket when it's going to be missed. So he brings a different caliber than Boston. They don't float. They have to have the ball in their hand to do something special. And I think, to me, that's some of the difference right here. Now you're looking at Butler. He's at the top. He's drawing people away from him. They execute so well because they don't look for the first and second shot. They look for the best shot for them.
Damn.
Wow.
You know.
Good
that
point.
was crazy.
That was a good point, man. I just, like you said, see, Fabian made a great point too. You know, Spoelstra's, we know Spoelstra's a better coach. I just think, like I said, man, Boston, Rob is a big Boston Celtics fan, and he said it the other day on live. Boston got to stop playing one-on-one basketball. They play hero basketball. It's just your turn, your turn, your turn. Where Miami, they don't care who turn it is. We want to get a good shot, no matter who it is.
But I think last year they went
committee. They played by committee
on offense. But I think last year I didn't see they did some of that. They might have tweaked it a little bit. But the number one thing that stood out was their defense. Because remember, Robert Williams went down, and he was playing the chip with his knee wrapped up, and it was still a top level team. They don't look like last year on defense. They were dogs. That's the biggest difference with them. I couldn't believe what I saw in the second half. I was like, yo, this is a chance. They're going to the championship. I called it from the game they played the Nets in like March of last year. They just look too tough on defense, and they don't even have that, because that was my thing. What I always go back to with my best example is like LeBron on the Heat. I never liked their offense, never, because it's like this. It's one-on-one, and of course LeBron and D-Wade are better than everybody that we see here, but it's stagnant. It's gonna stagnate. But the number one thing, the thing that brought Miami over and Boston last year was defense. That defense, when you can't keep up like that, it's gonna expose your one-on-one style, hero ball style offense. Just like with the Knicks. We really don't have a great defense, and we got exposed because Miami said, all right, keep it up. Let's see who wins. And they outlasted us. So it's that now that feeds into what you're saying, AllBall. Is the roster completely what they need for Joe Mazzulla to keep that up? Can they keep up a defense like that if you're gonna have a one-on-one style defense? I'm not sure.
I mean, to me, it's no excuse. Boston has a top 5 player in Tatum. They have a top 10, top 15 player in Jaylen Brown. They have a defensive player of the year. They have a sixth man of the year. Like, there's no excuse. I'm sorry. There's no excuse. No excuse.
Here's the other thing what you were saying too. I want to know if this factors in. Y'all can really answer this. You have Al Horford and Blake Griffin and Gallinari. He's been out for the whole season, but they're the only ones with over 10 years of experience. The next level of experience you have there is Mike Muscala. I don't even think he plays. Oh, he's the white guy. He does play sometime, but he's, you you got Marcus Smart who has 8 years. He's your veteran, and that's the guy that AllBall made this point last week. That's the guy that we're really relying on. 8 years experience. You're not really a championship guy like that. We're relying on you to lead us in a vocal kind of way. You kind of, is that part of the issue too? Like maybe that's their vocal leader, and that's kind of misleading.
Well, they have multiple leaders inside the clubhouse, so everybody get a chance to speak out. But like the veterans have to speak up and say, "Hey, you guys got to step up. We need you guys. We need you guys." And sometimes you got to bring one of them out the game, Brown or Tatum, so they can be who they can be. It's hard to have two great wingmen. We all know that.
Oh,
but
yeah.
sometimes they play in spurts when they're in spurts of being the man or being the Batman and Robin, whatever way you want to call it with those two. But like when the third quarter, second quarter, hey, you get your break right here. You get your break right here. Doesn't make a difference. We're not down by 20 points. We're down by 5, fine. But I need you. You have to see the game from a different perspective when you're off the court. You have to still be engaged with the game, but you have to see it from a different lens. And sometimes they don't see it from a different lens, I don't believe.
I think it goes back to the Miami thing. It always stands out to me because that's what the super team was generated. But going back to what you said, boss man, that's what they would say, that when D Wade got on the bench, that's when you would see LeBron in Miami. They would really kick to another gear because then you got 4 other guys, and it's now you back to a normal, lead dog, and now the offense is kind of like led by him instead of having 2 lead dogs, and it's kind of tough to whose leader you're gonna take. So with Jaylen Brown and Tatum out there, maybe you're right about that. Like they got to sit down more often and choose when they sit, because it's just because we want to. At the end of the day, we got all the jokes in the world and everything, but what we always talk about, just make sure we all agree, whether it's on here, whatever. Like we don't want to see anybody like lapse like that, and if you do, we got to call you out. But we want to see Boston be great. They're too talented to not like what we saw last year was incredible. So figuring that out is a part of the game.
Can I ask y'all a question? So let's just say because when I was saying I would break them both up if they don't win the championship, and everybody said I was crazy. So let me ask y'all a question. How long do you wait until you have to tweak things? Meaning, let's say in 4 or 5 years y'all keep getting there, but y'all can't get over the hump and win. When do you say, okay, we got to tweak something because this ain't getting us over the hump?
Well, I mean, as we all went through life before, and one of the most important things in life is communication. And they have to be honest with themselves and say that, hey, I can play with this. I can play with Brown. I can play with Tatum. If you're saying in the locker room, I don't want to play with you, you have your small clique, you say, listen, I got to get out of here. I can't play with them. That's a turnoff in the locker room for players without them even saying anything. And I'm not saying they are saying anything, but it is a lot of talk in the locker room that we're not privy to, and that's fine. But if you're going to play together, then you got to sit down and say, this is what we need to do. You got to study these tapes, work on your little short jumper at times. Everything doesn't have to be a 3-point shot. The wing guys think Brown and Tatum, yes, they think they have to shoot 3-pointers all the time. That's not necessarily true. Get inside the paint. Attack the basket.
It'll be tough because at least with I guess AllBall's question is, do you break this up? And with like the Lakers and the Clippers, to me, that experiment, they're older. Those guys are in a different phase of their life, or oldest phase in their life. So to me, we were saying it from the middle of the season, if you guys don't win a championship, I don't see why you stay together.
But Fabe, this was to me. I don't want to say like you ain't got to do major changes. I'm gonna tell you right now what Boston is reminding me of. They are reminding me of the Toronto Raptors before they got Kawhi Leonard. So that's what I mean. Like
So who do you think? You think they could add somebody? You just plug somebody in there, or just add somebody?
All right. You see how Toronto was just successful. They kept running into LeBron, and they needed that upgrade, so they had to get rid of DeMar DeRozan for Kawhi Leonard.
Right.
I think I think you have for Boston. I think you may have to do that with Jaylen Brown. You may have to swap him for somebody else.
Who do you think fits seamlessly with them? Because that's what Kawhi loved. Like that's what it felt like when he went to Toronto. Like, damn, that's a perfect fit.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't know. They may need a point guard. Like I may want to trade Jaylen Brown for a point guard. To be honest, I don't think you're going to get a better small forward right now, better than Tatum. Like they're not going to trade for Kawhi. Like to me, him or LeBron or KD, that's not going to happen. So I would try to get a top tier point guard to go over there.
Shout out to Ronald. I hope I'm saying your name right, Cabell. First time I seen you on here, Kawhi fits anywhere.
Yeah, but they're not going to trade for Kawhi Leonard. So like, that's a fantasy, but I'm just saying, I think Boston is in the same situation like Toronto, where you got those 3 to 5 years where you're just successful and you can't get over the hump.
Well, but stay right there, because let's say, because Kawhi won't be able to come back till like February, whatever it is, right? Would you trade if you like? This is a perennial championship team. I mean, we've already seen enough where they're making the conference finals, they can't get over the hump. I mean, would it be worth trading a Jaylen Brown for Kawhi? Just like in my mind, healthy, right?
Hell yeah, I'm doing that. That's not even a question. Hell yeah.
Danny Berry, what's up, Danny Berry? Eastside, what's up, beloved?
Beloved, what's up? What's up, guys? I mean, I would say keep them together. You know, and it's their job to sell that to the ownership. Hey, we want to do this. Give us one more year. Give us one more year. Because again, yes, and I've been saying it for the longest. I believe they need a good point guard who can facilitate the court. They don't have that. I mean, and I'm gonna say this for a while. They have 2 point guards who are very slow. They do the same exact thing.
Very slow.
There's no speed change in the game.
And Tatum and Brown should be playing faster. They're young, even Williams. Like them guys is young and they can run. So Boston, that was a great point. Brogdon is smart. They walk the ball up.
Right.
It's no good.
That's tough.
But it's been 5 years in a row, and I think that's more than enough time to where if you keep getting there and you can't get over the hump, you got to make some type of change.
What guard do you see with speed, or point guard do you see with speed to change the pace consistently for them?
See, and I don't even think they need a superstar. Like I would like Fred VanVleet over there.
I brought that up yesterday, and Beloved and I think Zach was saying it's too much money.
Maybe, but we just basically speculating and just having fun with this. I would like VanVleet only because he won't go over there. He'll clearly understand he's the third option. See, Marcus Smart doesn't think he's the third option. Like his mentality, you can tell in his mind, he's the number one option.
Beloved wants to know why trade for older and injury-prone players.
Because it's about winning the championship. That's what Toronto did. All that they did, that one championship means everything. I'm sorry.
Right on cue, we spoke him up.
If I could trade for Kawhi Leonard and get a championship, it's all worth it. Beloved, what up, Beloved?
Beloved, what's up, kid?
Peace of the black people in America. Yo, old boy, why would you trade older and injury prone when the problem is not? Well, maybe you think the time course is run its time, but the problem ain't the wings. The problem ain't Tatum. And listen, if you got 2 superstars, right, and they still happy there and they're not complaining about shot selection, you got to build around them. But the problem is, I see old boy is Marcus Smart can't hit a 3, and they letting the 6th man of the year sit on the bench. So why you got the 6th man sitting on the bench? Yo, my mic is messed up. My fault. Did I get messed up?
No, you good. Yep, you good.
All right, my fault. All board. They got the 6th man of the year sitting on the bench, and they keep letting Derek White shoot air ball corner 3s. Put the 6th man of the year in the game.
I agree. Listen, I agree. Like I said, I was saying it earlier. I would start Brogdon and I would bring Marcus Smart back off the bench. Like I said, I was telling Flea earlier, I don't know how Marcus Smart deboed his way into the point guard position. I do not know how he deboed his way into being the starting point guard for the Boston Celtics. I don't know how he did that. I'm being
He doesn't
honest.
shoot it.
That
He
was
doesn't shoot it well enough to
was
play as much
Udoka's
as he
call.
does.
Scoop, what up, Scoop?
What's good?
Yeah, I don't know how he did that, but
What up,
That was
Fab?
Udoka's call.
yeah, but I'm just saying. Still, my thing is, and everybody agree. Like I said, beloved, I wasn't saying I was just throwing names out there. Of course, I don't think that'll happen with Kawhi go there, but I think Boston right now, the situation they're in, I'm comparing it to Toronto, to where you have 4 to 5 years the way you can't get over the hump, and I don't know what move they have to make, but if they don't win a championship this year, that's 4-5 straight years that they have the correct roster and they're getting there and can't make it. They got to do something. I don't know what it is, but they
It's their
got to do
third
something.
coach though.
Huh?
They've been there with 3 different coaches.
I understand all that, but still, you got to do something to get over the hump.
I agree. What about Kyrie?
So that's what Ronald just said. Kyrie back to Boston.
That's my Ray Day, bro.
Disaster. Sorry.
Because he has to be the man of the team, and they don't want that. That didn't work out.
I wouldn't sign up for that if I was.
Didn't they go? They went to the conference finals with Kyrie.
No,
I don't know.
No.
Kyrie wasn't there. I think he wasn't playing.
He wasn't playing.
The first year he went there, they lost in the second round. Then he got hurt. They went to the conference finals.
Oh, Isaiah. They went to the conference finals with Isaiah.
Yeah, they did.
No. They traded Isaiah for him.
But no, they went to the conference. They went to the conference finals
with
Isaiah Thomas.
Kyrie was on the roster. He was hurt the whole year when they went to the conference finals.
Right.
Yeah, he played a half a season.
The first year they went to the second round and lost with Kyrie Irving.
Yeah.
But listen,
Still saying
the
the
other
same
day
thing.
you guys talked about. Some people talked about Boston being the best defensive team in the league
Last year.
And again, they're not pressing the ball at all. They let them walk up the court. They make their sets, press the ball, put pressure on them.
And Derek White wasn't there last year, right? They just got him this year.
He was there last year.
He was there last year.
Who am I thinking
on
of?
his head. On his stupid head. Let's go.
Who's the other guy they got from San Antonio that was this year? Or am I thinking of Derek White?
Yeah, it was
Derek White.
Okay.
That's last year.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
That's when
last
picked
year.
They traded him during the deadline.
I believe AllBall said, if I'm not correct me if I'm incorrect, AllBall, you should get Michael Conley.
No, I said Mike Conley.
For Boston.
Yes.
You said the
like,
beloved? I'm sorry, beloved.
Yeah, I said that last. Yo, my fault, old boy.
I would like whoever said that was good. I would like
that
that.
was beloved who said that yesterday. He made a good point when he was talking about that.
Oh boy, I was saying that. Boy, what you said, Turbo?
I said that's terrible. Mike Conley?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, I don't know. The reason why I say Mike Conley is because he controls the game and he'll calm them down. He just won't let Tatum come up the floor and just jack threes. Like if you have a veteran guard, like just like Jason Kidd did with the Knicks. Not to repeat a point, but like I think Conley could not score for them, but bring them stability at the guard position because there's no one to control his offense right now. Like, bro, you can't put a zone on a 3-time Eastern Conference team and Spoelstra plays a zone and y'all can't score. That's bad coaching and that's bad guard play.
No NBA team should be stopped
by a zone.
Beloved and AllBall, y'all both correct. The stabilization of y'all might be correct with that. The stabilization of an offense. Because now that I think about it, Jason Kidd did that for the Mavericks. They went and got an older Jason Kidd, but he led the playoffs in assists that year.
No, the Mavs. Not the Mavs.
Oh yeah, he did it
with the Mavs, bro.
Yeah, but remember, think about when Jason Kidd came to the Knicks, they won 58 games or 57
and they got
games.
cheated in the first round. You're absolutely right.
But Mike Conley is very underrated and beloved. That was he would be great over there because once again, man, you got to remember they need a point guard. Marcus Smart is not a point guard.
And he's the last of the Mohegans. If you're talking about like being a floor general, he's like one of the last of the Mohegans. Like
somebody got to explain. Somebody got to explain to me why get Brogdon then. That was that. Like I don't understand what the point of getting Brogdon if you're not going to start him. And like he's supposed to have been that guard. Like as soon as they got Brogdon, remember everybody was like,
You know what it
like,
is?
Oh yeah, they got a guard.
Yeah,
You know what it
Brogdon was
really
supposed to
was?
be Brogdon was supposed to be the one that got them over the hump.
You know what it
Exactly.
was? They wasn't gonna go away from Marcus Smart because of the work Damon Stoudemire put in with him. Got them to the finals last year. Remember, last year was Marcus Smart first year transitioning to the point guard, and that was due to Damon Stoudemire and Ime Udoka.
But now Stoudemire, that's a good point too, because now Stoudemire is not there, Udoka's not there, and
they
Missoula's
lost another coaching staff. And they lost another coaching staff.
Missoula's trying to replicate what they did last year.
I think, and that's why Spoelstra is out coaching them because Missoula's trying to copy the blueprint from last year and not make adjustments, right? Because this is his first year at the helm. You know what I mean? They say he's making
a bunch of adjustments on offense. He's not doing shit on defense.
Yes, because last year their defense was what got them, right? Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying is he's trying not to ruffle. He's not putting his own stamp on yet because last year worked. They said
it ain't gonna be no
fix it, but now it's broken.
Ain't gonna be, but it ain't gonna be no yet. If they don't win this series, he's out of there. They're
not gonna fire him.
Yeah, they definitely bringing a whole new regime in there. They definitely gonna bring a whole new regime.
I don't think so. Boston,
the second round sweep is crazy, bro.
Boston's too loyal.
Conference finals too.
I can't see him getting fired.
Oh right.
Where's Brad Stevenson?
He's upper management.
I would agree if it was like certain franchises. I would agree, right? But not Boston. Boston don't do that. If you look at Brad Stevenson, when they moved on from Brad Stevenson, they didn't fire him. They moved him up into the office. He's that guy in the office now.
He deserved to get fired, though.
Dumbass need to come down here
Brad
and coach
Stevenson?
the team.
Yeah,
he did coach the team, and
I know, but what I'm saying is, if he goes and fires Joe Mazzulla right now, you go and coach the team, and don't go hire him.
He's not gonna fire Mazzulla. That's what I'm saying. Boston don't do that. That's not Boston's way.
Who was it? But with Doc, they traded Doc for a whole bunch of stuff, and then after Doc, it was who? It was him. It was Brad Stevens.
Yeah. Brad Stevens took over right after Doc left. Right after they traded Doc to go.
So, what you feel like they gave Doc a great way out? Like here you go.
They move everybody. They move through their people. Boston builds. It's always been the Boston way. They've always
they keep in-house.
Ever since Red Auerbach. Hence why Danny Ainge is the GM.
Mm.
He was a GM, you mean?
Yes.
Right.
They're like a mom. Boston runs their organization like a mom and pop operation. Just them and the Lakers. Those are like the last two.
The Lakers that take anybody as their head coach.
You see, Vincent just rolled that ankle real bad.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh, trying to stay in bounds.
Yeah, get.
Yo, all of y'all.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Listen.
He rolled that.
He'll be okay.
This how Boston's supposed to play.
He'll be okay.
Here we go.
We might have a series.
He'll be okay.
Uh-oh. We said Miami-Denver too early, huh? Oh, shit.
Brown said let them get one game.
I mean, we'd rather see Boston
they just look
Denver.
different when they're hitting shots. They're taking the same fucking shots. Tatum's just hitting them right now.
Yeah.
I just think it's all Tatum. Like I'm tired of saying that. Like I was hesitant on saying it, but like a year ago. But after I seen Tatum in the finals, I'm like, it's him. When he plays superstar level, they're a different team. That's like anybody.
Totally different team, Fabian. Totally different team.
Fade. That's what I've been saying. They take the same shots. When they hitting, they look unguardable.
Right.
But when they not, it's terrible.
No. I disagree. I disagree, Scoop. Tatum settles a lot. He settles too much.
That's what
way too much.
He settles for a lot of bad.
But he's not. But right now, he's not settling.
Yes, he got up like 12 threes right now. What are you talking about?
But listen.
They're just going in.
But hold on, look.
They're just going in.
Hold on. The last 2-3 minutes we've been watching. This is what Boston was supposed to do from the beginning of the first game. Y'all the bigger team. Y'all the more athletic team. Y'all the stronger team. Remember, they blocking their shots. They just overpowering them. That's what it's supposed to be every game. Every game.
Yo, going back to the Fred Van Fleet point, all ball. I don't know, beloved, and I think it might have been Fleet. I don't know if it was Zach. Fred VanVleet's contract next year is $22 million. It's a player option. It's $22 million, 22.8.
That's not a lot.
Right. That's the last year.
I'll be knocking at Fred's door too.
It's not a lot, especially
if you was Boston.
Hold on, Scoop.
If I'm Boston, beloved, I knock on his door.
Hold on, Scoop. Look, listen. Mike Conley's deal is $24 million, and that's a partially guaranteed contract. So that might get ripped up by June, by the end of June. So I give you can. No, he's not.
Conley's more.
He's gonna be cheaper.
He's not. So I'm telling you,
what is gonna be cheaper?
He's not. You mean in the like an extension?
Fred is up for a deal, right?
Fred's up for a mid. He's up for a mid-max.
Yeah, Fred is up for a deal. That's what I'm saying. Conley's gonna be the cheaper option.
But Conley's gonna be instant. That's gonna be a one year, 2 year. He's 37.
But let me ask y'all a question: with the Boston Celtics, with that roster, do they have anybody who is going to be like unrestricted free agents coming up?
Yes.
You mean yeah, bro. Nas Reed, Middleton, Brooke Lopez.
No, he said on the Boston roster. On the Boston roster, he wants to know who's unrestricted.
Brown's gonna be unrestricted. I think half their players are unrestricted, bro.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest.
We can look that up.
This may sound crazy. I'm not signing Brown for that $290. I'm letting Brown walk.
Nobody gonna give him $290 million. That's
you bugging.
That's tough.
He's gonna get that money.
You see what the collective bargain is for next year?
Y'all bugging out if y'all don't think somebody's gonna pay Jaylen Brown.
No,
do you see $290? Did you see what the collective bargain is for next year?
Wait. I'm not saying nobody not gonna pay him. I'm saying if I'm Boston, the reason why I wouldn't pay him is because we ain't win with him. So I'm not giving him that. I'll get me a guard. I think a guard will suit them better. I guarantee you, if Brown get out of there and they get a guard, I guarantee you Tatum will have an MVP season. He'll probably average 35. Guaranteed.
So on the Celtics, nobody's expired this summer.
So they can bring it right back again.
Yeah, so 2024. I think that, but this doesn't say who has a player option because Brown has a player option this summer.
In order to keep Tatum and Brown,
Pritchard,
it'll cost him $600 million.
Bro, stop shooting the ball, Marcus.
Told you, Marcus Smart, my nigga. That nigga really think he the man, bro. I'm telling you.
He thinks he's better than what he is.
Corner curl.
Yo, I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all.
Nah,
y'all
keep talking him the other day, beloved.
Y'all keep talking about all the other guards. Peyton
Pritchard
needs to play.
All right, hold on. But I don't think they're gonna. Yeah, but maybe they made that mistake and they'll look back at it now. I don't think you can put them in. And every game is elimination. Every game is an elimination game for you. I don't think they can put them in right now. But number one,
I get what you're saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they talking about looking elsewhere for a guard. It might be time to get that kid some minutes.
Yeah, Mel. Yeah, Mel. Stop doing that, Mel. I apologize already. Why you gotta bring that up? Don't do that. My baby mother used to do that. Don't do that to me. I apologize and bring it up 2 days later. Like, I apologize.
That's my baby mother.
I clearly apologize to you. But once again, man, this is what I'm saying. Flea and everybody else. That's why I told Bossman this again, and I told Bossman Fave the other night. You gotta run it back again because you're going to the conference final or the finals. You have to keep running it back and tweak the roster around them. I don't understand why the 6th man of the year is on the bench, and I don't understand how you had so much difficulty versus a zone at this particular time of the playoffs. That just boggles the mind to me.
But beloved, I like AllBall's point when he says, "What if this is like what Toronto's went through?" And if you trade, they traded DeMar DeRozan for Kawhi, you can trade. You could get rid of that Jaylen Brown contract.
Left out of there by then too. Remember, they kept losing to LeBron. LeBron left by that year too.
But it ain't about LeBron leaving. All I'm saying is if you go 4 or 5 straight years, and you keep getting there but can't get over the hump, I agree.
It's going to be harder for a new guy to get you over the hump unless you're getting somebody OD elite.
AllBall, like you say, how you lose and who you lose to, right? So who they losing to? They losing to generate. They lost LeBron.
They lost.
But there's no move.
But they didn't get right now. So hold on. With that move you talking about, it's not like they got any small forward. I can see it. You can make the move to get better. I.e., if they could get Kawhi, you make that move, even though you may not be able to hold him, just like Toronto wasn't, right? But who are they gonna get that's better than Jaylen Brown? That's what I'm saying.
There's no move.
If
a move comes available for something better, you take it.
Because you just talk. Listen, bro. Nobody, the person doesn't have to be better than Jaylen Brown. I'm just saying maybe a better fit or give them something that they need. Jaylen Brown and Tatum is the same exact player. You don't need both of them. I keep telling y'all this.
It's gonna be harder for them niggas to be better teams than next year. What are you talking about?
Hold on, but
Mel, I don't listen to nothing you say, Mel, so I don't even know.
What he said?
I know way more basketball than you, old boy. I know what you talking about.
Mel,
I said it's harder to run it back.
Hold on, Mel.
I can't, Mel.
Please, Mel, stop taking shots, man. It's all fun.
I'm not, bro. You think because somebody loses to a good team, you're supposed to fire everybody?
No, Mel, wait. I know more. I don't care if you know more basketball than me. Who cares?
Right, I can state my opinion. I care about that. So you don't be talking crazy when you talk crazy to these other niggas.
Mel,
I'm tired of it.
Mel,
you want some rage man shit? Not happening.
Mel,
for 1-1.
Hold on. Mel, you gotta have it of doing.
You see what I said last night? Them wings keep coming at you all the time. Right, boss man? You know what I'm saying, boss man?
Nah, hold on, y'all laughing. I'm dead serious. I don't never try to embarrass nobody. I never try to play nobody. For me, it's all in fun. I'm not rage man. Hold on.
That's why I'm calling you rage man, nigga.
Hold on. No. You being serious. It doesn't matter if you know more basketball than me. I don't care about any of that. But you're not going to.
You can say something back, like, nigga, no, you don't. It's all fun and games. It ain't serious, nigga. What the fuck, nigga? I don't know how much basketball you know, old boy. I'm just talking shit, nigga.
No,
you get emotional, man. Right? I'm just talking shit. I
think y'all need to call each other. Yo, I think y'all need to call each other, man. For real.
Personal. All this is entertainment, man. He tagged me every day and bro.
I think they need both of them.
So hold on. No, hold on. Y'all telling me if Boston don't win this year, they just gonna keep running it back until they win?
No, I think
they're young. All them niggas is 25
everybody got
and 26.
Different opinions.
I'm gonna give my opinion. I think you run it back.
Everybody give their opinion about it. Let's everybody just stop. Everyone listen to one person's opinion, then we move on. So go ahead, Scoop.
I think you run it back. This way, Joe Mazzulla can actually officially call whatever he wants to do at this point, because they're a year removed from Udoka, and you give him free run, right? And I think they need both of them because this is a guard league and you need two premier defenders on the wings. Sorry.
Real quick, my opinion. I think you run it back. I said it last night. I said it to Boss Man Fabe. When you got two elite wings, not superstars, and not all. Listen, what I said. I'm not calling them superstars, please. So don't look at me. I said not when you have two elite wings like that, and they up and down, all consistent. That puts too much pressure on an average NBA basketball team. You have to run it back with them. I don't even think there's a tweak you can make. If you want to get rid of Al Horford and bring another younger backup, that's fine. But you run it back with them. Anytime you run it back with them, that roster on paper is going to be a number 1 or 2 seed in the East. You run it back and you see if time sharpens them a little bit more. If not, then you can make a move. But it got to be a move that I think the person got to be better and a better fit for you to get rid of Brown. That's my opinion.
Can I give my opinion?
What's up, Bernardo?
Is my audio okay this time? Because Fabian last time made fun of my microphone. Is it okay?
No, your mic sound. Pause. And yes, your mic sounds good. Before you sounded like you were overpowering everybody. Now you're good, Bernardo. Welcome to AllBallTV, my brother.
Thank you very much. I have an opinion that I don't think it's really, really tough for you to win a title when your two best offensive players aren't great playmakers. And I think that showed last year in the finals, like when things got tough against the Warriors, they didn't know how to get a shot. Like they didn't know how to just get into their offense somehow, and eventually the ball stopped in Marcus Smart's hand and he shot a three or made a turnover. Tatum and Brown aren't reliable playmakers. Brown is a horrible ball handler. So, like, if they can't get anything else, I guess you run it back because it's a talented team, and having two wings like that gives you a high floor. But I would try to get like an elite playmaker in place of Brown and Retool, because it's a good enough defensive team where Brown doesn't make that much of a difference, and missing Brown doesn't make that much of a difference. But they need a reliable, just steady playmaker that can get shots, that can create shots, and doesn't turn the ball over like mad. For me, that's the thing about the Celtics.
This Bernardo's first time on here, fellas, on AllBallTV. By the way, he's
what's going on, my brother?
he's from Brazil, right? All the way live from Brazil, right?
Yes,
Wow.
Brazilian.
Welcome aboard.
There
my
you go.
brother.
So we All Balls International, homie. So, but see, before and I want Flea to get the mic after this. Everybody has this concept of what kind of player we're gonna look for, but what exactly is there a player that exists right now in the league that you have in mind?
Chris Paul.
I do.
Damian Lillard.
Paul.
No,
Damian Lillard. Damian Lillard is the guy.
You trade Jaylen Brown for Dame Lillard?
Like, do you think it's a question? Do you think who would have to give picks or pieces back in a trade between Jaylen Brown and Damian Lillard? Like, who's the team? What is the team that gives back assets in that trade? Because I think the Blazers would need to give a pick back for Jaylen Brown. And if I'm the Celtics, I would do it. Because obviously Jaylen Brown is like 25 or something, 26. So he gets you like half a decade more of basketball. But and I think it's Bill Simmons makes this point every single time. You do not know when the window closes.
Right.
Like, we expect the Celtics to contend for 6-7 years, but that's not a given at all. Like, look at the Thunder back then. Look at the Thunder. Like, the Thunder.
They're on year 5 though. You said 7. They're on year 5 competing.
No, I'm saying like Brown is 26, Tatum is 25 or something like that. You expect them to contend more for longer, for 4 years into the future. But that's not a given. That's not at all given.
What do you think about that,
and
please?
You need to.
That's why you keep them together.
There's a.
But keeping them together doesn't guarantee you're going to keep contending. It doesn't guarantee you're going to get better. Like, two of the fundamental pieces of this team.
No, don't do that.
There's a bet.
I mean,
there's an easier deal.
If you,
I think. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I like that deal, but I don't really like Lillard next to Tatum in terms of somebody going out there to play make. But for me, if we're gonna move Jaylen Brown, if we're just gonna explore moving Jaylen Brown, the deal for me got to be structured around Brown for Bradley Beal. If we want a guy that could get you in spots to create, you know what I'm saying? Brad has been in that spot since John left. He's a guy that had, that whole term he's been saying, everybody eats. Like, he's been the guy to play, make, create everything over there in Washington. Whether they're good or not, that's another conversation. But you get Brad, him and Tatum, both from St. Louis. That's a guy that can still fill it up. It's another guy to go get you 25 a night. If you want to switch it up and get a guy in there that's equally as good, why not look at Bradley Beal?
Yeah, the thing about Beal is he doesn't solve the problem of
Is everybody going or just back and forth?
I'm sorry.
They're gonna go, Mel, but you cut both of them off.
Rockstar. It was supposed to be everybody give their opinion, and that's not what happened.
I mean, calm down. What's up, Flea? Were you done before Mel wants to jump in here? Flea, you better have Mel, you better have the most fucking vicious take of all time.
I'm just asking a question, bro.
My nigga, go. What's your take?
I'm listening to Mel. Go ahead, Mel. What you got, Mel?
Yeah, you going through all that. What's your take, nigga?
My take is, look, they lost to almost an unbeatable Brown, right? Then the next year they lost to the Heat. Then the next year they lost to the champions, the Bucks. Then the next year they lost to the Golden State Warriors. No team is getting back to back like how these guys is doing. And we done seen people ain't learned their lessons from this year. You trade, it may look good on paper, and none of these trades have been working out with the superstar players. I'm running that back, short and sweet. That's it.
Just to be clear, the Celtics lost to the Brooklyn Nets in 2021, not to the Bucks, but whatever.
Okay.
Okay. They lost to the Nets.
Is he talking to the man that know more basketball than all of us?
They lost to the Nets. That's a fact.
Who's on that Nets team?
Hey man, shout out to Brazil, baby.
How you say what's up in Portuguese?
2020 they lost to the Heat. What are you talking about? In 2020 they lost to the Heat.
No, 2021 they lost to the Brooklyn Nets.
See,
Mel's on the ropes.
Here you go.
2020, we know. This was the final four from the 2020 bubble year. We know that.
Oh yeah, they did lose to the Nets. It's right here.
Yeah.
2021 they lost to the Nets, but the Nets had healthy. That was the only series that the Nets have had the healthy big three of Kyrie, Harden, and Durant.
They lost to straight elite teams.
All right. So can I ask y'all a question? So how long? And this has always been my question. And just so y'all know, me and Mel, that was all fun. That was nowhere near serious. So everybody get their panties out their butt. Now, how long until we do make a change? It's been 5 years. We gonna go another 5 years before we attempt to make some type of change?
No, I like
OG, they only 25 and 26 years old though.
No,
right.
Nah. I like Bernardo's trade with Dame Lillard, bro. Because going back to
that trade.
Beloved. Now hold on. Beloved and Fleet told me that the Van Fleet deal was too expensive. Bradley Beal got like 4 years left at
$147 million.
Okay, Dame only got 2 years left. And
my trade, I'm Mike Conley. I'm a solid point guard. Which I think they got a solid point on the bench.
That might be the best. That might be the best deal.
Chris Paul is cheap.
If we talking about
fit,
fit,
down. They trying to get rid of him.
Well, if we talking about fit, Chris Paul is not doing it. He's not running up the floor with the young boys. He's not really
why would you get Chris Paul knowing that he could get?
Why would I get Chris Paul? I'm gonna tell you why. Because people undervalue the hockey assist. Getting rid of the ball fast enough to make another play. You do not have to be that fast up and down the floor. He has shown you he advances the ball. You have to advance the ball.
You do have to be available in the playoffs, though.
Exactly.
He's not going to be available. Nigga,
he's not going to play. He's not going to play.
They're too Scoot. Boston is too good of a team to like bank on Chris Paul being available at this stage of the playoffs. Like the conference finals, going into the finals. That's too much of a gamble.
You're wasting their youth.
I don't.
And I know he was out of the rotation this game, but
he does not have to play many minutes in Boston.
But Brogdon is a better player than Paul right now. Like, why would you do that trade?
Wait,
I don't get it.
You're not trading Brogdon. You're not losing anything. Paul.
No. I mean, like, why are you giving Brogdon minutes to Paul? That's what I'm saying.
I agree with that. Yeah, why? CP3 is dirt, bro.
But why are they giving Brogdon minutes to Marcus Smart? Same question.
What do you
Marcus Smart been there? He's been there for a long time. He's been through the trenches.
And not being able. There's no trench.
I don't agree with it, but at the same time, I do. Like I don't. But you got to look. They took Marcus Smart over Isaiah Thomas. He still stayed. They took him over Kyrie. They took him over Kimber. He's been there over a lot of niggas. So even though like niggas are saying like he shouldn't be as confident as there, they stuck with him. He stuck with the team. They loyal to each other, bro. I get it too. I'm not a Marcus Smart.
And they're down 3-1. And they're down 3-1. They down 3-1.
They didn't take on over Kyrie Irving.
Kyrie chose to leave.
Kyrie forced his way out.
Yeah, I'm saying you still stayed there though. He was still there.
No, but
they've had ample opportunities to get rid of Marcus Smart though.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
They've had more than enough. They've had more than enough opportunities to get him out of there.
Brad Stevens love him,
but they didn't pick Marcus Smart over nobody. To me, he's a good player on that team. They need him, but they didn't. It wasn't like Marcus Smart or Kimber. One of them got to go. Marcus Smart or Kyrie. It didn't work like that.
That's a fact. That's true.
That's all I'm saying. So let's not make it seem like I've been saying this and watch. And another 2-3 years when they don't win a championship, it's going to be like, damn, we might have missed our window. All I'm saying is you can't keep getting to the promised land and not making it. You got to tweak something to get you over that hump. What it is, I don't know. But I honestly don't think, and my guy from Brazil made a great point, Brown and Tatum is not great playmakers. So at the end of the day, you give one of them a playmaker, bro, they point average is going to go up probably 5-6 points, and they're going to be a better team. I honestly think that. And if they don't win the championship this year, I think you got to let Tatum is better than Jaylen Brown, so you're not going to get rid of Tatum. I think Jaylen Brown needs to go.
But you're gonna. If it takes a point guard or creator to make your points go 5 points up, especially in the playoffs, you're not that guy.
I don't believe that one.
Nah, I don't think that's not fair, Mel. I don't think
that's
you
a
could
fact.
say.
What you mean?
I agree with that.
Because a playmaker.
I agree with that.
A playmaker. A playmaker gets you 8 points without doing nothing.
Who's saying that?
That's Javier.
A good playmaker gets you 6 to 8 points without doing nothing.
Who's doing that?
A good playmaker.
Who would you put in that position to get Jaylen Brown an extra 6 to get
did we
an
not
extra
see
6?
do we not see what Aiden looks like with Chris Paul as opposed to without Chris Paul?
He's not going to be able to play.
But it's easier look.
I heard a little bit of that Chris Paul talk. Chris Paul supposed to came off the bench from the jump during the season to let Payne start and him finish the game, and they would have had a better season.
You talking about Chris Paul like Payne? That's my point for getting Chris Paul, right? He can cultivate minds. He can get them. He can get Brown and Tatum to see the hockey assist, get the ball, move the ball. He's somebody with enough power to say that to them, where they might listen.
But give him playing time.
But I'm gonna listen to a nigga. I've been to the finals more than you.
Right, he shits the bed at top. He shits the bed just like these niggas shits the bed every time. What are you talking? Like I'm not doing no CP3.
Hold on. To the point about Chris Paul, the mere fact of getting a guy that can create better for the team gets these guys easier looks. Tatum is one of the guys that gets some of the toughest looks in the league. He takes some of the toughest shots in the league.
That's what I said. That's what I've been saying.
His percentages, hold on. His percentages will go up crazy if he
Nobody's disagreeing with that. But I'm not disagreeing. Hold on, let me say something. I'm not disagreeing with
I am disagreeing with that.
No, but listen, hold on, brother. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with anyone's point saying a playmaker will make the team better. I'm not saying that. Why can't we get a playmaker that's not 320 pounds on 2 bad knees and got 1 day left in the league and that's never made a final?
I mean, that's fair. I'm just talking about. We're talking about Chris Paul. It could be any. It could be any playmaker. It could be any playmaker.
I'm with that, but I just stop saying Chris Paul because
I got you. Yeah, it could be any playmaker.
Okay, you could bring a young playmaker. You could give Brogdon more minutes.
There are no young playmakers.
Brogdon. Conley's still younger than Chris Paul.
How many points KD just went up just now in this season?
None. You know why?
You're being ridiculous, man.
No, I'm just asking the question,
They played
bro.
7 games.
You're being ridiculous, man.
I'm asking the question.
You're being ridiculous.
They played 7 games together. You know why?
Ask the question.
Mel, you know why they played 7 games together?
Mel, what are you talking about?
Mel, you know why they played 7 games together? Because the niggas
Chris
always
Paul
hurt.
got hurt. I mean, because Durant got hurt in the layup line.
Yep. They always hurt. All them niggas.
That's crazy.
They always hurt.
Hold on, let me ask y'all a question because y'all making a lot of fun about Chris Paul. I agree with him being hurt at weird times in the season or in the playoffs.
That's his MO.
Hold on. Let me finish. But we not gonna act like wherever he goes, they win. OKC playoffs.
A fact.
Phoenix champion. They went to the title. Like so, as much fun as y'all want to make of him, he does make people better. He makes teams and organizations better. Now,
I'm not gonna lie, that was a long time ago.
He came back in the league.
No, that's a fact.
Hold on, y'all.
But to your point, OG, you got to finish the job. We talking about Boston right now. They can't get over the hump.
I said him being injured, I agree with all that, but we're not going to throw him under the bus as if when he get to a situation they don't get better. I don't agree with that.
I believe he can.
Who said that? I don't think nobody said that.
They could win 60. They could win 60 games next year.
He can come off the bench and be better. He can come off the bench and monitor his minutes and be better.
I agree with you. I agree with you too. They might get better. They might win 60 games, but they also might lose in the second round too.
That's my point. That's my point.
You need to bring him off the bench, preserve his energy.
Yeah, but hold on. But this started.
Hold on. Currently the same age, right?
But this started with because we said we wanted to trade Jaylen
Mike Conley
Brown.
throw him on the roof.
We talking about trading Jaylen Brown, and that's with Chris Paul. Because we were talking about Dame Lillard.
Oh,
The
okay.
other guy.
It was Jaylen Brown or
Bradley Beal.
Or Bradley Beal. So where did Chris Paul only makes sense if he got limited minutes?
Chris Paul got inserted when we were saying keeping Jaylen Brown and Tatum and finding somebody
a piece that fits.
The problem is if you keep Jaylen Brown and Tatum, you don't get rid of the problem that the ball is going to be in the hands of two guys most of the time that cannot create. That's the problem. The issue isn't not having a point guard that can create. The issue is at the end of the day, if you have Tatum and Brown as the two best players, they're going to have the ball in their hands in the playoffs when the games get tough, and they cannot create. So that's the problem.
Put you in different position. That's not the problem. I disagree with that.
I think they just don't show up.
Let me say it again in case y'all missed it.
Yeah,
Chris Paul teaches them to make the pass early and stop stagnating the ball. He cultivates minds.
Yo, Scoot, you gonna say that? Hold on.
I agree with that.
Hold on, but you gonna say that, and we just saw him in the playoffs not do that when Chris Paul was in the game?
You didn't see him not do that in the playoffs. He didn't play in the playoffs.
Yes, he did. He played the games
he
was playing.
around
He was stagnant, and they put Cameron Payne in there. and They move faster.
Scoop, what I'm hearing for
That's
you,
a fact.
Chris Paul need to go over there and just be like assistant coach or something.
Right, I agree. Yeah, you could do that, but to get playing time.
Wrong with that?
And Chris Paul isn't a fast player anymore. He plays slow. He plays methodically in the pick and roll, trying to get mid ranges and.
Boston don't play fast. That's the problem.
But that's the problem. That's the issue we're talking about here. Like you're adding a guy that doesn't solve anything for them.
I think
in my opinion,
they play more faster. That's what y'all trying to say.
Yo, I gotta say this because y'all been burning up Brown on here. Brown cut his hand before the playoffs started. Let me say this, and him and Tatum is one and the same. I don't like the talk that y'all keep saying like Tatum's so far over him. That's stats is damn near. Hold up, listen. They stats is damn near identical. For one, for two, Tatum been doing this shit that y'all got the microscope on now through his career, and Brown was the one showing up. Let's not forget in the finals where Tatum disappeared and Brown was the only one that showed up. How quick we forget. Like
we also forget that in the finals, Tatum was being guarded by Andrew Wiggins and Brown was being guarded by 65-year-old Klay Thompson. So it's the level of difficulty wasn't the same either.
Basketball is about what have you done lately.
A and B.
Y'all talking about last year. It was just last week. This nigga went the whole fourth quarter. He's third team all the NBA and didn't take a shot. Not jacking that. He's not. They almost the same niggas, but Tatum about him. 2 weeks ago, he took one shot in the first quarter, bro. You
Tatum just got his first
NBA, bro. We're not supposed to do that. Both of them don't be showing
Tatum just got his first points in the fourth quarter through the fucking playoffs. So you shit.
Right. They both the same niggas. I agree, but he perform a little better.
Tatum creates better. Brown plays better defense.
50 points. 50 points.
Tatum, wait. Tatum
I don't even say that.
An elite defender.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't say that either.
I think he's better than Brown on defense.
Brown has always guarded the better man. Always.
That's not true.
He
said that last year.
Brown is the one who step up and take the challenges. He's the dog who go hard. Tatum is the pretty boy, man.
Nah,
he's not the dog.
Tatum creates better.
He's not a dog. Jaylen Brown is not no dog.
Well, hold on.
Right now, he's not a dog.
Hey, Tatum just had 50 in a game 7.
Bro, he's from Marietta, Georgia, bro. You know him very well. He's not a dog.
Tatum just had 50 in the game 7, right? In the game where the Sixers was discombobulated. You watched it. It wasn't Tatum.
You're going to take away 50.
I'm not saying Tatum not nice.
We about to diminish 50 in a game 7.
Hey,
come on.
Hey, let me
let's do one at a time.
All right, so he never scored another point in the fourth quarter since the 50. What we talking about? You shitting me?
Neither has Brown. What are you talking about? Neither has Brown.
Scored a 50.
My point is, Brown had an injury at the beginning of the playoffs.
I don't care. You on the court. I don't want to hear none of that.
He don't care either. He never said an excuse about it.
Right. So you giving him an excuse. We're not giving no excuse.
No. You sound like a person that work at a spot and you're not a human being. Like you don't know what goes on in life. That's how you
losing me,
sound right
bro.
now. A person
Nah,
that
you
a
losing
person that works somewhere and tell you, yo, I
If you
can't do
on
it,
the
they don't want to
basketball
do their
court,
job.
we from
Instead
New
of being
York, brother.
human.
We not giving niggas no excuses. You playing in the NBA
No, it ain't no
conference
excuse.
finals. You out there, you hooping. Nigga, I want to kill you. Yeah, your hand is hurt, nigga. Then get off the court. Either you hooping or you not. Nigga, what you talking about? Some work shit. What are you talking about? You losing me.
He's not Chris Paul. That's why he's on the court.
Hold on. But we can't. Hold on, y'all.
You don't
We
get
going
it?
everywhere.
Well,
We
you
everywhere.
understand.
Yo,
He's not Chris Paul and them niggas. That's why he on the court.
Oh boy,
That's why
you know we
ain't
not
hearing
giving
about
niggas
this
no
nigga
excuses. This is the smoke
No,
show.
I'm
We
not.
give niggas
I'm
the
not
smoke
giving them
on
an
this show.
excuse.
Hold on.
I'm not giving them an excuse.
Murder.
I'm just telling you a human being perspective. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm
Murder,
talking
hold on a
from
second,
a
Javi.
basketball perspective.
No.
Hold on, Mel. Hold on, Mel.
Hold on. We cannot. See, this is what we can't do. We can't say that, but then on the other hand, and y'all gonna kill me for this, but you nigga Mel that'll say LeBron is 38. But now we can't give a nigga.
No, he don't get no excuses neither. All that fake injury shit. I'm not giving AD hurt, falling. No, if you on the court, you get in the smoke, nigga. If you playing, you ain't got no excuse.
I'm gonna give LeBron excuses for this
I'm
one.
not giving nobody. Like I said it the other day. When you great, if you greatness, the criteria that don't love it, don't lower for you, bro. You on that court, produce. That's it, bro. If you one of the ones, one of them top 3 tiers.
Hey Mel,
produce.
Mel, you don't be in
Mike
the
had
comments.
38 with food poisoning.
Mel, do you not be in the comments saying LeBron is 38?
But he producing.
No.
You said what? So that let us know.
He performing.
See what I'm saying?
No, right. But if you was to be like, nigga, he on the court, you can't say that. I'm gonna say you right, nigga.
Yo, I would hate if Mel did some shit. I would hate to be a lawyer.
Hold on.
Be his
Smiles.
lawyer. He will fuck the whole trial up, bro.
That's
not what I said.
Smiles for cupcakes. Get the comment. Read that comment. She a very important person on the show. Read that comment, Fab.
Yeah, you better kiss her ass, Mel. Smiles for cupcakes. I just
Brown over here.
I just turned my
I want to
TV
say
off.
one thing.
Hold on, Javi. Yeah. I just turned my TV off to listen to you guys. You guys are more entertaining than TNT by far. Thank you, Smiles. Smiles Moran, that's a new name.
Listen, all I want to say is let Boston fumble the ball, get Tatum out of there, and keep they Brown and all they doing. I guarantee you, Brown shine where he goes, and his numbers match Tatum or better.
I agree with that.
And they're gonna be a fucking. They're gonna be in the play-in.
They're not gonna be a good team,
bro. I don't agree with that. I
think
Jaylen Brown, and I wish they do trade him for Dame Lillard.
How you got the blueprint to know how to win on his own? He can't even do that with a good team around him.
I wish they do trade him for Dame Lillard.
Yo, Dame on Boston will be crazy.
Play with Anthony Simon. He don't know how to play with Anthony Simon and Grant.
Dame don't know how to play with nobody. He's just a self nigga. I ain't gonna
Y'all are wildin'.
James Harden, one of them niggas. I'm trying to
trade who for Damian Lillard? Jason Tatum?
Brown.
No, for Brown.
Jaylen Brown. Okay, you don't think that's a good idea, Fabian?
I love that idea.
It's an amazing.
He's hold on. Yo, he's listen. Hold on, Scoop. Dame is the guy that's gonna show up when Tatum can't. That's how I look at it. That's exactly what they need. Brown,
right, while he going crazy for 52, JT's ain't gonna be touching the rock.
I wouldn't say that. I would say the games that Jason Tatum doesn't show up and he's going up and down in, Dame's gonna see that and he's gonna see the moment.
We just spent 20 minutes talking about creating and getting Tatum easier looks and all that type of shit. Who's create? So now we got Damian Lillard creating.
So now we
Damian Lillard is like Damian Lillard is 10 times better a creator than Jaylen Brown is. Like it's not even a conversation. Like Damian Lillard can run a pick and roll, put pressure on the rim, kick the ball out, create open trees, create that driving lanes. Like it's not even a comparison.
No way.
I agree.
He creates for himself.
What did you say?
Hold on, Mel, because Mel likes to just yell shit from the fucking from the crowd. Listen, who has Dame Lillard ever had a Tatum?
Yo, he has CJ McCollum. CJ McCollum
That's
left.
Tatum?
No, wait. No. CJ McCollum left him, and all his numbers went up immediately when he touched New Orleans.
Except efficiency.
They almost play the same position, bro. I'm not even talking about that. Tatum is a 3.
Hold on, Faith. Let's not forget CJ McCollum went to a team that's kind of loaded with young good players. Like Let's not
Come
forget
on,
Right,
man.
on the playoff team, his numbers went
No,
up
no, no,
on
no,
the playoff team,
no,
nigga.
no.
What
I
you
don't
mean?
think
He
his
was like
numbers went up too. I
26.
think you're making that up. Fam.
Look it up. Last year in the playoffs, he was wilding. He averaged like
Can I
26
finish?
and like 6.
Listen,
Look it up.
Okay,
CJ
so
McCollum was
Mel?
hurt last year.
Yo,
He
Mel,
did not pull
No,
a
he
Chris
did not.
Paul.
can
Oh
I
He
my
did
Look at
not.
the
God.
He
history.
averaged 26 in the playoffs. Look it up.
can I
He
finish
was hurt. He
my
did
point?
not pull a Chris Paul. CJ McCollum
Bro,
played.
Yo, can I
bro.
finish my point?
Y'all niggas know I do stats.
Can I finish my point? God damn, son. You said he left and his numbers and all that went up. Let's not forget he left Portland and went to a way better team. He didn't go to a bum team. He went to a ready playoff team. Now, my point is this. How long until Boston has to make any type of changes? Should they never make no changes if they don't win the championship?
Well, they're going to make changes, but I don't think it'll be. I don't think it'll be to the elite. What you guys are talking about, they're going to trade one of Tatum or Brown. That's hard to trade one of them guys, man, because you got to look at it. They got better every year, Boston.
His
It's not
numbers
like
did
they
not go up.
decline. It's not like they decline. They got better every year. So you have to just figure this puzzle out. Like every other
I
team, you
give
got
them
to figure it
another
out.
year.
I got you, Scoop.
And I'm not saying you're wrong. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong by saying that. I'm saying, but next year you go with the same crew. These guys are young. And Beloved said, I don't know if you guys heard it or not. These are two wing guys who are dynamic. All it needs is another piece to that puzzle, man. They'll be fine, man. But
I think the only thing you may see, only thing you may see is a coaching change. I don't see because I think they're gonna bring back their core five, and if something wows them for Marcus Smart, maybe. But I think you see Williams, you see Brogdon, you see Tatum and Brown, and that's it. And then they're gonna run it right back. I think
Yo,
it's a
Scoop.
coaching change.
Scoop, I got you, Scoop. Look, this is CJ McCollum stats, Mr. Mel.
It went up 2 or 3 points.
No, not 2 or 3. Hold on, not 2 or 3. Hold on, Bernardo. It went
In
up
the
for 4
playoffs.
points. Oh no, not the playoff. Here we go. There goes Mel. It went up 4 points, but the thing is, he played 26 games for New Orleans and played 36 in Portland. So
if you get the last year in
75.
Portland,
Now
what
pull
I
up
said was
his year
accurate.
this year. What are we talking
That's
about?
this right here.
What I said was accurate.
He averages 19 for his career. He averaged 20 this year. Mel, wasn't that big of a difference.
I said for the playoffs.
No, you didn't.
I'm going to go to bed, fellas.
He tried
I'm going
to
to bed.
change it to the playoffs when I told him he was lying. But we can look
Boss
at
man,
it
have a
too,
good
'cause
night.
he didn't do
Everybody
that-
say
he
good
didn't do
night
that
to Boss
crazy
man,
playoff
man.
But I got
Good
one
night,
more
boss
thing to say,
man.
man. I got
Good
one more
night.
thing. So I got to be to work early in the morning. Holiday
All right,
would be a great fit for Boston.
How you gonna get him though? Milwaukee not gonna give that up.
that Holiday
They're gonna
would be
break that up.
Especially to a team in that same conference.
Absolutely right.
They don't care about the conference no more. That's
They
a bunch
bro.
of crap. They don't
Yeah,
care about no
right.
conference.
Okay, a winning championship team not about to give another winning championship
They
team a
don't
great
care
player.
about that.
Yeah, right. It's a business. They're not doing that.
I think that's a no. That's a lot. Like that's a no trade for both teams.
Right.
I don't think Boston gives up Brown for Holiday, and damn sure
I
don't
didn't say
think
Brown for
the
Holiday. I
Bucks.
never said Brown for Holiday.
So there's no way. There's no way they would give. They would give up Holiday for anything else.
His numbers didn't go up in the playoff either.
You guys are living in a fantasy world. Teams want to win. They don't care if they have to trade with another team. They don't care about that. Why do they care about that?
I don't think they'll trade.
Dude, if they in the same
doing it for-
conference and they have to play each other, I'm not gonna give you another elite player and I gotta play you 4 times.
They wouldn't do
I
that.
have to play you in the playoffs. Come
They
on,
wouldn't do
boss,
that.
man. That don't make sense, bro.
Unless they
Listen,
get
spend your week using Jordan Poole for Jason Tatum, and let's close the deal. Okay.
that trade don't make no sense.
I'm kidding. I'm a Warriors
He's a
fan.
Warriors
so-
fan, yeah.
I'm talking about the Jalen Brown. I'm talking about the Boston Holiday to Boston. The trade wouldn't make no sense. Where could you make it?
I never said trade. I said get. That's all I said. I never said a trade. I'm not even talking about trade. I never said trade. So you can't put words in my mouth. I didn't say trade.
I agree. He would be a great fit.
I said
but
he'd
it's
be a
not
good
plausible.
fit for them. That's all I said.
Oh, he absolutely
But you
would.
gotta look at the trades that's been in the West already. I mean, Fitz, the guy
He's a great fit for them.
you talking about in the same conference. The Lakers traded for who? The Lakers got Davis for the Pelicans. Oh my gosh. The big
Brandon
guy.
Ingram.
Brandon Ingram.
Yes. So
Pelicans was
they
not a
trading the
championship
same thing. They
contending
don't care
team. What are
about
you
that.
talking about?
It wasn't a
Pelicans
threat.
was not a where exactly. What are you talking about? No, that's not the same.
They're not a threat. You said they wasn't a threat?
No, they
they
had
got
It wasn't.
Oh,
nothing
you're right.
over there.
So I'm glad you said that. So let's go back now. Was the team the Heat a threat? They had to play in the play-in. Were they a threat? Think about what you're saying now.
Not
Was
really.
the
had
Heat
No.
a threat?
If they in the
None of us,
play-in, they
you
not
can
really
say,
a
I
threat.
bet my life on it. 99 guys that get on this line, every last one, no one said the Heat was going to be there. No
Yes,
one.
I did.
Oh
Yes,
my
I
God,
did.
you
No.
upside
Only him
down.
and Bleez, him and Dave Bleez.
Wait,
In the play-in, you said
I called them before. I called them before at the start of the season.
You said they're going to be in the championship.
From the start of the season.
Is that your team?
No,
Oh, you
I'm a
ain't say
Bulls
it.
fan.
I don't believe it.
We
I
need to
don't
play.
believe it.
We gotta play his birthday for
I'm
lottery
not saying
numbers,
you
man.
didn't say Scoop. I'm just 99, and you 1 out of 99. I know I said
I
99.
called them and the Lakers at the beginning of the season.
But the Bucks are interesting though, because the Middleton's a free agent, Brook Lopez is a free agent. I don't, what's going on with them. I'm not saying they're gonna trade Drew Holiday, but
And
it's
they got the
interesting.
new coach.
Right.
Yeah, they're gonna take Nick Nurse.
Right. So look, I feel like it depends on what other team doing with Boston too. Like, Milwaukee got to load up again. We got to see how the East, what Miami going to do, how Philly going to come back. Is James Harden staying? Like, I feel like if players
Harden
from
going to
them teams
Houston.
start moving,
Giannis sound like he
then they
wanna
might. Right. If players from those teams start moving, they might keep their team together. So it
Harden
depends
won
on
30
the free
shots a
agency
game
too.
again.
Might as well. If he ain't winning, might as well
He's
be
trying to
fucking it
secure
up.
his last bag.
A player that would be awesome for Boston, but I don't think the team would trade him is Tyrese Halliburton.
Oh,
He
no,
would
they're
be
not.
awesome for
I just want
Boston.
to say
They're
this.
not gonna
That
get
would be
rid
a
of him,
great
but
fit.
Why are we
That would
giving
be a
so
great
much
fit.
energy to this team?
Who, the
This
Celtics?
racist team that we talking about Boston. We never talk about the Knicks.
Facts.
I'm just saying.
I hate.
They just won. They still in the mix.
I'm not
Boss
gonna
man.
lie.
Yo, you got to talk
Any-
about play. You got to talk about teams that's playing though, boss.
Yo,
Man.
boss
Like,
man.
we got
Yeah.
all season
I
to
say
talk
that all the
about free
time.
agency.
Anytime I see a black man root for Boston, I'm not gonna lie to you. I would
So
never.
what about Carmelo? Do you guys think Carmelo need to be in the Hall of Fame? I mean, is his number
of
retired
course,
in New
yes,
York?
Yes, of course. Yes, definitely.
New York
100%
gotta
yes.
retire his number because Denver not.
So hold on.
Hey,
So
I'm going, fellas.
Bernard
I
King
see y'all
number
later.
should be
Good night.
retired?
All right, Hobby.
Bernard King number shouldn't be retired then?
Bernard King should have been. Bernard King been jerked so many times. He should have been the top 50 and the top 75. I don't get it.
He played 4 years with the Knicks, boss man. Like,
Yeah.
he's more known. He's more known to be here, but he played for Golden State. I
Jersey.
forgot about that. In Jersey, and he had a
Jersey,
crazy year. He had after he left the Knicks.
Now,
After he got
but
traded,
when you think about the Knicks,
he was still
when you think
killing.
about the Knicks, you think about Bernard King when you think about the Knicks. Like, ain't too many play. Patrick Ewing, Bernard King, Melo. Ain't too many. Everybody that played in the '90s. When you think about the Knicks, he's one of them people you think about, even though he ain't played for a long time.
I don't know if I think about Bernard King. I think about Walt Clyde Frazier and them boys.
Well, they're in the Raptors. Their numbers are retired, and they won championships.
Yeah.
So everybody in the Raptors right now for the Knicks won a championship besides Patrick. Everyone else with numbers retired won a championship.
And nobody else. Melo, he had 6 seasons with us.
6
seasons.
He can't
his
get
prime,
15
his
retired in
prime
Denver.
too. His prime Melo.
That's his
some
problem,
of his best
Scoop.
seasons was in the Knicks.
So where's Kawhi getting his jersey retired at? That's his. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's his problem. I don't care if
San
nobody retires his
Antonio, he
jersey.
won a ring. He won a ring in San Antonio.
Maybe
I
Toronto
don't think
too.
retire his jersey.
I think they're gonna put him in the
Toronto
Raptors in Toronto too.
Maybe
Nah.
one
nigga,
year.
They got
Kyle
their own franchise.
Lowry got a fucking statue, nigga. Kyle Lowry got a
Word.
statue. Kawhi
That's
Leonard.
different.
What you think Kawhi gonna get?
Kyle
He brought
Lowry
a
got a
ring.
statue. Come on.
That's not why he got a statue.
Kyle
He got a
Lowry is the
statue because
best
he
player in the
was.
franchise history. Like, he deserves a statue.
Yeah, he showed a lot of love to
Player
Toronto.
in their franchise history. Stop it.
No, Vince was the best player, but the player that meant the most to the franchise was Kyle Lowry.
Yeah,
The
y'all
player
don't.
that
Yeah.
meant the most to the franchise was Kawhi Leonard. They blew up
I'm
their
gonna say
team to get
Kawhi
him for
tripping.
1 year. They knew they wasn't gonna be able to re-sign him. They had a chance to win it. They blew that team up for 1 year.
1,000%. But they love Kyle Lowry out there. I was surprised to hear like how much they love him on Scoop.
They do.
So it's different. See, I don't know if Carmelo, he did a lot in New York, but I don't think he got the same love like Kyle Lowry.
New York love Melo. New York.
We're divided, bro.
Bro, that's the way they're gonna make it right because, like I said, they can't retire in Denver because they gave his number away. And shout out to them, Zay trying to steal that earlier too, because I definitely the one who gave him to. They can't do that for him and Ray Allen. Remember, I sent that post months ago. Ray Allen can't get retired in Milwaukee because
George Karl's overrated as. But here's the thing: when we think of Patrick Ewing when he retired, I don't care how many teams he went to after that. If they asked, "Are we retiring his jersey in New York?" We didn't think about it twice.
Pat's a Nick. But he didn't even play for nobody else really. He went there, but he didn't play.
Right.
Yeah, and Patrick Ewing had like way more success with the Knicks than Carmelo, if you think about it. So
absolutely,
he went to the finals twice.
He contended.
And he went to the finals 1.5 times. Come on now.
He contended. He contended more often. That's my thing.
Yeah, he just ran into the machine,
Mike, King.
Yeah. San Antonio.
Jesus.
Nah, that was Camby. Patrick ain't play that year. 98.
Yeah, but that's the 99. That's the only other time he went to the finals. Yeah, he went to the finals in 90, 94, 99.
Yeah.
Right. As a 8 seed, I believe.
As 8 seed, exactly. The lockout year.
With Latrell Sprewell as the leading scorer.
He got hurt.
Yeah, he
got hurt.
Played.
That's the origin of the Ewing theory. Like that's the team that.
Oh, you're a real Bill Simmons dude.
You mean
what?
Larry? That's the Larry Johnson year. That's the Big L year. 99.
You're a real Bill Simmons fan because he talks about all that. The Ewing theory.
He introduced me to basketball basically when I was younger.
Oh, get out of here!
Yes.
He's a little too Boston based.
I started watching him, but then I evolved. Like,
I will never ever root for Boston a day in my life. I refuse to root for a city that don't like black people. I'm sorry.
I can't believe it.
I'm not a Boston fan. Just to
Bill
be clear.
He wouldn't even stay there.
Nah, they treated him awful though.
Yeah, he moved to Seattle.
Yeah.
Think about that. Boston never, but that's a known thing. Boston never got a free agent. Boston never got a notable free agent. No free agent ever went there. Dominique got traded there. They drafted Dino Roger. Everybody either drafted or traded there.
Kyrie went there. Kyrie chose to
Kyrie got traded there.
Kyrie got traded there, brother.
He chose it. He wanted to play there to complete his father's dream. I'm telling you that now. Because his father had a tryout for Boston when his mom's died. Just stopped playing basketball.
Yeah.
But he wanted to play Boston.
So wait a second. So he didn't get traded there? I thought he got traded.
He did.
He forced the trade to Boston, though.
Oh, forced a trade. Okay. All right. Well, besides, okay. Well, then maybe, yeah. Because
Ray Allen went there in free agency, if I'm not mistaken.
KG didn't want to go there. No. KG didn't want to go there. He said he hated there. He said he was very surprised the way he was treated. So nice. He said he heard everything about Boston. He never wanted to go there.
Yeah, and he didn't want to leave Minnesota. He said it was Teron Lue and Chauncey Billups that looked at him and told him, "Nigga, you want to win a championship? You go there."
Yo, I wanted to ask you. We brought up Chauncey Billups yesterday. He really had that breakout year with Minnesota. Why didn't they keep him? Because that's what
Chauncey was a journeyman.
Right. He was known for, going around like that. But then in Minnesota, I remember him having a crazy, he had like a 40-point game. He was going off. And then the playoffs, he averaged 22.
Because Minnesota had guards, bro.
No, it was like 2000.
Smile says that's America, not just Boston. It was 2000, you said, Turbo?
Yeah.
No, it was 02, 03. Remember they had Troy Hudson?
Bro, have you ever been to Boston? If you've never been to Boston, you can't tell me nothing about it, bro. Boston is racist, outward racist. Now, I get it in the South, right? But no, the city of Boston is outwardly racist.
So, like, what's your experience out there?
Huh?
What did you experience out there?
I got into like 4 fights just like my first 3 days.
School, not for nothing, that's kind of like not surprising.
You lived in Boston school?
Nah, I used to go up there.
Oh, okay.
I used to go there, Rhode Island.
You don't have to tell us why, though. We understand. We read between the lines.
I went to school out there.
Nah, school is military. Boss man's crazy.
I know Boss Man for like almost 30 years now, bro. He's from the block.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm aware, Scoot.
Oh,
I'm adopted all ball.
yeah.
But yeah, but what
you guys in
about
the US? Did you guys in the US heard about the Vinicius Junior stuff that happened this year, this week?
what is that?
It's the football player from Real Madrid. Probably not, right?
Nah, I don't watch soccer.
He's No, but it was news because he suffered it was a bizarre situation in the La Liga in the Spanish Championship that 20,000 people calling him monkey for 10 minutes straight. It was bizarre.
Damn, that's fucked up. And he's good.
That's
it's
known
horrible.
out there,
It's
right?
horrible. What?
Yeah,
but what? Like, are they mad at him?
Oh, the English is the worst.
They hate him.
England is the
They
worst.
hate him.
England is the worst. Yeah.
It's Spain.
No, it's in Spain. Spain is racist too.
Spain is worse than England, to be honest.
Yeah, Spain is white.
Spain is white. Yeah,
they fucked up. Listen, I always say this. Exactly. And their teeth are fucked up. I always say this. We got the bad white blood in my city. I'm Dominican. So we got the fucked up blood. I wanted that fucking Easter. I'd rather get the other white blood. Fuck these Western. I don't know how they let the Russians let them take over. Fuck that. I'd rather be Vladimir Klitschko with my blood than fucking what you said in Spain? They're trash.
Spain.
Bro,
yeah, the president, the Adam Silver, the Adam Silver of the league, he's affiliated to what would be equivalent to a Trump party in Spain. I mean, imagine if Trump had a party for himself. The leader of the league is a Trump party member.
We're not gonna do this.
What's that?
So we're not gonna do this. Trump is not racist.
We got
we're not going down this route.
It's a far right party. That's all.
Scoop. Listen. This is and I agree with you, brother. You know what? I know what Trump did for people coming out of jail. I know what Trump did for small black businesses. And let me tell you something. Fabe, you can look this up. Beloved ain't never cried for no Mexican because Mexican was catching slaves at the border like it was nothing. And they was one of the biggest slave catchers during slavery.
They don't like
Mexicans?
Yes, America hired American Indians, since y'all love to cry for Indians too. Right. Y'all love to cry for everybody else. They was catching us by the boatloads and getting land for it. So save me with your bloody tears for a camp in Texas with air conditioning. They was catching slaves. So beloved ain't got no bleeding. But beloved ain't no bleeding heart liberal. I'll tell you that.
Nothing wrong with Trump. I miss Unc. Hey, look. Hey, Republicans, you want to boost our fucking ratings? I'll go right ahead, School. Go with your fucking red flag, baby.
I don't have a red flag. So listen, I don't after serving in the military, bro, I just see things different. I've been in 36 countries at this point in my life, right? I just see things a lot different. Like I get both sides of the media. Like World War II is the perfect example, right? Because I was in Japan for 6 months, right? I listened to the accounts of us talk about World War II, and we're taught it, as opposed to their account, right? They didn't catch and decode no message. Japan sent them and let them know that they were coming, right? Mm-hmm. They allowed the attack on Pearl Harbor to happen to play against people's feelings. They purposely sacrificed them damn ships, the U.S. Arizona and shit. Mm-hmm. So when you start getting other news media outlets and watch, I went into class and watch it be taught because I wanted to see what they thought from their perspective, right? And you start to come to realize a lot ain't being said right?
Is that called a false flag? Like go for Tonkin? They do things like that to allow like you said, to persuade us to trick us into going into war.
Yeah,
that's what a lot of these that's why I step back when I see the protesting and why are you protesting? You know what I mean? I see certain people like when the whole thing happened with God bless the dead with that kid that got choked out on the train, bro. You ain't gotta stop the train like that. They were fighting with the people on the train. It's like, yo, you're protesting for me. I'm the one that has to get to work. What are you talking about? So it just things like that throw me off. But go back to Trump. I don't care about the Trump thing. I don't like getting caught up in being emotional about it. Like once you get emotional, now you're trying to blind me. Now you're trying to rock me.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I look at there was no new wars under Trump. You know what I mean? Where he messed up big time though, if we're gonna go there, was the mask and all that. He took away the funding for that beforehand, before going into when the pandemic happened. That's his biggest mistake.
The pandemic was a hoax from the start. The pandemic was a way for them to launch this new digital currency. I've said this for years since it started, right? And now that it's becoming a thing, if we have my old page, remember they took my old page. If we have my old page, you can look through the years. And I was talking about, what are y'all talking about? How did they give everybody stimulus money?
Right.
If you ain't have a bank account, you damn near wasn't getting your stimmy. So what everybody did, made sure their papers was updated, right? Now they hitting people with these stimmies. Boom, boom. They're coming direct deposit, right? They're making sure you're online for this banking. Switzerland hasn't used cash in 3 years, 4 years.
To Switzerland?
Yes, the Swiss bank has been completely digital. There is no cash in Switzerland. Right? If you watch Europe, they all converted to the euro. Like
right.
Convergence. Like it's easier to get everybody to convert and then convert to one thing. Boom. They feed you the banks. Our money's gonna be stronger. You seeing it, and the euro jumped the dollar
for a second since the 90s, and then right now the brick company.
China in their first year of COVID, right? They had rolled out within 6 months. They had rolled out their digital currency. While everybody was locked up, they rolled out their digital currency, their test period. Like you see it, you have a dollar right now. Dollar digitally right now. We have a digital currency. It's already in play. You can go buy shares dollars.
Well, that explains like Apple having their own bank now. It also explains like the BRIC companies as well: Brazil, Russia, India, China. What India's gonna do is really interesting, and China, because they're making these deals with Saudi Arabia for the oil, and they're replacing the petrodollar. Now they're going against the dollar.
That's the thing.
Not only them, China and Brazil, like they struck a deal for trading in yen that was like worth 10% of the world economy or something like that. So it was quite a big deal.
They're gonna use that to feed us. Oh, we're about to go into a recession,
right?
Right. They're gonna use that because now the oil is no longer traded in the dollar.
Right, the petrodollar, the black dollar, what it was called.
It's no longer traded in the dollar. So that's how they're gonna feed us this recession. But like I know, America will never release being a world power. It's impossible.
Well, I would. That's what I'm wondering. Like, what happens next?
Yeah, I think there's a different. America won't like it will keep being a world power, but it's different from being the only world power. I think that era is over. Like I think that's over.
We're not powerful. You said. Say that again. Sorry.
I'm saying you're not going to be the only world power anymore. You're going to be one of the two, probably with China, but there's going to be competition. And I think that we're seeing that already.
America was never the only world power. That's a farce.
After Russia, after the end of the Soviet Union, you had like 20 years of.
No, I agree with that, Scooter. I think, and you can reply to this, Scooter, because this is how I learned it. They don't teach you this in school, but after World War II, going back to what you said, England and France were obliterated, and they basically were going to lend money to England and France in exchange for all the spots in the Middle East, and that's how the petrodollar thing really started.
That's a farce.
Yes. Okay.
Used for something, Pete. You think America is the world power?
Used to be.
When? From what year?
Since World War II. I'll say since World War II until the last 5 to 7 years after Obama.
You ready? The British pound has always been stronger than the dollar. Never once went under. Never.
Yeah, but that's not a good metric to be for
right.
you. Like
it is a great metric because everything is rooted in money. Sorry to tell you that. Power is rooted in money.
Yeah, but 98% of the world transactions over the last, 50 years have been made in dollars. So You're right.
That's what
The power isn't the money, but the money is dollar. That's what the point is.
A sub-compartment of England. Y'all are bugging. We're not an independent. We are a subcontract of England. I don't know.
So
this
so
is
that
a conglomerate. This is an industry that filters everything back to Europe.
Right. Well, we know that. That's where we came from. So we understand. I mean, from reading our history, you're absolutely correct. But you're saying we're not powerful as far as military standing point?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying we're not the only world power.
Well, we're number one when it comes to that.
No,
that's a fact.
You're number one when it comes to everything. Everything.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Let me give you.
Hold on. Let me just finish what I need to say. I wasn't in the Army, but I did do a little reading. When it comes to spending money on the military, we're number one. Number one, hands down. No one's no powerful than us when it comes to spending money on military, and you know that.
Yes.
So if we doing that, then we have to be powerful in that aspect.
Pete, let me tell you. All right, I'm gonna tell you exactly why, right? And I'm gonna explain it to you nice and simple. As far as shared numbers, right, it would be China. That's one. Right? We are
as far as what?
Pure number.
Numbers of what?
If we had to go to war, manpower, it would be China. Not even close.
Oh, manpower, yes, but you don't go to war with man anymore.
Right.
You go to war with technology and.
Hold on, but let them go point by point, because then that was
one
point.
I'm sorry.
As far as sheer numbers, it would be China. Now, where we strength at, right, is our Navy. The world is covered by water mostly, right? We can launch a full-on attack anywhere in the world within a half an hour.
Correct.
That's where people think, right? But we don't fight wars that way no more, right? Wars have come a long way. There's no such thing as a war. There can't be a world war anymore. Everybody has a nuke program, right? So once one button gets pressed, all of the buttons get pressed. So that would mean the end of the war. So people being scared of a world war that's just a farce. That's just something they use to feed you fear. There's everybody has a seat at the table except us. We don't actually have a seat at the table, right? You have the 1% of the 1%, and they make all of the fucking calls throughout the world. They sit at the fucking table.
But that's why I gotta disagree, Scoop, because I don't want to go tapping. I'll say it, but like when they say the Jewish media and stuff like that, to me, in my opinion, when you make those kind of stereotypes, that's for this side of the world.
I like this page. Stop talking. I like this page. Stop talking now. I like this page. Stop talking now. I like the page, Fabian. Please don't go into that. Please, don't talk about them. Stop.
Okay.
Thank you. Move on.
I get exactly what he's saying.
Hey, beloved, one thing about it, boy.
I wasn't gonna go into them though. I'm just saying the way the world is.
Stop.
The way the world is.
Okay, no, don't do that. Don't go into that. We like this page right now. It's owned by black people, run by black people. You're gonna eventually sell us out, but that's another case. But let's keep the page while we but don't even don't say the word. Don't even say jelly. Say jam. Don't even say jam.
My point isn't even that though. But my point isn't even that, because around the world you can see that everyone, like what Scoot is saying, there's different people that have a role. It's not just so when people go overboard about that, it doesn't make sense to me. Like Saudi Arabia, we definitely know that's not ran by anyone in the predominant religion in this side of the world. It's not Christian. You know what I mean? Like they have their own people there. Russia, they have these different factions there. I was surprised to even learn that Ukraine had Nazis. Like that blew my mind. But because I didn't know the history, I don't study the history. I didn't know the motherland of Russia was Ukraine and Kiev was a cat. So learning all these things to me is great, and keeping up with these things. So like I don't know everyone got a seat at the table in like the United States, bro. The revolution what happened in this country with the Industrial Revolution and all that shit matters. That shit matters. I don't think they would just give into England like that, because there's too many powerful people here that are saying, I ain't giving you no money. Like we know that for a fact.
Dave, you want to hear what's so crazy? How far do you think? So the world map is built for a lie, right? It's built for a lot. Nowhere near right? How far do you think Russia is from American soil?
Well, it used to be connected through Alaska on an ice bridge, but
half a fucking hour. You're absolutely. You can be mentally somewhere else entirely. So grab one fresh and summer edition Red Bull Slush.
Smiles thinks I'm going to sell. Agrees with you, beloved. Oh no, she wants to know why is Fabian going to sell us out? Because I'm the lightest person on the screen. That's what he thinks, and I'm Dominican. I'm a conquistador in his mind.
I'm out there, Papa. I'm Puerto Rican.
Hey, Scoop. What I like about man, we're talking about, stuff like this is good, and everything. I like the fact that you had a chance to visit 36 countries, man, and to get that experience in life about that. So, hearing these stories like that, it just tells us we just need to read a little bit more each and every day, man.
Yeah, we gotta read Untethered. Like, try to tell everybody, like, remember.
Did you ever come to South America?
Ooh,
I haven't been.
Yeah. Scoot, did you come to South America?
A little bit.
That was your. There's no lead up to that, Bernardo.
Nothing.
I just want to know if he came to South America. Just
he's not really giving it. He said a little bit. I don't know how a little bit. He said a little bit.
You stepped out. You was on the banana boat.
I'm not hearing him actually. I'm not hearing him.
Now,
at all.
A little bit. Nothing extended.
Okay.
Like vacation. Like not anything. Any sufficient time to like my time in Mexico. I learned that one of the they got a whole black village in Mexico, right? There's a dude named Gaspar Yengar, right? He was a slave when they was taking him through Mexico. He got free, and they literally used to attack all the slave ships that come through. It got so bad that they left their whole village alone. But most people won't even talk about that. His name is Gaspar Yengar.
But ever since we've been talking about this, we've been getting a lot of static. So we gotta listen to Beloved right now. It's going in and out. We don't want them to mess up this page and all that.
Listen, boss man, I ain't saying nothing. They can't come from my job. I ain't saying nothing.
What up, Double D?
Mexico's second president was black. They don't talk about it. I'm just trying to figure out, like,
look at it.
They don't talk about nothing. Remember, whoever wins the war gets to tell a story. Whoever wins the war gets to tell the story.
Yeah, I really ain't. I don't think we're going overboard.
Our first president wasn't Abraham Lincoln. We had 13 presidents before him.
Right. But I'm still trying to figure out, like, why you think it wasn't
George
weren't
Washington.
in power.
Our first president wasn't George Washington.
It was a black dude. I think it was.
We had 13 presidents before him.
It was a black senator. I think it was before George, something like that. But I'm trying to figure out, like, why didn't you think we were in power? Like, I think even going back to the NBA, like LeBron being in China, all those things.
We're not.
Those are like signals to us.
I said we're not the only. We're not the only. He was saying, like, we are the singular world power. We're not.
Who said that?
No, what I meant was, like, there's not that you were the only power. I meant that, like, the U.S. was the leader of the group of people, of the group of countries. There was the dominant power in the world for a long time, for
true.
like 20, 30 years.
They say the greatest trick the devil ever did was make people believe that he doesn't exist. It's always and always has been Britain.
I've heard that before, the Vatican, and I've heard all the conspiracies. But I'm saying it looks like
Fabian, think about it this way, right? Everybody knows the truth except us. Why? The Pope behind his wall, the Jesus on his wall is black. In the Vatican, he's
the Black Madonna. Everybody know that. The Black Madonna
is black. Right? Mm-hmm. Everywhere you go outside of this world, like the Jewish, they call themselves Jewish. They call themselves Jewish. I'm not gonna say that wrong. It's the truth. Look, they call themselves Jewish, right? If you even look in the Holy Bible, it says the Jews. It never says Jewish. It is because they have conceded that the original Jews were black, right? So they call themselves Jewish, which means related to If you look up the word ish, ISH, it means in relation to.
I get that.
It's a crazy play on words.
No, but school. I ain't listen. I don't mind any of this shit, to be honest. I grew up with Russian. Like my close friends of mine, Russian Jewish kids. Like I don't even give a fuck. To be honest, I always looked at it like whoever's in power, like it's always gonna be a conspiracy. We could be the Illuminati right now. You always gotta. You understand? Like you gotta do something. It's just like we forget what the block is about. On the block, people were running the block, and you did whatever you could to run the block. Everybody didn't have to know you were running the block. You run it like the Illuminati. So that's just natural to think. It's just a natural occurrence to be that way. And the technology, like that, all that shit is real. It has to be.
It
has to be. But
I don't want you.
What should we do? I'm always asking,
if I'm
like,
running the block. I don't want everybody to know I'm running the block.
Right, because your job is to move the money.
Yeah.
Always to move the investment. So that's why I'm asking you, like, what's next? Where are you going to invest in? Where are you going to put? Like, that's why I like the EYL dudes, Earn Your Leisure. That shit is amazing to me. Because to me, they're about to be
money. If you're gonna spend any money right now, it would be in gold. I'm gonna tell you why. Inflation is 3%. Gold has appreciated 8% on year. It keeps you ahead of inflation, and it's recession proof because I can trade gold in all currencies.
I thought inflation was 4%, 4 or 5%.
What inflation?
Inflation, yeah.
Okay.
Well, if you want to put money somewhere, put it in the Brazilian bank system because we turn out 13% a year. So because it's a bizarre system.
Savings account?
Yeah, if you just put money in the bank, and you have money in the Brazilian bank system, I don't know, is interest like juros interest? The interest rate in Brazil is 13% a year.
Here's the problem with that.
Well, hold on, school. No, he's asking a question. What is what interest?
Interest is like the cost of money. Like when you put money. When you get money.
When we speak about interest, is like
the gain.
Amount earned.
It's the gain. It's called gain.
Right.
That's what I mean.
So that's
that's what I mean.
And that's the biggest trick in the whole entire world, being in debt. We all in debt. We all owe somebody. So money's always going to circulate a lot, and they're always going to accumulate a lot. Now, when you talk about investing in gold, I mean, yes, that's gold, but again, how do people learn about these things? It's teaching people about what to do, because what they tell us, you have to invest in property, you have to invest in land, you have to invest in stocks. We say yes, we say no, but again, some of us have to be true. You just have to follow the money. What person's making the most money? What organization is making the most money? JP Morgan got banks. They making a lot of money. The Ross children, whatever they call, they making money. Yes, they making money. So all these people making money from us.
Well, but I think I like what school said, because in a time like this, with the fear, that's when you see the money moving a certain way, and you see like I can't say I studied the market like that crazy, but I have studied it enough to know that they make the biggest footprints in the market. So when you watch the stock market and it drops, it's not about it dropping, it's about how much did it drop in terms of not the number at, like, let's say dollar amount. No, it's what's called the volume, the amount of trades that took place. So when you see a big amount of that, that's the big dogs moving. But no, do you own a bank or something like that? What do you mean trying to go into a Brazilian bank account? What was that about?
He was telling you.
Look, I'm trying to figure out here. Brazil is the second largest interest rate in the world at 13%. The first largest is Argentina at 97%, but Argentina is broke. So, the interest rate here is absurd. What?
What about Chile?
Let me see.
Because
again, what he's saying is right? But what he's not taking into account, right, is in America, you have to disclose them bank accounts, and that's when America hits them fees. for having
Exactly.
offshore accounts and stuff.
Yes.
It doesn't add out. They
No, that's
penalize
true.
you too much for having
Right.
that. If
Right.
you
Well,
could somehow get it over there and deposit it and sneak away, cool.
Yeah.
But as I said, gold is recession proof. If you have gold, if I have a brick of gold, right, and the dollar tanks, the dollar becomes worth 5 cents, from $1 to 5 cents, right? I can still take that gold because that didn't transfer, right? I can go to wherever the strongest currency is and cash it in.
but that goes back to knowing how to do all that. You know what I mean? Like, and also,
Bro,
just
I
how do
had
you
to
move
learn.
in general?
There's like in today's age, like Bossman and in his era, they didn't have the resources, right? We have the resources in this age.
Yeah.
Well, I
Now
think
it just takes somebody.
hold on, Scoop. Hold on, not to cut you off, and I'm sorry, but it was back then. We didn't pay no attention to it back then. It's
Yeah.
not like it just came to existence right now, and I'm not just saying right now, but you know what I mean. It's been there for a long time. We just believe what people are telling us what to do and not to do.
Yeah, just like they tell you, but I'm saying that's what I'm saying. It's readily available. It's easy accessible now, right? If I put an idea in your mind, it's nothing for you to grab your phone and research it, as opposed to you back in the day hearing it and then have to find this paper trail and where they got these secret hidden links at and everything else. Got to go into the library, then got to go into the white people library downtown. Then have to learn there's different types of libraries.
So Scoop. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, boss man.
So saying all this, did you learn this when you was in, and did you pass it? Did the Army teach you and did what you learned? Did you pass it on to your colleagues?
They didn't teach me shit. I learned from failing and watching and wanting to succeed, and through all that, I did it. I'm not telling you something like.
No, I say that because I appreciate that. I work for the state, and they don't tell us they give you a package. City and state workers give you a package and tell you, hey, you can invest.
Like they tell you 401k, right?
They tell. Well, we have 457.
But okay, but I'm saying but what I'm saying is they teach you 457.
What's up, Carla?
401k and things like that, right?
Correct.
That's what they teach you, right? They don't teach you that life insurance is a better investment, because as I'm paying through my life insurance, I can take a whole fucking tax-free loan from the money that I already invested, right?
Correct.
If I put it in a trust, if I put a life insurance policy and put me and all my kids on it, and I'm paying into that, right? I can borrow that money.
Trust. It's called the family trust.
So yes, and if the trust, if it's in a trust, right, and somebody dies, the trust, the life insurance policy refunds your bank and it fills your bank. That money goes back into the thing, and I can always take that out. What they don't tell you is under $2 million, it doesn't even require you to have a physical. Think about it.
So let's this the conversation we have.
Hold on, Bossman. You can put property in the family trust name. You can put boats, cars, businesses, LLCs, everything.
Yes.
They're a family trust name. And
that's what I learned. That's what I learned through my union working with the state.
Yep. Nobody gets sued.
They tell you buy property, but they don't tell you, don't put the property in there, because if you get sued, they can hit that. They don't tell you put it in your business name.
You can change it to, I forgot what it's called. I don't know if it's an LLC something.
Yeah, you put it in the LLC, and your business owns the house.
And you can put a car in your LLC. You can put your kids, all of that. And I'm just reading about this stuff as we go along. You know, we have these various conversations with so many people, and you just take a little from other people. How can I build generation wealth for my family? And that's what it's about. So life insurance is the biggest thing that we all need, and we take it for granted because we don't know the ins and out of it, like you just said, and beloved just said. But this all stems from Donald Trump.
And it's tax free.
Why do you say that?
Because Donald Trump teaching us that you don't have to pay taxes.
Right.
Use the rules they have in there. Use the rules. He utilized all the rules that was in there in that file, whatever it may be, 560 rules. He used that for a write-off.
Yeah,
When
he
we
didn't do
go,
any. He didn't do anything illegal. You're
no,
absolutely right.
nothing. But we don't take
Did you
time
guys
to
see the
do.
Chappelle joke about that?
No.
He said when Trump became a legend, it was like I think it was one of the first debates in the general election in 2016. He was like he said that the system was rigged, and he knew it because he used it. And then he pointed to Hillary and said, like, your donors know it because I was your donor and I
Oh,
used
and
it.
they're not
So,
gonna do nothing because they use the same damn tricks. I mean, they use
Yep.
the
yeah.
same tax cuts. Yeah,
Yep.
investors.
Right. But that's why I want to get like what Boss Man saying. I try to stay on point. Like the argument about that, like my family was just like, what? Like I don't think it's that big of a deal that Hillary lost. Like I don't care. I just want to know again, where should I put my money? I got a 401k, like you said, Boss Man. I got my
I
look.
told you,
They don't talk about. Hold
401k.
on, Scooter. They don't talk about like the California has the biggest pension in the country. It's called CalPERS, the CalPERS pension. They almost went bankrupt. There was a guy. See, that's why the whole thing with Asia is crazy right now, because there was a guy that was running it that was Asian, that was Chinese, that was running it and had deals with China. And again, there was a guy that got caught in the NYPD that was Chinese, and they caught him. So all these there's espionage, the cyber wars going on. All right, because that's what you're saying, Scoop. There's a lot of fear that they pumping. Where's my money at? Are you into money market mutual funds?
And one thing that I
No.
don't understand about American politics is when I studied, because I study law, and we had to study the American system, and it's like I don't understand why you guys pay so much attention to federal general elections. Like it doesn't really matter that much. The local
Look,
elections are hugely more important than federal elections for the American
Absolutely
system.
right. Because I try to
Yo,
tell people your mayor
Bernardo,
controls
hold on.
your mayor
Yeah.
controls who gets, the city contracts to work at the potholes in the street. Those are $1 million contracts, right? That guy gets to say, hey, my cousin's gonna do that. My cousin has a deal. I'm gonna give him that contract. Like them things matter.
Bernardo, in we have a borough, well not a borough, a place called Harlem. There was a guy named Charles Rangel. The guy
oh
ran
man,
Harlem for 67 years. Bernardo, he started an initiative with Ronald Reagan, the war on drugs, that locked up more than half his
My
constituents.
man,
But Bernardo, listen to this. I'm not finished yet. The mothers,
sorry.
the mothers that sons were getting locked up from the crack, the unfair drug laws. You know what they do? They voted for him for another 60 years, Bernardo.
you know
The
what's
guy was the guy was indicted about 17 times on tax evasion. You know what he does? He goes to another crooked guy that just died called Reverend what's the guy from Abyssinia? Damn.
Who passed away?
Another yeah, another reverend. And he
Come
guess
here.
what he does? Guess what he does, Bernardo? He buys all the property in Harlem for older
Calvin
women in
Butts.
Calvin Butts. He buys the property right in the 70s and the 60s from old black ladies and sell the buildings for
Totally
millions of
wrong.
dollars. And guess what he does for the community? He built the gym. The gym is still under renovation and it's still the worst gym in New York City.
That is
I,
so
I don't
true,
want to
man.
act like a know-it-all, but like the drug wars in the U.S. is something that we study at exhaustion in law school here in Brazil, because it was
wow.
the model that we imported from the U.S. to Brazil, and it's the most racist law in our system. It's the drug laws that we imported from the U.S. And I work with it because I work in the criminal system, and it's like we like in criminal law we call the critical criminals. It's a kind of a joke, and
Let,
it's the
let,
people that question the criminal system in Brazil. And we like the Supreme Court of Brazil characterized the drug wars as a genocide.
let me tell you
They
Like,
why.
did.
yeah,
Because
it's bizarre. And I know that, for example, like in the US, the drug wars in the US, they targeted crack cocaine and not powder cocaine because of who used it. Like
Right.
it was
Well,
specific.
well,
right.
But
tell you.
let me answer Fabe question. So you asked about the stock market, about money market. So they always tell you to diversify your money. So I'm gonna try to explain this simple in terms. So let's take McDonald's, Burger King, White Castle, and let's take Papa John's. You don't invest in one of them, you invest in all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Because if one go bad, at least you're still doing good along the way.
You invest in a burger.
So you diversify it by investing in stable, which you know your money stable is going to be there. 20% of that. You look at money market. You look at international stocks. Then you look at the middle cap, small caps. Then you look at Vanguard, what they're doing right now. Then you look at another one, Fidelity, and you see what they're doing. You look at the yield for 5 years. You look at it from 1 to 5 years, and you say, well, in 1 to 5 years, Vanguard's going to earn 5.7. You look at below it, Vanguard portfolio might say, well, in 5 years they're going to earn 4.7. So you go with the 5.7 because the highest projection that you're going to receive. It's nothing is guaranteed along the way, but that's what you're going to receive. So with that, it just constantly grow for the next so many years, and then that's what your job. So you invest $200 every month. After so many years, you can borrow that same money from yourself and put down a house, because all you're doing is pay yourself back with a.
That shit is heavily taxed.
What did I just say? You can borrow the money from yourself.
I just withdrew $50,000 from.
Let me finish. You're right. You will be taxed, but you're borrowing your own money. Again, if you wait till you're 59 and a half, you get taxed less. Also, you can put in a Roth account and you get taxed before you take money out. So it's different ways to do these things. I'm not knocking what you say. You're absolutely correct. You're going to be taxed at a high rate. You're right. Until you turn 59 and a half. But you're using your money to make money. And if you have a retirement with a state or city job, you borrow from your own pension at a low rate, 2%, 3%. So these ways you can do it, you just have to ask the right question or do the right reading. It's right there in front of our face all the time. And I try to teach my colleagues all this all the time because I'm heavily involved with retirement plans.
Bossman, but that's exactly what I'm telling you. They push you into those because they get a cut out of it. They don't push. You can do the same thing with the life insurance policy. That's exactly what I'm telling you. You're doing the same exact thing with the life insurance policy. You're taking your own money out, right? And you can take as much as you put in there out, just like you take your own money.
No,
There's no tax.
I'm not knocking that. I was just giving him
another way
to do it. You're right about that. Yeah. We said insurance, you can do the same thing. I'm not saying that, but as you want to make money in different areas in your life. So let's say we get ready to retire. Somebody's getting ready to retire. You want to be able to receive 3 checks: retirement, Social Security, and your own pension that you put money into. That's what you want. That's what you work for when you're working for the city and the state. That's what you want.
3 streams of income.
Absolutely.
Scooter, that situation with the insurance company, right? Isn't that the Infinity, like an Infinity loan, something like that? That's what it's called.
No.
Different policies have different
names. Yeah.
Right.
So I gotta use the bathroom.
Yeah. So if you're working, I know where you're working at, you could just say, hey, I need to look at my policy. They should give it to you every quarterly. And you should see it. You'll see the gain, the yield, the earns, and all that along the way, which is a good thing to do. Go ahead, Scoop.
Yeah,
you ready to jump in.
No. So the 401k and all that, right? That how aggressive you should be with your portfolio and stuff, it totally depends on your age too, right?
Correct.
Because you can be totally aggressive when you're in your 20s.
Right.
Because you have time to make that up, right? But the problem, boss man, right, is if we hit in a recession and you're about to retire in a couple years, that recession will kill your 401k.
What you do that you put it in stable. Like you said, if you know a recession get ready to come, then you take 95% of your money you put in stable and hopefully stay that, because you won't lose as much.
But a recession can kill stable. You have companies that stable stock is like considered,
conservative, very conservative. Yes, you're right. But it's harder to lose money in that.
That's based on gains and losses, right?
Correct.
But if a crash happens and companies start folding, right?
Well, we thought that in 2008, right?
No, that's what they wanted you to believe. It wasn't
We did.
recession.
Well, I
2008
lost a
wasn't
lot of money.
recession.
I lost a lot of money. My plan.
And you gained it back within. And you gained
In
it back.
some years, but you still lost.
Yeah.
You can't recuperate the loss. So if you lost $40,000 and you gain $40,000 10 years later, it's supposed to be $80,000, right?
It should be more. Yeah,
But
absolutely.
I'm saying, but you still lost. What I'm saying, you still lost that $40,000.
Yeah.
Somebody said, "All ball finance."
No, Mike, your mic is
My bad. Thank you. Smiles, you should be able to borrow from your pension if you wanted to. I mean, I wouldn't suggest it. Depends on what part where you are in in your career, but you can. It should be cheap. So I don't know how.
The fees is crazy, bro.
No,
Depends on your age. It depends on your age. It depends. See, every company has their own stipulations. So if you're younger than 59 years old, you might be penalized 3 times, at least 30% of your money.
Fidelity, Vanguard, I know
and
Fidelity,
Charles Schwartz,
FAO Schwartz, they're gonna be hit 30%, bro.
No, that's
across the board.
Retirement account. But I'm talking. She's talking about her pension. That's different. Your
So
pension
if you bought from your pension, you're paying back 2%, 2 to 3% of your money back,
and you might pay on taxes later on if you borrow too much, and depending on your tax bracket.
Well, see, with this, when you borrow from your pension, it's already being taxed, so which is good. You're good with that. So you have a better.
Not mine. Mine is pre-tax.
Right.
See, I'm not being taxed for that money.
It's before taxes.
Yeah.
You still got tax. You're gonna get taxed.
He's gonna get taxed when you go to cash it.
Right.
You're gonna get taxed. So you're gonna pay that money back. But again, if you're 50 years old and you want to invest, this a job you just started at. You can say, listen, put me on the fast track. Put me on the fast track.
Your penalty, your pension has a penalty too because it hasn't matured yet.
When you borrow against it, I mean, from what I've seen, I've taken out loans before. I haven't seen any real, nothing unless it's hidden, with the paperwork. But it's all about like you gotta, show up with, or bring the paperwork when you do your taxes. And you gotta show that's income.
And then
they're gonna see it. Your tax guy gonna see it. So it's gonna be in your W-2. So it's gonna say, hey, he borrowed or she borrowed money from your W-2, and then they're gonna know. So you can't hide it because it's gonna be in your W-2.
They give you a whole nother form for it.
Right. That's what Carla's saying. They'll ask you if you want taxes taken out, you can pay the taxes back in 3 years. So maybe I click the other one. Right. Okay.
So either way, like Scoop said, you're gonna pay your taxes. We cannot avoid that.
Yeah.
That's just inevitable. It's just gonna happen. But however, you can work around it to make money for you if you want.
It's death in Texas.
Say that again.
Never avoid it. You can never avoid it. It's death in Texas.
Yes.
It's crazy what he was saying. What he was saying about in Brazil, how they're studying. They copied the laws. Basically, it was like Rockefeller laws, right? All the crack laws is crazy. And then Brazil,
it's literally. It's in 07, like the left-wing government from Brazil copy and pasted the law from the US from the war on drugs. And in 07, the war on drugs in the US was like toning it down already because it was happening since the 70s. In Brazil, in 2007, we started it. And like our prison population went from 100,000 people to 800,000 people or something crazy like that in the span of 15 years.
That's what I was telling you. You get a form.
It's crazy.
What was that? Your population went from what?
My prison population went from 100,000 people to 800,000 people right now.
And you know what's fucked up? Really fucked up is that Brazil is the worst hit with the transatlantic slave, right? Trey, they had the most slaves going over there.
Like Brazil is fucked up in terms of social and economic inequalities. It's like I could spend. Like, I know I'm white, but I could spend a couple of hours talking about Brazilian racism and Brazilian slavery. Like the history is glim as fuck. And it's weird because here things are they're not on the, how can I say that? They're not on the open. Like if you come to Brazil, you won't feel racism in Brazil as an outsider. but it's all systemic. Like it's all under the blanket, and it's worse
That's
because
what racism is. You can't have racism without being
no,
systemic.
but what I'm saying is there was never a racist law, like explicitly racist law, like there was in the U.S. last century. Like there's nothing for us to attack specifically. It's like it's weird. Like the history in Brazil is really weird, and the slave trade in Brazil was way worse than anybody in any place out anywhere else in the world. Like it's by far the worst situation in the world.
I don't know if it's by far the worst when the slaves are coming from Africa. I mean that would be
obviously yes.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Scoop?
If
like
the
the
slaves
worst
are coming from Africa, you may have ran them the most through Brazil, but they're coming from Africa.
The worst hit by the slave trade was Africa by far. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, of course. I mean, of course. And I don't like that either. We just say Africa, like that shit. It's mad countries over there. Like we're never specific about that.
Africa is the continent, though.
Right. That's my point. But we never just say Europe. We specifically point to Spain. We don't say North America. We don't connect with Canada and Mexico like that. We could specifically say the U.S. You call out all the Caribbean countries, but with Africa, everyone always refers to them as the continent. Like there's a 20 countries over there, more than that.
More than that, way more.
Well,
right.
That's because
150 something.
They brainwashed us to believe that all the time.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
The worst, huh?
Absolutely, you're saying it's absolutely right. Yes.
And we got to take that narrative out of our mind and do things like this. Help people along the way.
They did that. They did that on purpose. They don't. So, all right. So, matter of fact, Fabian, your country, right? Because the Dominican Republic shares the land with Haiti. Right? Now, let's get into it.
Yeah.
By land resource, right? Haiti should be one of the richest places in the world, but they had to pay France 95% of everything that they get out of their country first. That just stopped.
Supposedly.
With it, yes, and it stopped because the guy like, man, fuck that, man. That treaty from 1,000 years old, like, you know what I mean? That shit 1,000 years old. We're not paying that no more. Or by far, they should be one of the richest lands as far as natural resources, right? So it's the same thing with Africa. Africa by far should be number one, right? Africa is the only continent that can self-sustain through everything. They don't need to outsource anything from right? Yeah. So they do here, like they do, right? They show us commercials, flies on their face and everything to keep us the fuck away from there. I want to go back there. They won't show us Johannesburg is a completely built modern city where they're driving Lamborghinis and stuff. They're not going to show us stuff like that because they want us to stay the hell away from there so they can keep doing all the corrupt shit that they do.
Well, I think there's a mix of that though. I think I mean to cut you off, Scoop, but I think there's also just that, like I explained to anyone, like I'm Dominican, right? So there's a culture that was cultivated there. So anywhere I go around the world, I can hear someone that sounds Dominican. They speak Spanish a certain way. They're gonna cook a certain kind of food. There's a bridge that's been broken between West Africa, which is what we're really talking about, and Black Americans. And you can't. It's not this. There's no food. There's no. What is the custom to connect you? That's the real, bond that was broken. The bond is that was broken.
They took it from us. They brought us here. They erased us as a whole. Our connection, right?
Right.
Like if you find a European American, right, they still have their original names, right? So like
absolutely,
like my girl, for example, her name is her family name is Bretta, right? If she goes back to Norway, there's Bretta. They have a farm. She never been until recently last year, right? But they have a fucking farm that she can say, hey, my name is Bretta, and she went back and they found a farm, and that's her family, like legally, like that's her family, like interested to know her and everything else, right? They took that, they erased that from us, and they disconnected us. They gave us their language, their religion, and everything else. So now we are the only people who don't have a connection back, like you're saying.
I don't think it's the only time in history that ever happened. It's just that we're living in.
We are
No.
Black
I
people
know.
are the only people, bro.
I know. No, I
Yeah,
know
in
what you
Brazil,
mean.
what happened in Brazil was quite similar. Like when the slaves were brought to Brazil, when they came in, they were given names, generic Portuguese names, so that there was no heritage. Like nobody, Brazilians don't know where they came from. Black Brazilians have no idea where they came from, and
Right.
that's one of the main fights. Like not one of the main, because Brazil is a really fucked up country, but like one of the fights that of the black movement, that what we call it, the black movement here in Brazil, is trying to trace back the heritage of people. But it's quite impossible. Like it's a
Yeah.
bizarre task to take on.
Bernardo, what was the name? There was like this lesbian revolutionary lady that got murdered out there. Like this is like 3 years ago.
Marielle Franco.
Yeah, like that was like in front of the precinct and some shit like that. It was crazy.
Yeah, and like that story goes deep because nobody has yet to know who ordered the attack, ordered the assassination, but like everybody around the assassination has some ties with our ex-president. So it's like stuff goes, and she was from because here in Brazil there's something called militias, which is not the organized militias from the American Constitution, is like segments from the military police. The military police is horribly paid and mostly made out of black people, but the high rankings of the military police, they have a lot of power here in Brazil, especially my state here, Rio de Janeiro. Probably know it, Rio de Janeiro, the Christ and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so the high rankings officials of the military police, they started organizing paramilitary organizations to fight against the like the organized crime in Rio initially, but then they became part of the organized crime. And now like Rio can be divided by territories of different crime families and crime organizations, and the militias are like own 50% of the territory. And Marielle was an activist in one of those places that was formerly from a gang and then became from a militia, and she was murdered by the militia. So that's the situation is really fucked up. The Marielle situation is really fucked up.
Brazil
she have?
corrupt. Like
Yeah.
remember during when they got the when they got the Olympics, they cleaned up like 10 square miles, but everything else was fucked up still, wasn't it?
Yes, it's completely fucked up. And like in 2014, we had the World Cup, and the World Cup almost didn't happen in 2014 because the people like they revolted because we are going through a massive recession during the World Cup, and people were like enraged by the fact that, and you know, Ronaldo Fenomeno, the football player, he's a legendary. Ronaldo Fenomeno.
Yes.
The
Not
first
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, the one before him, the one that was ill in
The
the
old
90s.
Ronaldo. Yes.
Yeah.
He made a statement before the World Cup. Someone asked him like, Brazil is a place that we don't have hospitals, we don't have schools. Why are we doing a World Cup? And he answered, we don't make a World Cup out of hospitals and schools. And that answer like made people go fucking crazy, understandably. So the World Cup almost didn't happen here because of that, because of what he said, like because of what Scoot said. Like did they get in trouble for that? There's a place in Rio called the Wonder Port, and the Wonder Port is basically a place where they took out all the poor people, shoved them into the favelas, and made a nice looking neighborhood for the Olympics. That was basically what happened.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, believe me when I say, as much as America is kind of weird and bizarre, Brazil is 1,000 times worse. Like, it's not even a comparison.
Brazil's politics is by far, because it's in your face corrupt.
Yes, that's the thing. Like, it's not only in your face corrupt, but the major politicians, they kind of gaslighted the Brazilian people into believing it's necessary. Like,
to be honest, I think that's what's going on here. Like, you know, when we brought up Trump earlier, that's why I kind of feel like we just get punked into everything, because Trump just took the idea of he promoted himself on Facebook and everything like that. it's pretty easy to divide us view on Facebook. It's really easy. The race war is very easy to divide us with. LeBron James versus Michael Jordan. You throw that argument out there on Facebook, you're gonna be divided. It's easy to distract us. It's too like we're actually dumb. It's 80% of the population. That's just what's gonna happen.
Bro,
we don't have
and the dynamic here, and the dynamic that happens here,
so you know,
it happens in the US.
on
Like,
our social media.
Say it again.
what?
The stuff we see on our social media, the dances and all that, they don't get that in Japan.
So they say. In China, you mean in China? That's what they were
Yeah, in
saying.
China.
That, yeah.
In Japan either. They don't. In most part of the country, they don't get that shit.
Well, they're trying to block. They blocking that. They want to block TikTok here for all that stuff. So
well,
they blocked it in Montana.
That's a power play though.
They blocked it in Montana.
That's
you know, a lot of that's true. Remember, we only can shoot a certain amount of movies in Japan a year. You can't think about it. It's not a lot of. We want to do a lot of movies in Japan. They only allow us to do a certain amount of movies a year in Japan. That's their law.
Well, that's because Japan is so. They don't want us over there.
No,
they don't. They don't want us over there. We're already over there. We have 3 military bases over there. They don't want us over
and
there.
it's weird because I have the experience all the time in college. Like, people have way more in common than they have like not in common.
1000%, yeah.
And like, if you really try and not get into the bullshit that we see in social media, like, even I'm gonna to not be controversial, I'm gonna say basketball. Like, if you put a LeBron and a Michael Jordan fan that know the bare minimum about a basketball, like, they will agree 99% of the stuff and disagree with the end, like with the conclusion. But they will agree that both are amazing players. They probably give other reasons and so on, and they will value different things and then come to different conclusions. But like, if you go to social media, it looks like every LeBron James fan hates Michael Jordan. And I don't think that's the case. And in politics, it happens the same way. Like, and the crooked thing is, just like LeBron and Michael probably are kind of friends, Republican and Democratic politicians in Brazil the same. Like, they go out to dinner together. Like, they don't hate each other.
Let's say good night to Boss Man real quick, because he's trying to get out of here.
This is a great conversation, man. You know, I love stuff like this, learning from about different countries, and you know, knowing Scoop went to 36 countries, man. I want to travel myself around the world and get that opportunity. I've been doing it for a while, traveling. And Faye, what we're doing here, man, is just making history, man. And I appreciate all these conversations.
Yeah, me too. Even Beloved, even though he thinks I'm gonna sell out, but it's all good.
I don't know. You know, this is a freedom.
Dominican. You like the white people? I don't know, bro.
Oh God,
I'm in the middle. I get it. I get it. I got a lot of. Listen, man. Time will tell.
Hey,
Boss Man's out.
For the right price, Fabe, I'm not even mad at you.
Nah, I don't see everyone. That's what I'm saying about everybody. They talk. It's just like anything, bro. I hate to relate it to the street, or just in life in general. A sucker's a sucker, man. Like, and some people know how to play tough until the very end. It's, you know, you try to use as much of your gut feeling as possible to read them out and just go. By the end of the day, all that loyalty talk, that's all bullshit to me. Everybody got their own agenda. They just do. Just, you know, be good, and there's gonna be good people out here. Bad people do good, and good people do bad.
I'm not loyal to anyone. Like, I would backstab all of you.
Fuck, Bernardo?
I'll backstab all of you for the right price. Don't get it twisted.
There's some things I just won't do for no amount of money. That's just me.
I am partially kidding.
No dick in front of my face. Somebody's gonna die. Unless I can't kill you, then I guess I gotta deal with it.
You said what?
Don't put no gay shit in front of me. Like, that's crazy. For no amount of money.
Nah.
Rockstar, man, what does Tupac have to do with this?
Oh, money is valuable thing, man. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
I do a lot for money. There's just certain things I wouldn't do.
I think the bottom line is, like, what to do. For me, it's just about getting with like-minded people and just trying to create your own thing. And if you can't create your own thing, just whatever works.
I think he's talking about. I think he believes. All right, so let me tell you. I think it's a double-edged sword. What Rockstar Mel saying, right? I think he's saying
Pac?
No. with you selling out, I think it's more like
Oh, beloved.
Oh, beloved. I think it's more like the platform. He believes in your platform, right? He believes it's gonna blow. Pause.
Damn.
Right? And then the corporation's gonna come in and start talking in your ear. And it's gonna be okay. No, we can't do that. We gotta censor this. We gotta lean towards this. I think that's what he means.
So
I think he just believes in your platform.
Then that's crazy to even interpret it that way was ill, because it means a lot for somebody to say they believe in this. Because it's just me talking, and I know I get along with people for the most part. I know I'm not a dick. I could be, but I'm also like, I'm pretty sociable. That's why I find Twitter so like, Twitter turns me off, and Facebook, because it's so, Twitter's like fake confrontational, and Facebook is all the way confrontational. Like, people want to come see you. So I'm just like,
Facebook is personal.
But I think
yeah,
like right. Say you hit the 1 million subscribers, right?
Okay.
And now you.
So we see this. Hold on a second. We gotta stop right here. Now you're making me like gassing me up.
Now
we see 1 million happening.
What I believe is what he's saying. Like,
oh wow,
right? Like, as you grow, and it's nothing wrong with it. You can't take everybody with you, right? So I believe, like, as you grow, Shannon Sharp wants to come on your show. You're not bringing all of us up with Shannon Sharp, is what he's saying.
Yo, Scoop. When I tell you, that's when they were telling me who they wanted on. I'm like, I think because Rockstar Mel made a comment. That's the one who's in the comment in the comments right now. This is Rockstar Mel. Who we had? Keith Claw supposed to come on. He wanted to ask like some dumbass question. I'm like, you could ask. He's mad hood to me. If you could ask the question, but just be ready for the response, especially if you're gonna be up here. But you know, there's a time and place for everything. But I would love if I had Shannon Sharp up here. You can't come up here unless I could bring everybody up and fuck with you.
Like Stephen A. Smith. You wouldn't put me on with Stephen A. Smith, and I would even try to do that to your platform.
No. Hold on a second. You know the thing about Stephen A. Smith? This is a great conversation, bro. That's why. See, people want to avoid your type of personality. Right? Like, your type of personality is the one that walks in the room and goes, I'm going to talk about the fucking craziest shit in the world right now that you guys think is crazy. But I think someone like Stephen A. Smith, you saw what happened today with JJ Redick?
I think he'll open it.
That was dope. That was a dope conversation they had.
I think he'd accept it, right?
Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith, he's from New York.
Yes.
We're not gonna do that, right? But the difference is I'm disrespectful. Like, with him, I don't like him. Well, I wouldn't even try to come on while you had him on, because I'm disrespectful. It'll get into the SMDs and everything else with him.
Oh no,
and I don't think honestly.
Hold on, caller. So caller read you perfectly. She said, "Brother, you have to read the room. Everybody can't come."
Yes. See, but here's the difference with me, right? I'm smart enough to know what you're trying to do, and I'll just stay away from it, and I'll be the nigga in the comments saying shit to him. I would never ever try to come up and put that on your life. You know what I mean?
But why? So now let's talk about why. Go ahead, Bernardo, real quick.
No, because like, it's all fun and dandy to say that we could all be together with Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. or whatever, but this conversation we had for the last 45 minutes would not happen with Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. in the live.
I disagree. I think Stephen A. he's like a fake kind of Republican dude, and he talks about this stuff. And as a matter of fact, there's a video where I think what's this guy's name? A PBD, Patrick Bet-David. He blew up out of nowhere. He's really blew up off of the insurance, the life insurance scooter. And now he's on fucking got his own channel on YouTube and everything. He said he interviewed Stephen A. Smith, and they stopped that shit in the middle of the video when he was asking about certain Republican things, certain political things. So Stephen A. Smith was more than willing to talk about it, but the dude in the background that works for ESPN was like, nah, cut that part out.
That's what I mean.
You're selling out. That's what he's talking about right there. That's the point I was making earlier.
That's what I'm not saying that Stephen A. wouldn't he personally talk about it. I'm saying like the context of Stephen A., the personality, the media personality of Stephen A. wouldn't be allowed to do it. That's what I'm saying.
Right. That's what
me and Stephen A. So I have my vernacular is through the roof. I can fit in any room.
You use the words better than he does. He forces them.
So the thing is with Stephen A. Smith though, it's my personal feeling with him. He and I would have to have one of the realest conversations in the world. But I believe as two men, after we come out of that, I think we'd be okay.
But what's your beef with him? That's what I was gonna get to before Bernardo.
My
he wanted to jump
thing
in
with
about
Stephen A. Smith, right?
his corporation.
I believe he coons. Let me tell you, when Africa beat USA, he purposely got on there and he mispronounced every fucking name on that thing, right? And the one light,
Nigeria.
we knew they wasn't gonna win. We knew we was gonna win the fucking whole thing, right? We knew Africa was, but to get on there.
Why you keep saying Africa?
But it's Nigeria.
It was Nigeria.
See what I'm saying? No, we keep saying like we grouping them up.
Because
That's fucked up.
I couldn't think of the country like right now off the top of my head.
Right.
I'm just telling
Nigeria.
You what pissed me off.
Gabe Vincent blew the shit out of the US.
Right, he did do that.
He purposely came on and mispronounced their name and whatever. Like he purposely came on there and did that. But I watch him give these European names and say them perfectly. Like don't give me. I'd be the first to tell you I am pro people, right? I'm not pro one. I'm pro people, right? But that doesn't mean I'm ignorant to the plight that we went through as a black people. I will never overlook that or never diminish it, right? I'll never humble it.
And you think he does too much?
And on purpose, like I said, he comes up and he like he was one of the first people I've ever heard pronounce Jakob Poeltl.
Jakob, who is that?
Jakob Poeltl.
Jakob Poeltl was the center for the Toronto Raptors.
Right. That's how you say his name. Right. Yeah. Right. I didn't know how to say it until the end. Right. You're right. I still didn't know how to say it until right now. Jakob.
Yes.
Yeah. Jakob Poeltl. Like probably in Polish, it's not Jakob Poeltl, but
that's it. That's
I don't know.
Of the name. That is the enunciation of the name. But I say that to say his job is to get these right. All right. Don't you come on there and say, "Oh, America," like get them kids their flowers. Yeah, we shouldn't have lost that, but congratulations to such and such. Don't give they one chance to have their name being spoke of on a national televised broadcast and shit on them. Like,
and your point isn't that that's like not an isolated incident. Like it keeps happening for you.
Like how many times? Remember, he used to get on the TV when he needed to connect with us. Remember, because we didn't like him in the hood until he started saying, "This nigga here." He says,
"What?"
Google it, bro. He has said nigga so many times online.
Online?
On air, bro. Look at it. Google it.
I'm gonna Google it. But
yo, no, this shit gonna bug you out, bro. It's so many times. Like my TV used to not leave ESPN. Right? Now it doesn't leave NBA TV.
Right?
Like they won't give Jalen Rose his own show. He deserves it.
Does he?
Yes, he does.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
I don't like Jalen.
Yeah, I don't want to hit Jalen Rose.
But Jalen has that beef with Skip way back then.
As they come to a T.
He's what?
He's not biased. He's as honest and fair as they come.
I disagree.
He's not biased. Bro,
I don't care if he's biased. I just disagree with his statements.
You ever heard him tell the story of Kobe giving his team 81?
Yeah.
Did you ever hear where he said, "Yo, I went over to the coach, like, Coach, what the hell you doing? We might want to double him. This not gonna work against Kobe." He bust our ass. Like, he's like, sometimes he's arguing at the wrong play, and I'm sitting there like, don't argue with him. That's the superstar.
But he came on and apologized after the whole thing with Ime Udoka. Like, there's things with Jalen that's kind of and again.
Because he that may have been his personal feeling. Remember who Ime Udoka was cheating on? Somebody who we hold in our community.
Nah, I think, but
at one point she was the cream of the. She was
but that's not why. That's not why he apologized. He apologized because they made him apologize about I think he said we never her the lady that he was cheating with, her identity was never revealed. And he doesn't understand why. And they were kind of it was like 3 weeks in already, but with the story, they were like, bro, you can't say that because there's a reason why we're not saying her name.
All right, cool, yeah, because she was an exec's wife or something like that. But that's what I mean. Jalen Rose, if Jalen Rose had his way, if you gonna out Ime, we gonna out that bitch too.
Right. Well, hold on, but he said that too. Stephen A. Smith was the first person he got to a beef with Malika Andrews over this. So here's what I'm saying. I understand the whole, like I get the whole thing with Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharp. Thank you, caller. Shannon Sharp, I'm more disappointed in. Like all this shit where people were saying like they were feeling bad because
Shannon Coons. We know Shannon Coons.
No, hold on. That's beyond cooning. Like Shannon, you are a Hall of Fame, like arguably the best at what you did. Arguably, Skip Bayless, and not even that, school. But no, I don't know if you know this. Shannon Sharp is one of the pioneers of talking shit as a sports dude on the field, on camera, everything. Yeah. So when you let Skip Bayless talk to you like that, it was like, bro, I'm not feeling bad for you. You signed up for that. You're supposed to tell Skip Bayless, yo, get the fuck out of here, bro. Do you know who you're talking to right now?
Cooning. That's what I'm saying. He's samboing.
It's beyond cooning.
He's samboing.
No, school. He's not, because he does that. What I'm telling you, what I don't like is that he does that, and then he goes, yo, I don't know if I have to talk to Skip about that. It's that. What we have to talk about? Ain't nothing to talk about. Now you want to go on social media try to get us to feel empathy for you to watch the show. Fuck your show, bro. You shouldn't be doing it. That should be your show.
That's what I mean. He's yeah, boss. Thank you, boss.
No, it gets worse with the Black and Miles and cognac. You don't do any of that. You are 60 years old with mad buff. Get out of here, bro. Like, but again, Skip did put them on. They can say whatever the fuck they want about Skip Bayless. He's a hater with the Standard Third. He put money in their pocket. He made 2 shows happen. That's really his show. And his First Take was really his show. And Stephen A. Smith was off of ESPN.
I get people playing devil's advocate, right? I can understand that is what they're supposed to do. That may not be, but you can't always take that. You can't always take the dancing sambo role. Can't always.
I don't get it. So the thing with Stephen A, I guess for me it would just be more like because to me I think he gives away game too. Like he tells you, I'm trying to make my company more money. Even with the little things that they say, I think it was Ryan Clark was on the other morning, who I don't even care for like that. But he was saying, I think JJ Redick took a position basically making it like there was no suspense now in the game. Because remember, these games are going to be on ABC. So your job is to make us argue with the TV and to look forward to the next game. If you just say, nah, the next game is over with, there's no way they're going to win. You start doing shit like that, you're going to lose ratings for that show. Ryan Clark is aware of that.
I get that. I said that already. I understand. Like if you take the good guy, I got to take the heel. I get that. That's the show. That's part of business, right? But there's something called integrity as a man, right? Mark Jackson, a man of integrity. He said what he said about the gays. He didn't say anything wrong about them. He said, "Listen, I don't do that. That's not what I like. That's not what I choose to."
We don't know what he said though.
Yes, we do.
So let's quote him. What did he say?
I can't quote it right now. I'm gonna send it to you though.
Oh, we can't. That's how bad it is.
Huh? No, it wasn't nothing bad.
So I'll look it up.
Didn't outright support them, and then it came to find out his exec was gay.
Right. That's a conflict of interest.
No, but he didn't bash him. He went along. He took the Christian route. My beliefs are this is the man and woman. Boom, boom, boom.
So if you're a black dude, you own a company, you have anybody, white, Dominican, Chinese, and they say something like, yo, they should have been slaves anyway.
He didn't bash him. He just didn't outwardly support him.
I think that's a tough spot to be in as an owner.
Like I said, as a man,
if you're gay.
I'm telling you, you can't give me a TV show, right?
No.
Let me tell you why.
Why?
Let me tell you why. Because me personally, there's no such thing as listen, you're gay, you're straight. There's a male, there's a female. You're born one or the other. Only way you're a trans male to me is if you get a penis extension Only way a trans female to me is if you get a transplant that makes you a vagina. Then I'll call you trans. But you're a man, woman, trans. That's it.
Yeah.
There's
I
no.
think. Well, I think.
But
See,
until you get the
See,
surgery,
this is a conversation that would get just destroyed if you were big, for example.
Men
no,
cannot.
not for me.
Men cannot
see,
have
for you,
babies.
you're the host.
I can't.
This is why I couldn't. This is why they would never give me a TV show. You can't get me to sell my. You can't get me to question my smarts. Right? That just goes against me. Like men cannot have babies. I don't care.
But I think there's a place.
They don't have a uterus.
Like, I think there's a place for a personality like you. Maybe not on TV, but on the internet. Like, for you to blow up and have a space where you're big enough to say whatever the fuck you want. Because you're like a entertaining personality. So I agree with you.
They would cancel
what?
Because
they wouldn't.
Yo, the thing is, Fabe, I don't duck no smoke, and I stand on what I say. I'm telling you, you could bring Caitlyn Jenner on my show, and I'm gonna say, listen, you refuse to cut that dick, you still sleeping with women. You Bruce Jenner, you do this shit for the money. Get out my face.
Well, hold on a second. It's not like what you're saying is illogical. That's the part that where we go crazy, where people try to hold on. They try to force you. That's people don't want to say the R word, but that's what that is. It's rapey. Like, you can't force me to believe that when I have to talk to my daughter about that every day. It's not about the first thing you think about, right? With the unisex bathroom is we're worried about you getting sexually assaulted. No, how about the fact that you might have a confrontation with someone who has more testosterone in their body? That's an advantage that I don't think I should allow around my kid. My job is to protect you. So these conversations are easy to be had. It's just I don't want you to have that pessimistic attitude, though, Scoop. Like, no. Hold on. I think you do in terms of we're gonna get canceled. Like Beloved said that earlier. I'm like, I'm not scared of none of this shit. I'm not scared of getting. I'm not scared of none of it. I'm willing to have a conversation.
That's reality. Listen, I'm gonna be called. Look, hold on. Listen, the first thing they're gonna do to me, right? And here's this thing. I said it earlier. We have a play on words. Remember when I was saying the Jewish thing? We have a play on words with language, right? Let me tell you what they're gonna do to me, and I'm gonna tell you where I'm gonna kick back, right? They're gonna say, "Oh, he's homophobic." No, I'm not. See, my answer, my rebuttal is, I'm not homophobic. I'm not scared. I don't have an illogical fear because you like sucking penis. I don't have an illogical fear because you like sucking dick. That's your personal choice. I'm not homophobic. I just have my own thought process. I think for myself.
I need to say something that someday I hope to work for the Brazilian government. So this is a character. I don't believe any of this shit. And for the Brazilian government, I don't condone anything that those maniacs are saying. So, okay, Brazilian government, we cool?
1,000%. So
now I'm going to continue the character now. I 100% agree with you, okay? I think this is kind of lunatic. And the thing that like enrages me the most, and I'm studying in college right now, and college campuses are the craziest places on earth when it comes to this type of shit. Like, and it's crazy because, like,
that's a great point.
In January, the consensus was 1. It was X. And then in March, the consensus becomes Y. And if you say X, you're fucked. Like, what the fuck is this? I didn't consent to the consensus. Like, I don't agree. What the fuck? Why can't I? So this is the trans stuff is the perfect example of it. Like 2 years ago, this shit was not in the public eye. Nobody was talking about this. It wasn't a conversation, and the conversation didn't evolve. Like people weren't a part of making up the consensus. The consensus was made up and then enforced top down, and that's fucked up for me. Like, how can you expect a nation like Brazil that's 89% religious, or a nation like the US that's 60% religious, one day to the other, just understand that a man can be a woman. That's it. And if you say you don't understand, you're transphobic. Like, what the fuck is this? I understand because
I'm not scared of you. Because
no, I agree. I'm saying the people say it. I'm not saying you are transphobic.
And that would be my response. I'm not scared because you wanna be a female, because you wanna cross dress.
And I think that's why I don't like using the word racist, throwing that out there too much either, because it's just like now it's like every other word.
Again,
And there's no
racist is one of them words. You can't
right.
be racist unless you're white.
See, I disagree with that.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you why. In order to, you can be a bigot, you can be prejudiced. You cannot be racist unless you have the systemic power to hold the person down. That is literally in the definition of racism.
So
We play a crazy. I'm telling you, when
I've never heard it that way. I've heard it just being a racist is just if you think your race is superior to the other race. That's all.
No, that's a biggie.
Okay, if that's the case, then I've been confused my whole life. But I feel like anybody,
there is a confusion. Like because some words they have two different meanings, and people use them interchangeably. Like usually when people say racist, what they think is like I'm judging you by the color of your skin. That's what people usually think. But there is another the definition that Scooter said it's like racism is about power. Racism is about my ability to subjugate you because of historical things. What?
To being able to systemically hold a race of people down.
Yeah, but my only thing is like
Yo,
I get what you're saying. What?
The play on words is crazy. Like just like another word, right? Like the word humble. You never hear them tell nobody but black people to humble yourself, right? I hate the word humble. Humble means not to value yourself at your value, right? It means to lessen. It means to hold yourself less than your value. It is a negative word. If you look up all of the synonyms for humble, 95% of them are going to be negative. This is what they do. This is why the English language is so complex. This is like, that's what I was telling you. Like they do these things on purpose. The word humble is not a good thing. It's a bad thing. Now, if you say modest is different, right? Modest means I hold myself at my level.
I don't disagree with any of that.
Scooter, let me just ask you a question. If your definition of racism is the systemic one, how can an individual that has no like actual power be systemically oppressing someone that doesn't either have like if I'm your boss and I'm being racist towards you, I understand. But if I'm on a live and I say something shitty, I'm being racist in the sense that I'm being like an asshole to you because of the color of your skin. But what power am I exerting towards you? That's my question.
That's what I'm telling you. Look, that's not my definition, right? Look it up. Look up.
No, I understand. So what you're saying is like the interpersonal type of racism is like it's bigotry, and racism is when a white person or a white group exert power to oppress a black group or another race group.
Any other minority.
Yeah, or any other minority, yes. And for example, in China, it doesn't need to be white. The Chinese would be the oppressors in China, for example.
Right, but they got their own little cliques we don't know about. Like they got their own. Everybody got their own oppression going on. A bigot is a person who is obstinately or unreasonably attached to a belief, opinion, or faction, especially one who is prejudiced against or antagonistic toward a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group.
It's individual. It's like interpersonal. Bigot is more interpersonal.
Look up the word racism. Look up racism.
Or racist or racism.
Either or.
I'll do racist because bigot and racist go together. Characterized by or showing prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized.
Marginalized.
See, I've never actually. Yeah. So
it's the power differential that's the key in racism.
Like I said,
no, that's right. You're right. I've never paid attention to that part of it. And in this country, that would be the case, especially in this country.
The people cut off, they take what they need, right? Like I said, if you look up the word humble, right? Just look up synonyms. We know synonyms mean the same thing, right? Just take humble and Google synonyms for humble, and you can be like, I never fucking refer to myself ever again as humble. it's so crazy. See, that's why I said my mind works different. Yeah, I'm in the hood, I'm from the hood and everything else. I could turn this shit on and off. But I'll spark some shit that'll make you think like, hold on, all right, hold on. He's a little bit more than what he lets us believe.
See, and this all started with Stephen A. Smith, and I think he's well aware of a bunch of this. And
yes,
I don't know.
And that's my problem with it.
But I don't think he looks at it. I think he looks at himself and like someone like, I'm pretty sure someone like a Jay-Z, you're not too much of a fan of, but they're like spooked by the doors mentality. You do?
Love Jay.
Okay. So
you don't judge Jay by he's like Trump. You don't judge him by what he say. You judge him by what he do.
Right. And what he did was, I think he's done a lot of foul shit.
I think Diddy's done a lot of foul shit. I think Jay's done good.
I think he started to after the public turned on him.
I don't think it was the public. I think Jay has always had he's always been a bigger picture type person. And I think as aged, he outgrew like him splitting from Dame Dash, right? And we might look at it as a sucker move, but if they don't want to grow, sometime I have to go, right? And Dame stood and he stayed, and Dame was a person who was killing relationships, right?
1,000%.
So, but
it's just the way to do.
It took Dame years in order to see the game plan. Some people just couldn't see where Jay was doing or where he was going.
But he always also afforded that position. That's really what it is, because of his celebrity and his power in that sense. He's like, I gotta detach myself because I really don't need you anymore. Everything I needed to learn.
I didn't need you. It's because you're hurting me. You're not allowed.
Oh yes, but you needed that vehicle for a certain amount of time, period. And that goes with like Big never got.
But so have you ever heard Bleak talk about the situation?
Yeah. He was on a plane, like the way it comes off, 1,000%. I'm not hold on. I'm not saying that they shouldn't have broken up. What I mean by that is that I think he plays a similar game with Stephen A. Smith. Like what you see now from Jay, there's still remnants of it because he has to work within those corporations. So he's a power broker.
But it doesn't have to assimilate. You know what I mean? They can't isolate him no more. He is where he at. He's transversed to the point where I can be who I am.
Right. Well,
it's a dichotomy. He needs, because he works within a white system. He needs to act a certain way, but he's big enough that the system won't expel him if he doesn't follow all the rules. He can be kind of authentic, but also follow the rules a little bit.
He's always been that way. That's the part because he's always been smarter than what he let on. He's always been that way.
Just like everybody thought he was never an artist on Rockefeller. We know that. He was never always owner.
Well, listen, what he's done, I'm just saying in terms of the spook by the door mentality. That's what they're really doing. It's just that Stephen A is not really giving back. And I don't like what Stephen A did in terms of like with the YouTube thing. Now he's trying to get into the YouTube game. You see who they signed to ESPN now? It's Pat McAfee. That's a YouTube personality.
Mm-hmm.
And the way Stephen A. Smith can't be big on YouTube without trying to do what YouTubers do, which is, what does he do? Talk about other people that, like how we talk now. But the way he got on it, he was shitting on us. He said, like what he told JJ Redick today, I got my degree and you on the same show with me. So what are you talking about? He's right. Like JJ Redick comes off not kind of like,
I don't like JJ Redick.
I like him, but in moments like that, he gets caught up.
I like what he said today.
It's not that I don't like JJ Redick, right? JJ Redick to me is the dude who wants to speak from a place where he can't speak from. Like, he's privileged, and he still speaks in his privilege, right? JJ Redick gets to say things that we couldn't say. Like, you know what I mean? I applaud him that he speaks. I like JJ Redick. I don't agree with his points all the time. How he comes across.
I mean, either.
I like
what I think he did today was like.
Would you like what he said today?
No, he said he called out basically ESPN as a whole, as an organization in First Take, saying basically, you guys are ruining the NBA. Like he said, like, you guys promote 3 players and act like the rest of the league doesn't exist, and now we are heading into a final between 2 teams and 2 superstars that nobody knows. Like, nobody that's not a basketball fan like us, Like which is bizarre because Jokic is a 2-time MVP and Jimmy was the best player in the finals team. But like random.
I think that was for ratings. I agree with him partially, right? But no, the NBA has promoted to Joker for the last 3 years. They want a white superstar. They want a white face of the league. They've been crying for one.
No, he's saying ESPN specifically.
Yeah, I'm not saying the NBA. Like, if you look at Sports Center after the game between the Lakers and the Nuggets, it's all LeBron. Like,
he hijacked it with that announcement. That was LeBron.
Yeah.
That was genius.
And I'm not saying it's the NBA. Like, I'm saying the ESPN and the media coverage. LeBron and Steph specifically are so big, media-wise, that they kind of hijacked the league over the last 6-7 years.
Well,
and that's what I'm saying.
That's why I disagree
with.
He was
built to be the face of the league.
What?
Right.
LeBron was built to be the face of the league, and I
know.
And I absolutely love the way he carried himself as a person. I'm just being honest. Like,
LeBron is fantastic. I'm not criticizing LeBron. I'm saying that the league.
Well, I agree with him, right? But that's what I'm saying. He speaks from privilege, right? He can say whatever the fuck he wants because JJ Redick don't actually need them. His money's been invested well and everything else, right? So he gets to call people out. That's the part I love about JJ Redick, right? He can say things that motherfuckers are scared to say, like the Ja Morant thing. He go, all right, we get it. He didn't break no fucking law though. Like, y'all being ridiculous.
But that's why I disagree. I think like that's where he goes too far to me. Going back to the privilege comment, that like I gotta learn his background more before talking out of turn, because that speaks to the fact that like, yo, do you really know what the fuck is going on? Like John Moran just being an idiot. Why are we bringing up gun laws? I don't care about that. He fucked up big time, bro. That's the only thing with it. There's nothing to defend. If he was around me, he was my man. Yo, check this out. You kind of hot right now. I can't fuck with you. If we had to speak, that's what I would tell you. But if you don't see me talking to you, that's why I'm not talking to you, bro. Because you're doing too much dumb shit.
Ja Morant,
but what?
Let me tell you, he's a 22, 23-year-old male, right? In a social media era. Now, right?
He got a phone call. Social media era, specifically Instagram. Like, but I think JJ really spoke. Like once he became, and my main problem with him was that he came in there with this agenda to take down ESPN and like I'm going to be the anti-ESPN. But now you sound just like them. Like that part, Bernardo, I didn't like when he mentioned when he called everyone out to me. It was like we only promote 3 players. It's like, bro. They have to sell ad money. This is Disney. They're not doing this shit because like,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
And Stephen A responded that to him. He was like, we need to talk about what sells. But then Monica McNutt, which is the other commentator in that segment, she was like, sure, but we can also make people interested in things as ESPN.
Yeah, but you can't. Okay, so going back to what school, and we were just talking about Jay-Z, right? Jay-Z is an organic pop star. Like Beyonce is damn near organic, but these guys, he created a part of music that you cannot deny from him. He architected words and rhythm, and so Kanye West similarly. There's guys that we know for like Nelly Nelly was created because what was the name? Scooter from Harlem was writing for him. Like you have pop stars that were created. Britney Spears, they're manufactured. So you can make someone like Britney Spears. You can't just make them like Jay-Z or beyond. People naturally are attracted to them. So the LeBron James of the world.
LeBron was the cover of Sports Illustrated at 16 years old. Like,
right. He was. So was Felipe Lopez, but he didn't pan out. That's what School's point was. Like this guy panned out. Exactly. Felipe Lopez was a LeBron James when we were kids in New York City.
Yeah, he was
LeBron.
One of them ones.
So but by the time he hit 18, 19,
what I'm saying is like the thing is, like, I want to see what they do with Wemby, because as a foreigner, as a Brazilian, I look at the US sometimes. You guys are very nationalistic. Like you guys love Americans, and
that's not true.
You don't think so?
They promote, especially now. The four top MVP candidates are all not from here.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's exactly my point. I think and it's my perspective as an outsider. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think Americans know how to promote way easier Americans than foreigners.
Absolutely not. They want they just want LeBron just was all right. Listen, LeBron was just
I'm
like
not even talking about Jokic and not like say Giannis. Like Giannis is a different personality than most guys in the NBA because he's from another place. Like it's normal. And I don't think
he's
the
not
NBA
promoted.
He is promoted, but I don't for some reason maybe it's his fault. He hasn't become the same level of like
John Morant
household name. What?
You know why?
As John Morant. Oh, let's say like compare him to John Morant, his popularity or his
no, you know why?
You can't compare them two because
Look,
Giannis is way better than John Morant. Like you can't really.
I'm not. Hold on, Scoop.
Do you know why?
Hold on, Scoop. I'm not comparing who's better. We ain't talking about that. You
No,
said
I'm saying like the name the Giannis name is bigger because he's way better, but I mean the Giannis name isn't bigger than KD's, and he's better than KD, in my opinion.
So this is when Scoop is trying to explain why.
Do you know why?
Why?
They play in bigger markets.
That's part of it.
KD was a household name in Oklahoma City.
Not necessarily. Not.
Oklahoma
Remember,
City. In Oklahoma City, right? He was also a better player.
You think KD in Oklahoma City was a better player than Giannis is right now?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't
agree with that. Yeah,
I don't agree with that yet.
But here's the thing with that. What Scoot just said.
They were transitioning KD to be the face of the league too.
Yeah,
that's my point. They were transitioning KD to be the face of the league. I don't see any effort. I don't see any effort for them making this effort for Giannis. I just don't.
It's not. You know why? Because it transitioned. They want Jokic now. They want who they really want, and you're gonna see it when he gets these players. They want Luka. You're just starting to see the Joker's personality, right? They want one of them to be the face of the league. It's gonna be Luka and Joker. That's who they want.
I think Joker is gonna be. I don't know if he's gonna be the face of the league because he doesn't seem to care that much. But he is, in my opinion, the best player in the league. So,
see, but here's the thing: what you just said right now, right? Giannis says the exact same thing you just said. He doesn't really care. He said, "When I retire, I want to walk away and just disappear, like Tim Duncan." Right?
Yeah.
So you can't.
And I agree. Yes.
Right, but you couldn't force us to like Tim Duncan, and he's basically American. I know he was born in the islands, but he was American. You couldn't like.
I actually agree.
Right, so superstardom, like you brought to your point, some of it is a lot of it is manufactured because again, the NBA works directly with its advertisers, which is Nike, McDonald's, Gatorade, the same people that Michael Jordan started all this shit with. Michael Jordan is the beginning of all this shit, really. Magic in a sense, yeah. Bird in a sense, yeah, and definitely Dr. J. But Michael Jordan is like
he's the first mega star basketball player,
and everybody copied it. LeBron, that all this shit is copying Michael Jordan. So Giannis can't be Jordan because on the court, you forgetting this part. It's fucking boring. Let's not forget that Giannis is fucking boring. I do not like
Jokic isn't boring, and I kind of agree that the NBA like. I kind of agree. No, it's a fact that it would be good for the NBA to have a white face of the league because of the demographics of the United States. But like, maybe Luka, but I don't see Jokic becoming that.
Not the United States. The reason why you have Embiid, Giannis, Joker is because it's the beginning of what happened with Steve Nash. They changed the rules to have a zone defense and to have more face-up players. Get rid of the Shaqs of the world because that's what we have here. To get the international players, they don't want. Remember, the international market is crazy. What you see in the ABL and the NBL in Australia, that's the second best league around the world. They don't want to.
No. The Spanish league is the second best league around the world
in basketball.
Yes, for sure.
I didn't know that. Okay, so but we don't want to imagine if Wemby goes. You know what? Fuck the NBA. I'm going to the Spanish league. That would cause a tidal wave. If they say, yo, or check this out, Bernardo. This is what nobody's talking about. Who just got the two players? You know this better than all of us. Who are the most famous international players in any sport that just got $1 billion worth of money to go play in Saudi Arabia?
Messi isn't there yet, but yes.
He's not?
He's not there yet.
Okay, so
Barcelona
imagine
is
if
trying to poach him, but yes, Messi and Ronaldo are the two biggest.
so
And
what's stopping Saudi Arabia from going, yo, fuck it, we're gonna give you $500 million, Wemby. Fuck
because
because
that
they're
nigga.
soccer's a
not
world
worth it
sport.
yet.
Because soccer's
What?
a world sport. Don't do that.
Yes, that's the point.
1,000%.
Like
But what I'm saying
basketball is
is,
the same. But let me tell you something. Like it's not a
Everybody don't
coincidence
get paid
that
for
in
soccer either.
probably it's in all likelihood, depending on what happens to Zion and Ja, 3 years from now, the 5 best players in the NBA might be internationals.
they already
Like,
are.
yeah, but like now it's the 4 under 30s. It's the 4 and then Booker. It's like it's Embiid, Jokic, Giannis, and Doncic, and then it's Booker, and then a schism. Yeah, and then Tatum. But like the 5 for me, the 5 best players in the world past the LeBron, KD, Steph generation are 4 internationals and Booker, and then Wemby's coming. And let me tell you something. Like it happened in football, in soccer, whatever.
I think
for the America, they tried what?
I think y'all crazy.
Why?
I think I'm gonna get killed for this, right?
Go ahead.
I think Zion Williams.
Oh boy,
Williamson.
You better get killed for this.
Better than Joel Embiid.
Healthy?
Yes,
I agree. You didn't hear what I said before.
Think about it. Look at his numbers when he played this year.
Yeah, dominates.
And he does not get any of the whistles. He gets a Shaq-like whistle.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. And LeBron as well. LeBron gets a Shaq-like whistle as well.
No, LeBron gets calls.
On offense. On defense, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. But on offense, he should get more calls than he does, in my opinion. But I'm a hater, kind of. So.
Of LeBron?
Not of LeBron. I'm a Steph fan, and I'm a Warriors fan. So,
y'all listen. Your fan base, the Warriors fan base, might be the worst sports fan base in the history of. Yeah,
they hate me. They hate me because they say LeBron is better than Steph.
Because you're objective.
The All-Star break does not come at the midpoint no more. They shot plus 400 free throws against any team that they was playing. He gets calls.
Right, they get called.
This year for sure. But
hold on. He was saying Zion. You think Zion is better than Embiid, healthy?
I think Zion's the best. I think Zion is better than Embiid.
I had Zion and Brandon Ingram as the best tandem in that's how I know nobody. Remember, watching West Coast games is tough for us, right?
They was in the second place.
For me, West Coast games begin at midnight.
That's how I know nobody was watching. But midnight, that's crazy.
Begin at midnight for me.
That's how nobody, because Zion and Brandon Ingram, I was shocked how well they looked together, how well they played. It's amazing. That's why when they were healthy, I'm like, they're really missing that go-to guy.
Josh Hart was their glue guy. They were looking good.
Yeah, and Kevin Pelton in the beginning of the year, he showed a graphic like it was basically rim attempts and rim percentage, and Zion was like he was a point outside of everything. Like it's bizarre. And Zion is an animal, and I agree. I'm not that high on Embiid. Like Embiid is great, but
this is where Pat Riley gets credit, right? In Pat Riley's contracts, they have a fitness standard and everything else all year round, right? They got to come in and this percent body fat and everything else. That's the difference in Miami from the other organizations.
1,000%. Well, and also they have Spoelstra.
But no, I'm talking about as far as in their contracts, right?
Yeah.
They have
to maintain a certain amount of body fat.
But listen, that's the
and Zion wouldn't be able to play there. Go ahead, Bernardo. My bad.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Just going back for what I'm saying, like right now in the NBA, let's say Wemby is 80% as good as people say he is. So at least of the 10 best under 30 players in the league, 6 are internationals. The 4 and Wemby and SGA for me.
You think Devin Booker's better than Dame Lillard?
But Dame Lillard isn't under 30. I'm talking about under 30, like the players for the next 5 to 6 years. Then who?
You think he's better than Tatum?
I didn't. But and what impressed me this playoffs by Booker was his defense, not even his shot making, because he's not going to shoot 80% from the floor for the rest of his career. But the defense he played in this playoffs made me stop and think about it.
No,
So
he's
I don't
not
know.
Tatum. Tatum's a two-way player. Stop it.
No, I agree. I think, yeah, sure.
But I'd
I don't
rather
know.
have the player that well, he
I
was
don't
a
know.
front runner. He was a front runner to me up until this playoffs. Devin Booker. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, no, I didn't like before the playoffs. I was 100% Tatum is better than him. I even tweeted a lot about it, like processing who is better during the playoffs. But the defense, like, and not only the defense, like he was the primary ball handler for the Suns during playoffs because of
No, he
Chris
was.
Paul not being.
That was some Michael Jordan shit he did.
Yeah,
Like
so
70%, and it was barely any wasted movement until those last two games
Yeah,
against
he
Denver.
wasn't gonna be able to sustain that though, right?
Right,
But
right,
but
right.
let's not act like the defense had the guard him different because of Durant's on the floor. Let's not do that.
Yeah,
this
I
is
think
so ironic.
they're another tandem. They're another tandem out there.
If you give
This is
Tatum
so
Durant,
fucking ironic.
if you give Tatum Durant,
Ah.
they look. If you give Tatum Durant, they win the West.
The only thing with that is those. That's my problem with Tatum. I don't know if he's aggressive enough with his advantages. Like he's not aggressive enough out there. They lose. They go up and down based on his personality, how he feels.
And he
That's the
takes
only
way
thing with
too
him.
much. He takes way too many bad trees. I just
He
want to
is
say
good. He is. I've said that all year. I've said that for years. He shoots bad shots.
Right.
He takes horrible shots. But when they're
Right.
Yes.
going in, he looks unreal. But when they're not, he looks bad.
Right. So
Yes.
that's what I'm saying. But to your
But it's the
point,
same thing with Booker.
even with Durant there, he opens the floor because more one-on-ones and everything. But
That's what I'm saying.
right, no, right. But Tatum is still making bad decisions. Like he'll do that in and out, step back bullshit. It looks pretty, but no, go to the basket, get the and one. That's what Booker did. Booker plays more aggressive than Tatum.
Booker had to learn that, but Booker also had to learn that advantage of free flowing to move the damn ball from. That's what I'm telling you.
Booker is also older than Tatum.
Not by much. Booker's 26.
2 years.
Remember, Booker could barely put the ball on the floor. Remember, he got mad because they was double teaming him in pickup games.
We cut Bernardo off. What are you gonna say, Bernardo? That it's ironic that KD is on Phoenix and he's the gravitational
it's just
pull
ironic because in Golden State, like the Warriors fans during the KD era, we spent so much time talking about gravity and talking about how Curry made Durant's life easier and talking about how like Curry deserved more credit for Durant playing one-on-one every time and never getting doubled and so on. And people made fun of us, like gravity is what the fuck you're talking about, gravity. And now that Durant does it for one series for Booker, people are like, oh my God, Durant's gravity is so amazing and whatever.
We didn't fault y'all for that. We agreed with y'all. We said it looked like KD legs was so, and not only that, let me build on that, right? Not only that, because he was playing with fresh legs because he didn't have to guard LeBron. Remember, he averaged 3 blocks a game.
Playing weak side defense.
Y'all. That's right.
Yes.
Remember, he didn't have to guard LeBron. So if you remember, them fourth quarters, the games was close. KD was coming down shooting fresh leg 3-pointers into the game.
I've never heard.
And Tyronn Lue even said it. Tyronn Lue even said it. Like we had to make a decision, and our decision was we have to guard Curry. Like the decision was Curry cannot.
We agree with you. Basketball minds agree with you. He was running around playing with fresh legs. It wasn't just Curry, right?
But
you had Klay Thompson guarding LeBron.
But Andre Iguodala guarded LeBron, and Andre Iguodala was
Andre Iguodala was playing very limited minutes when y'all got KD.
Not in 17-18. He played limited minutes in 19, 17-18. He was a main part of the rotation, and we had even the depth lineup.
Like y'all got KD. Klay Thompson took that defensive assignment.
For sure. And
what it turned into, Bernardo, was like the gravitational thing. I think that is overstated. Like, yeah, he gets it's called attention. We've always talked about the attention from the defense. The defense looks in that direction. Shaq, I can't even like the gravitational pull from Shaq. Like all that shit to me was just it turned into the problem with that was that it was turning into a science class or a math class. And it's like, bro, this is fucking basketball. That's just
No,
what
but
it is.
I always say that Curry is the Shaq of the perimeter, like because Shaq demanded so much that he warped the geometry of the court. Like Shaq had to have a gigantic dude standing next to him, like bang with him, and then a helper, and then a third guy trying to poke the ball out of him. Like it's easier to play with a guy like that.
Shaq, they constructed teams specifically for Shaq, teams that big men, right? Who would not even be in the league, right? Let's be real with you. They don't belong in the league, but you had to have them bodies for Shaq. They're just there for fouls. Every roster had 4 big men.
You know what's funny? You say that. Hold on, I want to finish that point because again going back to the zone, they put the zone in there to get rid of Shaq and every player, every other defender that you're talking about to get rid of them and have a platform for Steph Curry. That's the part that you guys are missing, which I know you hate to hear this, but in the 80s and 90s, you would need Don Nelson coaching Steph Curry. If not, he's not going to be anywhere near this level of talent.
No,
I
he
disagree.
wasn't, because he wasn't this before Mark Jackson got there. Steph Curry been in the league for a long time.
Well, but he was
in the league for 3 years.
Yeah, he was injured. Like there was
something. He played 2 healthy seasons in the league before Mark Jackson.
Yeah, I remember he was sitting his ass on the bench for Monte Ellis. Let's be real.
He was starting.
He played his rookie season and then the 2011 season, and then 12 he got hurt, and then 13 Mark Jackson came. So he played 2 healthy seasons before.
But I'm just talking about that skill set being able to be what it is. You have to remove all those big men off the court because they were still around in the 2000s. Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, all of them. But once Shaq leaves, there's no reason to have these other players out there to guard Shaq because he's gone.
I tell everybody that now. They
don't listen.
League is just different.
Yeah, they don't listen.
But the thing is, I understand what you're saying, but the thing for me is, like, people always talk about the rule changes for Steve Nash in 2004.
Yeah.
Or 405.
He's the most obvious. Yeah.
But I went to check, like, in 05, he averaged, in 05, when he won the MVP, he averaged 15 and 11. In 04, before the rule changes, he averaged 14 and 9.
Right.
And the difference was less than the difference between James Harden before and after D'Antoni. So you can chop it up for D'Antoni more than the rule change. And the 05 season was that finals between the Spurs and the Detroit Pistons that every game was in the 70s.
Listen,
but that wasn't the only thing.
Your boy Steve Nash didn't deserve not one MVP.
The first one was actually pretty arguable. The second one is not. It's inexcusable to give him that award.
Why?
I think he deserved the first one. And he had an argument in 07. The second one is tough.
Yeah, he finished in first place. There's a lot to the first one. I'll give him that. That's arguable, whatever you want to say. But the second one is crazy.
I'm going to put it to you this way. You know why it's not arguable to me? I remember Jason Kidd being traded from Phoenix to New Jersey, a 1-for-1 trade. They traded Stephon Marbury for Jason Kidd. He took a last place team to the finals.
Right.
He didn't get an MVP.
Because you had Tim Duncan there, you had Shaq there. Like there was that first year with remember Steve Nash was in first place over those guys.
He took a last place team to the finals, bro. What are you talking about? That's
Jason Kidd's my favorite point guard ever.
That's value.
Of course, 1,000%. Jason Kidd's better than Steve Nash. He probably was more valuable than that year.
But that's what
you can say that that's because I'm white or whatever, but I disagree. I think Steve Nash was awesome.
It's not even close. Jason Kidd is way better. It's not even
close. It was not.
Okay, let's start here. All right. So what does Steve Nash do better than Jason Kidd? The obvious.
Basically on offense, everything.
No, he does
Jason.
Better than Jason.
Hold on, wait, school. Let him, please. I want to hear this. What does he do better?
Steve Nash is off the dribble. I'm not going to count Ray Allen and Clay and Reggie Miller. Off the dribble, Steve Nash is the second best shooter of all time, next to Stephen Curry. Like Steve Nash in the mid 2000s, he was averaging 65% true shooting. Like, do you even realize in the mid 2000s what that means? He was shooting 45% from threes, 50. He's one of the most efficient players.
He's never shot 65%. Please stop it.
True shooting. Look it up.
That's a different stat.
Look it up.
True shooting doesn't count. There we go. That's a bullshit made up stat.
True shooting is what it counts. It's exactly the best stat for measuring efficiency.
Yeah, I hated it.
No, it's not.
Yo, it's good. It's good. It is. Trust me.
It's absolutely the best.
It's not. Yo, stats are for losers. If you watch them games, bro, let me tell you something about stats. Let me tell you something about stats, right? Let me tell you about stats.
No. He asked me to explain why I think Steve. Let me finish. So he's one of the most he's not high volume, but he's one of the most efficient shooters of all time. So that's number one. Number two, in my opinion, Steve Nash is one of the best creators of all time outside of the Magic, LeBron pantheon. Like behind that, Steve Nash was an unbelievable creator. And from 2002 to 2010, Steve Nash led the best offense in the league every single year. From 2002 to 2010. Like, people look at the numbers, they look at 16 and 11. Oh, it's not that much. Jason Kidd averaged 20 and 10 or whatever.
He didn't average 20 and 10.
What?
He never averaged 20 and 10.
Yes, he did.
Jason Kidd? Or 18 and 10 or whatever.
He never averaged 20 and 10. That's not his
game. He was close to that. You can check. He was close to that.
I'll look it up.
It was 20 and 10 in Jersey.
Yeah, he did. But like Steve Nash was one of the best playmakers of all time, one of the best off the dribble shooters of all time, and he led the best defense in the league for 9 straight years. So
he never averaged 20 and 10. His best
the best offense in the league for 9 straight years.
That's the D'Antoni system. That had nothing to do with him.
That's nothing to do. D'Antoni left in 2007. And he led 3 more years in a row for the best offense in the league.
Okay, how many did they win?
Oh, come on, how many Jason Kidd won?
Hold on, how many finals Jason Kidd got a ring? How many finals?
With the Mavs. If Nash went to play with the Spurs in 2010, he would have a ring too. So yeah.
He led the
one at a time.
Because Steve Nash played with Dirk before. But again, Jason Kidd led the playoffs in assists that year. I just want you to know that too.
Nash led the playoffs in assists for like 3 years in a row. Like if Nash played in the East, from 05 to 08, if Nash played in the East, I am absolutely sure he would made a final. He would have made a final.
Hold on, school. Why do you say that?
He can't play no defense.
Why do I say that? Because Nash
who did he
should have beat the Spurs.
No. This is the part you're totally missing on. That Phoenix team was incredible. You're giving no credit to Amari. Sean Marion.
Fucking agree. That Phoenix team had Amari, Joe Johnson, Sean Marion. Like that team was incredible. I'm not saying it wasn't.
Hold on, no. So to say that they would go to the East and just lead anybody to go to the championship is totally inaccurate, because Bernardo was a liability on defense. It's one thing to be bad. He's a liability.
Yes.
Everybody killed him. Yeah.
So let's say what?
He couldn't guard no guards in the East. The East had all the guards.
And hold on, Bernardo. Jason Kidd didn't just guard your point guard. He guarded
Jason
both
Kidd
of
was
your guards.
Unbelievable. Jason Kidd was unbelievable. Okay, I'm not saying he wasn't. He was unbelievable.
No,
he guarded Kobe Bryant in the finals. I know. I know.
So to say that the way you had him was clear cut above Jason Kidd, you're not arguing with somebody that loves Jason Kidd. No, what made him took him to another level was his defense on point guards and 2 guards, and sometimes
that's
three.
The thing. But
Steve Nash. I got a thing about two-way players. Steve Nash, in order to be in anyone's top 10, top 20, you got to be exceptional on offense, and he was that. But he was nothing like Jason Kidd on defense. And on top of that, you just totally overlooked that rule change as if it was just a 14 and 11 thing. No, again, go back and watch him on Dallas, that last season in Dallas, and then watch him on that. It's not the same player.
He was averaging 15 and 8 and leading the best offense in the league in that way.
You're going back to stats. I'm not going to stats.
Hold on.
I watched the game. You need me to you want me to recite every play in a given game?
You have to be able to watch them.
I watched them. I'm 24, but if I told you how much basketball, if you told me how much, if I told you how much basketball I've watched in my life in the last 15 years, you wouldn't believe it.
I know I would, because I watch basketball all day. I watch basketball. Here's the difference with me, right? So I know the stats, right? But here's my problem with stats. Stats don't tell a story, right? Here's the difference, right? What did Sean Marion do without Jason Kidd? He was an all-star. I mean, without
Steve
everybody.
I don't think he was an all-star after Steve Nash.
Yes, he was. He was an all-star.
He won a chip with Dallas, but I'm not sure he was an all-star. But whatever. He was great. Sean Marion was great. Sean Marion was great.
What was Amari without him? Amari
didn't play. He played half a year, then got injured.
No. Amari finished top 5 in the MVP vote in his first year in the Knicks.
He played half a year and got injured.
Oh no. Amari took the Knicks to the playoffs before Carmelo got there. Don't do that.
Yeah, his team was incredible. Like Jason Kidd with that Phoenix team,
right,
they're going to the championship.
Look at the OX. Look at it.
Hold on.
Oh, he fight.
Oh, damn. I'm about to say. Let's look at Kenyon Martin's career after Jason Kidd.
It's decent.
They're not nowhere near the same.
No.
Nowhere near the same.
J. Kidd is
defense. He turned into a primary defender. That's it. That's all he was good for, right? Richard Jefferson had a decent career until the injuries, right? But like let's think about it. Kerry Kittles, Keith Van Horn, like these dudes, Jason Kidd made them. He's bugging.
It's a different level. I got Jason Kidd up there.
You know, Jason Kidd led the league. So there we go, my brother.
Triple double king.
Like Jason Kidd led the league in assists five times, right? Jason Kidd was first team All NBA like 4 times, second team like 5 times, right? Jason Kidd was the rookie of the year.
9-time All Defense.
Jason Kidd was the face of a franchise carrying it.
Well, Steve Nash was also.
No. He was a co-face. Like, don't get it wrong. Like with Amari.
Okay, Amari was awesome, but like,
who career did he prolong?
Look at 06. Look at his 06 season. Amari was hurt. Amari didn't play. His co-stars was like, they traded Joe Johnson. His co-stars was like Boris Diaw and Sean Marion.
Look at the Suns 06 year?
Boris Diaw?
You acted like Boris Diaw was some all-star back then.
Okay, but you're overlooking overlooking Boris Diaw.
Look at 05. Look at 05, Boris Diaw. Look at what he was doing at 05.
He's a little chunkier, but he was still. I'm not gonna. Was Leandro Barbosa still there? Another Brazilian?
I think he was. I'm not sure he was already like a big.
Bernardo. That Phoenix team was crazy. He had Leandro Barbosa as a 6-man. That team
but Barbosa wasn't a 6. But Barbosa was. He showed out in 07. He was starting to be a.
He was
mainstay.
still a blur. He was. If Jason Kidd had that, they're winning the championship.
This is the championship. I'm sorry. Okay.
I think you totally see because you're a Steph Curry fan. You overlook defense. I'm a big defense guy.
Defense. Do you think defense and offense are equally important for an individual player, especially a guard? You think it's equally important?
Played 3 games that year.
06 or 07?
That was the
05, 06. How many games did he play?
That was 05, 06. He played 3 games that year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's a great point.
The Suns
they were like 55 and 27 or 54 and 28 or something.
They was first in offense, 28th in defense. Please stop it.
What? They were first in offense before their second best player. What the fuck are you saying? Stop
They
it.
was first in offense. Like I said, that's a system of D'Antoni. He invented the 7 seconds or less. They were getting shots.
How did the system of D'Antoni work in New York? Just for
it was all right until Melo fucked that up. To be honest,
he hated Melo.
He really should have had the Knicks
won everywhere.
The Knicks messed up by not re-signing Jeremy Lin, and nobody wants to say that. We would have had 3 point guards. When Jason Kidd was there, I thought it was dope if you had Jason Kidd, Raymond Felton, and Jeremy Lin. I'm not saying he was a star.
And that was the year they got cheated in the first.
You talked about Steph.
In the first round by Miami. They got cheated that year.
Why do you say that?
Huh? Oh, if you watch game 1, bro, I just watched game 1 again. Oh, it is bad. The calls from Miami is bad because if you seen it, they was letting them play the first half. After they wasn't doing what they were supposed to be doing to New York, oh, the whistles went crazy.
Is that when Iman Shumpert tore his knee and Baron Davis' knee exploded? Yo, that series it broke my heart. But Bernardo,
Fabian,
yeah,
just
you
answer me a
an
question.
Important question about the guards and defense. Yeah. Which one do I think is it as important? It has to be when you're
guards. For guards.
It has to be
55 games that year, and their team wasn't bad either. I'm gonna let you know that now.
Before we get there, it has to be as important when you're talking about splitting hairs with greats. We're not saying Steve Nash ain't legendary, man. He's legendary.
That's the thing. The difference between my opinion and yours is that you see a chasm, like a big difference on D, and I agree. But I see a big difference in offense, and you don't agree with that.
Oh, because again,
big difference.
That and just on offense, right? The whole point of offense, the first thing you think about is scoring, and everyone usually refers to an offensive player as a scorer, and that's not true. You should talk about the amount of quality shots that are available because of your presence on that court. So Steve Nash is up there. He can do it himself. I agree with all of that. And the one thing that isn't talked about enough with Steve Nash, he never lets up on his dribble. So he never stops play, and it's continuous.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
That's soccer. Like, he's a soccer player, but neither does Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd is not letting up his dribble until he sees the right play, and he usually does. And the right play is usually out of his own fucking hands.
Here's the difference. Here's what makes Jason Kidd better. Here's what makes Jason Kidd a better passer, right?
Yeah, Steve Nash, the part
hold on. Steve Nash holds the ball until he gets the assist, right? Jason Kidd swings the ball to make the other person swing the ball for the open assist, the hockey assist. That's what makes Jason Kidd better.
And I want to say,
there's one thing that Kidd was better than.
Just to add, because you gave him a clear cut with the passing. Jason Kidd's a better passer than Steve Nash.
No.
Absolutely.
I think passing is similar. What I give Nash the clear cut is. Have you seen the passes Nash?
Steve Nash is amazing.
That's what you're saying. He makes a fancier pass.
No, I'm not fan. No.
Overall, like he found people in crazy angles. Like
who?
Nash.
So has Jason Kidd.
Listen, Bernardo. It's not that Steve Nash didn't, right? He did. What you're saying, how you have him, I have him up there too, right? But the notch above that is Magic, LeBron, what you see Joker doing, Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd is a notch above. He's passing full court at any speed, anywhere.
Okay, so that's a fancier pass. Like the point is
not just fancy.
As a half court, Jason Kidd was better in transition than Nash. I'll give you that. As a half court offensive machine, it's Nash and very few other players. As orchestrating an offense and being able to generate good shots from himself and for other players. Nash is way up there. And the thing is, Nash, what you said is true. Nash is a great passer, but for me is a little bit better than Kidd. He's in a Jokic, a little bit below Jokic in that pantheon of passers.
Nash is a better passer than Jokic.
No, he's not.
No, I disagree. I think Jokic is a better passer than Nash. What?
Jason Kidd is a better passer than Jokic.
I think Joker can make passes that they can't make because he's so tall.
Nobody can make passes that Joker made because of his size. Like it's ridiculous.
That's not true.
That's what I'm saying. Magic is in that because Magic is 6'9". You know what I'm saying? Like
it's Magic and Jokic for me is the best passer of all time. Honestly.
LeBron is up there.
That is crazy.
What?
That little white dude in Utah was amazing. You forgot about him?
Stockton?
So, no, if you watch video on Stockton, and I have watched a lot of Stockton
No,
games,
you watch video.
he
I watch
was
whole
a
seasons.
bureaucratic playmaker.
I
Like
watch
he,
whole seasons, bro.
But you ain't
no,
got him
it's
up
fine.
there with Jason Kidd.
I do got Steve Nash. I mean, I do got John Stockton up there with Jason Kidd. I'm passing.
So
Yes.
Yeah, nah.
what people say about Nash, that he was a system player, that's true about John Stockton.
Hey,
John
listen, I want
Stockton
you
was
to
a system
know.
player.
Well, first off, you said something crazy, right? I just want you to know. Jason Kidd led the league in assists for 5 years, right? 5 years.
Steve Nash.
He led it in a league that had John Stockton in it, right? Right.
It was late. It was late. John Stockton was averaging
Paul, right?
8. John Stockton. No. Jason Kidd led the league in assists before Chris Paul prime. Steve Nash led the league in assists in Chris Paul's prime.
Steve Nash led the league in assists 5 years too, just like Jason Kidd.
Yes. And
okay.
But the point I was trying to make is the difference. What makes Nash a better playmaker than Kidd, in my opinion, is because he was so efficient in scoring, and he demanded more attention as a scorer than Kidd did.
No, he wasn't. You're bugging.
Yeah. No, he was.
Jason Kidd absolutely. See, this is where you're arguing stats as opposed to watching games. If you watch, man, bro, I want you to go watch the playoffs for Jason Kidd and his playoff runs. He was literally, there was games he was scoring 20 points in a row. What are you talking about?
I'm not saying he wasn't a good scorer. Nash scored like 45 points in playoff games. Well, that's not my point. My point is that Nash was a more efficient and more consistent scorer than Kidd was because of his shooting. And because of his shooting, he was able to put pressure on the defense in a way that Kidd wasn't.
You can't tell me that as a 24-year-old who never watched Jason Kidd play.
I have watched literally.
But that's I understand what he's saying. Yes, Steve Nash.
No, just a second. I have watched literally every game that Jason Kidd played in the finals.
Okay.
The whole games. So I've watched Jason Kidd. I know who the player he is.
That's just that's the finals when he's going against Shaq.
So listen.
And then he was being guarded by Tony Parker part of the finals.
Outmatched finals. The teams are not in the same stratosphere, right? You have to watch everything before the finals. You're watching it like them finals. This is what you're not getting, right? Some finals he didn't have a chance in hell at even winning.
In the 03 finals, he did.
We thought he was going to get swept for both of them. He didn't have a chance in hell at winning either one of them.
So
look, I can watch more games of Jason Kidd, and maybe I'll change my mind. I'm just saying that's my opinion right now from what I know.
You can't change. You can't change my mind about that. Steve Nash was a better shooter, more efficient, more efficient scorer. I'll give him that, of course. But how much is he giving up on the other end?
So just so you know,
that's fair.
So he's not averaging. Hold on, so he's not averaging 30 points per game to make up for all that on defense. Jason Kidd is a similar amount of points. It's not as efficient. The field goal percentage is better on Steve Nash, yes, by like 10%. It's a huge amount, but Jason Kidd is impacting your D. Yo, have you seen the New Jersey Nets play defense? It's Kenyon Martin and him. There's no big man. There's no
reason why the Nets had a chance. The reason why the Nets had a chance in the 03 finals was because him and Sean and Kenyon Martin was amazing, and Martin could bother Tim Duncan a bit.
They didn't have a chance.
And Kidd was annihilating anybody he guarded in the offense. I know. Kidd was amazing.
No, stay right there. So now imagine if you take out Steve Nash and you put Jason Kidd on Phoenix, what they do to San Antonio. There is no Robert over his shoulder, none of that. He's punking Tony Parker. Listen, it's just, I think it's that simple. Sean Marion and Jason Kidd are like Kenyon Martin and Jason Kidd all over again against San Antonio. And they almost beat, like you said, it was very competitive against San Antonio. It would be even more competitive with Jason Kidd there. Just way more. Defensively, that's another level. And defense is where you shorten up the amount of possessions and shit like that. Now you can't score. Now what? And he's getting the rebound, by the way. You're forgetting about that factor. Steve Nash didn't rebound like Jason Kidd. Before Westbrook, it was Jason Kidd, the big rebounding guy. This is totally forgotten about.
I may be wrong. but I think that sometimes I might overvalue efficiency compared to other people. No, I certainly value efficiency more than most people do. That's for sure. And maybe that's because I'm a Curry fan. I don't know, but
No,
I
I think
absolutely value.
efficiency, it's okay. It's not because that's what gives Michael Jordan the edge over LeBron. Like he's a guard doing that. What Michael Jordan was doing. So efficiency is not a bad thing. I'd rather the guy. That's the whole point of basketball. You want the most efficient shot.
Yeah, but the difference is I think people look at 225 per game point per game scorers, and they're kind of equal, but one of them shoots 60% true shooting and the other shoots 55, but they're kind of equal because they both score 50 to 25. When
Right.
I see that, I'm like, no. The guy that's scoring 25 on 60% true shooting, he's a way better scorer than the other guy. Because 5% true shooting is huge, and that's my thing. That's the thing that when I see that, the difference in my view from most people. So that's like when I compare, for example, um, I don't know, like Steph and Kobe. I think Kobe is better than Steph because of defense. Like the edge
That's a fact.
defensively
Right.
is
Right.
absurd.
Wow,
But
that's a
but
great. Hold on a second. That's a great fucking comparison. Steph versus Kobe is like Jason Kidd versus Steve Nash.
it's exactly that because offensively, for me, there's a gap. There is a gap offensively for me
But between Steph and Kobe
and Kobe
because of his
because of
efficiency.
efficiency. Steph's prime, 10-year prime from 2013 to 2023, he's scoring 26 a game on 63% true shooting. Kobe is scoring 28 a game on 55% true shooting. Like,
You're
if
going
you
with this
convert
true
that to
shooting.
offensive efficiency, that's the
True
difference
shooting does
between the
not.
best of offense in the league today and the worst defense offense in the league in 2017.
True shooting
Like,
does not tell the story. True shooting is a stat to make these things
man, I
compare.
watched Kobe and Curry. I know that Kobe's fantastic. I'm not saying he's bad, but when you're splitting hairs, it makes a difference. That's what I'm saying.
Kobe took way more bad shots. I'll give you that. But I think he puts more pressure on the defense
I
than Curry
disagree.
could. He's
Curry
giving you more.
shooting,
The
Curry
one the
shooting puts like unbelievable pressure on the defense.
Of course, but
No,
again,
Curry
you're not
shooting
even
puts
factoring
pressure.
Kobe
Hold
playing
on,
in this era.
hold on. Curry shooting
Yeah,
puts
that's
pressure
impossible
on
to
a
do. Like,
defense when he doesn't have the ball. We seen what it
so
looks
does
like.
Steph. Steph is the best softball player ever,
We're
probably.
talking
That's
about
not
Like,
true.
we're talking off
it's
the
him
ball.
and
Steph
Reggie and
only
Kobe. It's the
Steph
pantheon of
puts
off-ball
pressure
players.
on you off the ball. On the ball, I'm not worried about Steph. Steph, like he can't play winning basketball on the ball. It's
Oh, come
impossible.
on.
You cannot win with him on the ball.
But you
That's
can't
not
argue
true at
that.
all.
That's the reason why they moved him to the two goal.
You can't win with him on the
That's
ball.
not true at all,
Oh,
man.
it's not
That's
How?
true.
not
How is it
true at
not
all.
true? You cannot win with him on the ball. Prove me
You
wrong.
cannot win with Steph on the ball.
With him on the ball. No.
We just finished saying how Ty Lue chose to guard Steph off ball rather than let him get the ball. Just let
Mm,
Kevin Durant get the ball. We'd rather Kevin Durant have
Go
the ball in his
look at
hand.
go look at go look at game 5 of
That's
2017
one game.
finals.
That's one game.
Steph
That's one
Steph
game. That's one game.
just
Anybody gets
here's
hot
an
in one game.
example. When I talk about Steph at stats, you say I'm not talking about what matters, and then when I talk about the game,
No, that's
I'm
one
also not
game.
talking about
That's
the
one game.
what do
That's
you
one
want me to
game.
do?
That's one game in an 800 game career.
I'm
Well, I just
saying
said that
no.
backwards.
I'm not gonna say a game he was hot. I'm saying a game 5 of the 2017 finals. Steph was on ball in the pick and roll a lot. Let me see with one of the boys, one of the yes, he is. Uh, he was on the ball in the pick and roll a lot with Durant, side pick and roll with Durant. The Cleveland Cavaliers doubled him every single time, and he pocket passed it to Durant, mid range shot, bang, game is over.
You
But
ready?
like, wow, what
What did his numbers look like in 05? I'm gonna give it to you there. Did he win the Finals MVP?
in 05?
I mean, not 05, in the year you talk about. The year with Durant.
2017?
Did he win the Finals MVP?
No,
Thank you.
no. I'm
Thank you.
not sure what argument you're trying to make, but no, he
He's
didn't.
not on ball. He's not as big as he's not as big as
He
he
didn't win the
can't win.
final because Durant scored 35 a game on 70% true shooting, not because he was bad.
Why do you keep bringing up this true shooting? True shooting is a made up stat makes the
It's not a made up stat.
argument.
You know what true shooting is? Do you know what
Yes,
true shooting is?
yes, it's free throws, 2-pointers, 1-point, 3-pointers. It's not a good.
Yes.
It's not a good argument because if
You think it's better for me to say like he was 52, 43, and 91?
Let me tell you why. Because if you look up Shaq's true shooting, it drastically decreases.
It was amazing. Shaq was like shooting 60% from the field back then.
Shaq's true shooting though would be bad because he shot 35 to 40% from the line.
No, that's what he's saying. It's not because his field goal percentage was so high.
That's the thing about true shooting. Like you add up 60% from the field with 52% from the line or 42% from the line. It's like 58% true shooting in an era where people were shooting 52% true shooting. Like his true shooting for the time was amazing.
And also, but with true shooting, they don't factor one of the free throws or something like that, right? Like if you have an and one, they take away the free throw.
If you have the N1, they add up the free throw to the points and calculate it as if it was a 3-point shot.
Right.
So the N1 counts as a 3-pointer.
Right. So true shooting percentage is basically point per shot attempt. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that at all.
Yes.
The problem is when we do that is when we don't focus on the game. Like Kobe.
Shaq's true shooting percentage is 58.6 for his career.
It is amazing for a career. That is amazing.
That's not amazing. Guess what?
Why not?
It is amazing.
Guess what?
Like,
hold on.
It's lower than Steph's, but it's amazing. And Steph's played in an era that the league-wide true shooting was way higher than Shaq. So yes, it is amazing. 58% in the 90s and early 2000s.
Look, let me tell you, like where I told you it fails, right? Guess what Shaq's shooting percentage was?
62 or whatever.
58%. Exactly.
No. 58% is great true shooting.
You're not hearing me.
That field goal percentage is the same.
Look, it doesn't benefit a player like Shaq because he doesn't
shoot trees. That's obvious. Do you agree that trees are worth more than two?
He doesn't shoot.
It depends on the era.
You get what I'm saying? He doesn't.
It's a math. It doesn't depend on the era.
See, that's why I disagree with all that bullshit. Like if this was the 80s, you could not just chuck 3-pointers. They would have clotheslined you off the court. The coach would not let you play.
But if you did, it would be worth a lot.
If you tried that shit, you would get clotheslined on the court. They were like the way we enforced shit back then. It was different. I know.
No, the way people didn't shoot back then is because it was a novice concept.
He can't
it was what?
Shots up.
It was a novice stuff. Like it was new. It was new. Nobody did it.
Hold on.
Coaches thought it wasn't good. It was a gimmick.
For one, they could hand check.
Don Nelson wasn't in the late 80s, and even his teams didn't shoot.
Don Nelson won a Coach of the Year in '83.
For one, they could hand check. Hold on. For one, they could hand check. He's not getting that shot up. For two, there was no such thing as closeout space. There was no such thing as landing in his closeout space, right? I could stick my foot on you and you come down on my ankle. You're not shooting the same. Your thought process is not the same. He would have been hurt like he was earlier in his career. His injuries.
The first year, if Steph Curry steps into the 1982 season right now, and a guy sets a screen for him in the top of the key, the center would be down in the paint, and he would be draining trees all over the court by himself.
Let's say, hold on, school. Let's say that. Let's say
get to where you need to go. Let me tell you. Do you play basketball?
I have my both knees blown out. I play basketball from 12 years old to 22 years old. So 10 years of basketball.
Played in a different era, Pete. Back in our day, you were able to grab a person on the waist like this. I can literally control where you go. When you go to make your stutter, I can push you this way. You don't have free range. It's a difference. It's the difference trying to guard a person with a hand check, right? Then when you go to shoot, I don't have to give you land out space. We're taught to close out, get under him, your feet under his, and I can tap your hand. It's not a foul.
And you have to watch out for that. So
it's not a foul. I can literally grab your waist. Do you know what it's like trying to move with a person grabbing your waist? A stronger person?
What do you think? What do you think Steph Curry would be in the 80s? Like an all-star, a bench player, not in the NBA?
No. Steph Curry would be an all-star, bro. He'd be ill, but he would have to modify everything because Isaiah Thomas.
Let's say Mark Price was he going to be better than Mark Price?
Yes, he wasn't. He wasn't that, but Mark Price didn't. He played in the late 80s. He would have been better than Mark Price.
Yeah, the way he was great in '89 and in '89.
Except for one problem, he couldn't guard no guard. They all gonna bully him.
Magic couldn't guard anyone, so
early on Magic couldn't, but Magic eventually played decent defense. And help schemes were weaker in the 80s and 90s. It was harder to zone up on possession without being called for illegal defense. Yeah, Detroit Pistons don't get credit for really pushing for zone defense in the league. They were playing zone in the 80s. So yeah, I think the defensive schemes were different. But the way when you say things like this, help schemes were weaker, that's because you're looking at it from today, where you're saying, oh, if I was in 1988, I would just go on this side of the court. No, you couldn't go and do that. They would call you for illegal defense.
It didn't exist.
And I'm not saying
has 20/20 vision in hindsight, right? Like everybody talks about if you transplant a player into the 80s, if you transplant a player now, he doesn't have the moves that's out now because it wasn't invented yet.
Yeah, if you transplant Robert Parrish from the 80s to today, he wouldn't be as good as he was in the 80s.
I agree. So, there's no centers now. I agree with that. Patrick Ewing's not playing the same way. The only one who might play the same way is Akeem.
I doubt it. I think Patrick Ewing averages 30 in this league.
I don't know because he would have to. He'd have more responsibilities as a big man. Like he would be. Like I'm looking at Goldberg. He'd be better than Goldberg, but he's not going to be Patrick Ewing. Like Akeem Olajuwon played. I think Akeem
averages 30 in this league.
I think Akeem Olajuwon averages 30. His skills translate.
Akeem Olajuwon would be Joel Embiid, but better, in my opinion, in this league.
Akeem Olajuwon was way better than Joel Embiid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He would be like 35 points a game. And
they are too small to guard. They are too small to guard Patrick Ewing.
The only thing with that is school is that we got to be fair with that. Like that's the part that everyone has to come to grips with. The people that play, like Mark Eaton could not play today. He couldn't. Shaq is a different story because Shaq could play in any era. There's nothing you could do about it.
Shaq is a monster. But like Mark Eaton, imagine Mark Eaton trying to guard Steph Curry, James Harden, or Damian Lillard in the perimeter. Like he would be just
Mark Eaton is Rudy Gobert. But he don't belong in the league.
Not even. Right. He just wouldn't be right. And that's what I'm saying. You have a 3 or 4 time defensive player of the year candidate, and he can't even stay on the court. So these guys, the Patrick Ewings of the world, is tougher with them. Like he'd be great in transition on Patrick Ewing. He'd be amazing in transition. Also,
no, they just changed the style of basketball. It just like
if
you had them them skill sets don't exist right now, right? So if you had them guys, you can't like I can dump the ball down to Patrick Ewing and tell me Patrick get a bucket, and there's nobody can stop him. I could come.
You can dump the ball to Jokic and say him to get a bucket, and nobody can stop him.
Right? No. But just stick at Patrick Ewing for a second. But that's why I was arguing Patrick Ewing versus Joker. If you put Joker in back then, that now you're giving Patrick Ewing an advantage, bro. He can body in this much. But Patrick Ewing in this era, it's harder because offense. Hold on.
I think Ewing.
On offense, it's hard for him to get in his. Patrick Ewing was a black hole. He was like Carmelo. It took him a while to get into his groove. He would hold the ball for too long. You can't do that in this era. You just can't. It's zone defense. They're tripling you. That's just, to me, that's just a fact. But if you bring these guys to that era, now we're changing it because I try to respect every era for what they are because it's fucked up to say like when they say the Bulls would just come in this era and beat the Warriors. I'm like, how?
They would because it's a bad match for the Warriors. I can argue that one.
Okay, go ahead.
I can argue that one, right? You can't hide Steph Curry. That's one. That's the big one. You cannot hide
Derek Harper. You can't hide Derek Harper. Harper.
This is what I'm talking about. You never watched Derek Harper used to average 20 points.
Ron Harper, but yeah.
I mean Ron Harper. He used to average 20 points a game until he came to Chicago. He took a back roll.
I watched you kind of underestimate me, but like if the Warriors can make the Bulls offense devolve into Ron Harper isolating against Steph, that's a win. Because then the ball isn't on Jordan or Pippen hands.
Steph Curry is neutralized because he has to play defense. He's gonna foul out. He's gonna foul out every game.
That's not true.
He's gonna foul out.
I don't agree.
No, I'm saying
Steph is if you say that about Steve Nash, okay, Steph is a way better defender than Steve Nash.
Hold on. But who does he have to play defense against?
They switch everything.
Right,
what are you gonna do? Mike, who's doing Mike?
But they switch it help.
Right. Who does he like? We've seen this play out with against the Cavaliers and against OKC.
Well, we had
They don't put him. They wouldn't. They don't. They try. They have Draymond, Clay out there for a reason.
no.
And then when you
He remember. You right. You see what happened when he has to guard somebody. Kyrie lit that ass the fuck up.
right, right, so, right. So that's what. But that's what I'm saying. That the Cavs were meant. They were designed to play in this era. The Bulls are not.
No, that's exactly what. That's the funny thing. Because Steve Kerr was asked the same thing, and he said, "You want to be honest?" He said that Bulls team was designed to play in today's era.
I actually agree with that. I actually agree.
Yo,
like if you put
you ready?
That team.
Hold on, Tony Kukoc, right? He said Tony Kukoc would kill in this era. That's one, right? Jordan's gonna be Jordan. Jordan might average 50 in this era, right? Scottie Pippen can make the game tougher for Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant has to play defense. Like you cannot hide these players. There's nobody.
School, I get that. If you're talking about once you bring Scottie in this era, he can't play the same way. He can't play defense. He can't. What you mean? You just told me that the hand.
Scottie didn't need to hand check you. Scottie was a
right.
position defender.
And so, we saw Tony Allen and Ron Artest and a lot of these guys play 90s style defense, and they have an impact on Kevin Durant. But in this era, the Bulls don't have enough offense to do all that. They average like 80, 90 points a game.
They average 89 points, but what you're forgetting, right? And amongst that 89 points that they average, it was a slower game. They didn't average as many possessions. Look at
that's my point.
Now I'm going to do what y'all do, right? I'm going to tell you, look at the stats per 100 possessions. They actually fare out better.
Listen.
Can I? Yeah, go ahead.
I actually agree with Scooter.
Draymond Green is also not a facilitator. He cannot have the ball in his hands with Rodman.
So we take the ball. I actually kind of agree.
It's just a bad matchup. Like I promise you, I'm not saying this because I'm a Bulls fan. It's just a bad matchup because the way they run their team, Draymond Green cannot be their facilitator with Dennis Rodman. Cannot.
Yeah. The number one reason I agree is because Derek Harper, Tony, Ron Harper, Jordan, Pippen, Kukoc, and Rodman. They could. What?
It's a bad matchup.
Yeah, they could switch everything off ball with the Warriors. So all the flow, beautiful game offense that the Warriors run, it would be gone against that Bulls team. So that I agree. And and the second thing is the Draymond Steph pick and roll or the Draymond KD pick and roll is a switch every time, and it's dead. So I agree that it might devolve into slow, methodical one-on-one game, but even then, the Warriors have Stephen Curry and Kevin Durant. Like Stephen Curry and Kevin Durant are two of the top X players, offensive players of all time. It's
all-time great defenders, 4 of them on that 96 team. I can understand, that's why I said it's just a bad.
Who's the fourth one?
What?
Who's the fourth one?
Ron
Harper.
Ron Harper's not all. He's not. We got to stop.
Yes, he was.
No, he's a good defender. He's a great defender. He's not all time, but he's a great defender.
No, he's a big point guard. That's what gave him the disadvantage. Hold on, let me just finish this one. In this era, you have 5 guys that can put the ball on the floor and shoot. Draymond was not what he was today. Draymond was definitely a facilitator in that time period. He's part of the reason why Steph. Hold on, he's part of the reason why Steph Curry can go off ball. That's a major reason why. And on defense, you can hide Curry on anybody the same way they normally do. I think they sweep the Bulls for all these reasons because they can put the ball on the floor and shoot. Sean Livingston, we're forgetting about Sean Livingston. They're deep. That Golden State team is different now. And again, what you were saying with the points per 100 possessions, or whatever it is, yeah, that makes sense. Again, going back to the stat, of course,
that's true shooting.
Okay, it is. By the way,
I just told you. I said I don't like it, but I can do what y'all do.
Right. But
I admitted to that.
Yes, but in real life, it's not the per 100 possessions. They have to actually physically, and that's what I mean, Scoop. I don't like when we play this game because everyone decides to choose to use the time machine however they want to. Did they come in this era as babies, or were they transplanted from 1996?
You give a season. You give a season and 2 matchups in the regular season with the Warriors for the Bulls.
That's a different story. I don't want that.
That's what I'm telling you.
So you want the 1996 Bulls to jump in a time machine and then fly in 2016, right?
17.
Okay, 2017. Okay, fine. So if it's like that, then there's no way that they win. They have everything.
No, there's no way because in that scenario, there's no way because the moment they step on the court, they're like, "What the fuck is happening?"
Right. They would have to look, even if you gave them a week's worth of a week's time to look at film and everything. Right.
Yes.
Now you're dealing with 8 seconds in the backcourt. That's an advantage that they have because Pippen and Ron Harper will try to lock you down and try to get a bunch of half-court violations. That's why I can see it. But they're still not built. They're still not right. They're still not built. Their tendencies and everything. But look, Scoop, even when they work out and train, they're not training for that kind of pace. They're not. So now we go back to the 90s. I think the Golden State sweeps them, right? Now let's go to the 90s, though. The only advantage the Warriors have is that in 1996, the three-point line was short. That is it. Everything else, now we're talking about Ron Harper can fucking, and that's when they started getting rid of the hand check rule. They started getting rid of it, but they didn't wipe it away. They would have allowed, remember, the Golden State Warriors are flying in out of nowhere on a time machine, and the refs and everybody, that's not home court advantage for the Warriors. They're gonna feel like they're the away team. They're no longer the rock stars. The rock stars are the Bulls. The refs are looking at Jordan like he's the man. What you gonna do with these aliens? So Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, Ron Harper. You got 4 guys on the court who are gonna hand check everybody. You can't do the whole that small ball lineup is dead. You can't do that.
No, it's not. It's not dead because the Bulls ran a small lineup. The Bulls ran a small lineup for most of they ran a big, but in crunch time they played a lot of Rodman, Kukoc as the 2 bigs.
That's what I'm telling you. The lineup was built to play in today's era. Today's era, Draymond Green is not a facilitator. He cannot. Rodman is going to harass him 90%. And you're talking about them not being able to keep up. Do you know when Rodman never sat on the sideline? You know he biked. Do you know he biked?
Yeah.
He literally biked.
Jordan and Rodman helped create this whole era of working out. I get that, but they were not training for this.
Yes,
this is different.
Even if you go back, if the Warriors go back, the Warriors would still be playing this alien-like style, and they would know the Bulls style. So for the first game at least, Curry's pulling up from 30, and before anybody hand checks him, he's pulling up. That's
their advantage, the 3-point line, and that Curry is the coach.
Thing, right?
That's the advantage.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. He has to be on.
But Curry? He's on 5 times out of 7 every series.
No, that's not true. That's not true. And that's what you
he's not on in the sense that he's getting 10 trees in 60% shooting, but he's on like he gets 5 trees a game in every playoff series.
Bernardo, hold on. This is when you guys kill me. That series against the Cleveland Cavaliers when Matthew Dellavedova was on him. He was not the same.
1.5 game. Check the stats. Check the stats right now. Put the stats up.
But you're not listening to what I'm telling you. You're not going to get the same amount of possessions. You have 10 seconds to bring it up court. The Bulls are slowing it down. They're not playing. Okay, they played Rodman and Kukoc, yes, but for half the amount of possessions. Now what? Now go try the up and down game. We're killing you. And you can't bring it up the same way anymore. We're going to push you with our hands.
We're going to guard you 90. That's what I'm telling you. Rodman,
it's different. It's different.
What I'm saying, I'm not saying Curry would score 40 a game. I'm saying that Stephen Curry, throughout his career, I think there's 3 or 2 playoff series he shot under 40% in his life from 3.
To bring the ball up. That's the difference.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Who brings the ball up?
Throughout the dynasty, Andre Iguodala, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Kevin Durant, that's the beauty of the team.
No, see, that's the beauty. That's the disadvantage of playing that Bulls team, right?
Yep.
You can't. That was the beauty of Magic too, right? Magic brought the ball up until they did what? Scotty harass him 90.
Well, Jordan guarded him.
Huh?
That's a myth. Jordan guarded Magic for most of that playoff series.
No, he did not.
He did. Look it up, Scoop.
Bro, I just watched the series.
No, you didn't.
Michael
Jordan.
You.
Okay,
Michael
Jordan guarded him for more. Scottie Pippen at the end of the series goes, "Yeah, thank Michael Jordan for having a great series on Magic. It was game 1 that they did that with, and the rest of the series Jordan guarded Magic. But that's besides the point. We could argue
but
about
also
that later.
also just
right. So hold on. So my point, right? Steph Curry has to bring the ball up. You're not gonna put the all defensive player at your 2 guard. You're not letting Clay bring it up because Clay don't have a handle. Let's be honest with you.
no,
Clay,
yeah, Clay can't. Yes,
right, right.
Clay can't bring anything up against like Jordan or Pippen. He's fucked.
Durant can't bring it up because he got Scotty on him.
Who would guard Steph? Would it be Jordan, Harper?
Any
Who
one of
would
them.
guard Steph?
Any one of them. You're talking about Jordan was the defensive player of the year, right? You do.
Yeah, I know.
You
I know my basketball, dude.
You do know he's the only person in basketball
To win the scoring title and win the the MVP and the defensive player of the year.
To have 100 blocks and 200 steals in the same season. He did it 3 times.
No, he isn't.
D-Wade didn't do that?
The Hakeem Olajuwon did it.
Hakeem
once.
is a different story.
No,
Hakeem led the league in blocks and
won
steals.
defensive player of the year and MVP in the same year.
But he
did
the league in steals and blocks 1 year.
Yes, he did.
He's
like
fucking sick.
It might have been the other way around, like more blocks than steals, but he did something crazy about blocks and steals.
But stop. The only person to do 200 steals and 100 blocks in the season.
He's not the only guard to do that. He's only guard to do that.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure.
Look up.
I'm gonna show you right now.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
School, Hakeem Olajuwon led the league in blocks and steals 1 season. The league in steals and blocks. He's a different.
Look it up.
So even with that, right? Damn, I forgot my other advantage. Oh, the rebounding. Golden State's getting that was their biggest flaw in this era was rebounding.
What's the average? It's 200 steals and 100 blocks. Is that it?
200 steals and 100 blocks in the season.
88, 89. Hakeem Olajuwon had 213 steals and 282 blocks. So yeah.
Yeah, what?
213 steals, 200 over 200 blocks, or easily over 200 blocks. But he was
213 steals.
Yeah,
and 280 blocks.
Hakeem was crazy.
That was Mike here. That was Mike's defensive player of the year award.
Which one? 88.
I think he might be looking at.
Nah, that doesn't mean Hakeem won it. I don't even think I don't think Mike or any of these guards deserve defensive player of the year. That's a hot take of mine.
Marcus Smart certainly didn't. Just
Marcus Smart, yeah. I don't think any of them deserve that. Well, this era is different because there's no big man.
Gary Payton?
Nah, he don't deserve none of that shit. Dime will tell you I'm biased towards big dudes. Pause.
What you guys are arguing about who would win between the 96?
Dime, let's hear your opinion. Who would win in a series?
Go ahead, Bernardo.
96 Bulls or 17 Warriors? Today and back then, who wins it in both scenarios?
Today, the Warriors would smoke them, and then back then,
you gotta think about that.
I'm not arguing.
I think the Bulls would win.
I'm not arguing with nobody who didn't see the 96 Bulls play, man.
That's what I'm saying. I haven't seen the full series, so I don't want to speak on it, honestly.
I'm
That's
not
my
arguing nobody who hasn't seen the 96 Bulls play.
I watched the full 98 series, the finals, not 96. So
I'm not gonna speak honestly. Good job for relegating me there, Scoot. I'm not gonna say anything because I like speaking only on what I've seen. I know more about the '69 Celtics than I know about the '96 Bulls. Serious, because I haven't gotten there yet. I go in order.
I know you have. Yo, what does this mean? Fabian has been cooking like usual. So that means he likes what I'm saying. POA defenders. What's that mean? POA defenders.
Perimeters oriented, whatever. I don't know.
Point of attack just means perimeter guarding.
Point of attack.
Point of attack defenders don't deserve defensive player of the year. It's the back line help doing all the work to clean up.
I totally disagree with that narrative, honestly, because I'm saying why.
First of all, stop. Yo, just because we're not on your fucking live that says dime dropper does not mean you fucking eat with your mouth full, Dime. What is wrong with you? You eating fried chicken? What are you doing?
Relax.
Do you have a Reese's Pieces shirt on?
Amazing race, bro.
I'm just joking. Did you really mute the mic?
No, I did. Bro, so listen.
You shaved, man. Look at you.
Yeah, well, that's gonna be one of my wedding this weekend, and I wanted to grow back a little bit. It was getting a little too long. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to look like some Taliban fool.
Okay.
Just help me with something. Me and I were arguing, I think, yesterday about Nash and Tony Parker. Who you guys like more, Nash or Tony Parker?
I like
the
Nash,
fact that
man.
you think about it makes me so mad.
I hated Tony Parker's guts, bro.
Jordan did it 3 times. Hakeem Olajuwon did it once, and Scottie Pippen did it once. I stand corrected.
Jordan did it 3 times, and Hakeem only did it once.
But if you do the other way around, 200 blocks and 100 steals, Hakeem did it like 10 times or whatever.
No, he's the only person. No, it's only been done once. 2 and 2. So Hakeem's the only person to ever do it.
No. I'm saying 200 blocks and 100 steals. That's what I'm saying.
Oh. But I'm pretty sure there's more. I'm pretty sure I can find more centers that did that. David Robinson might have did it a few times.
Yeah, probably.
He might have. I don't know if we got as many steals though.
I think David Robinson might have did it.
But that stat as a kid is what made me think Hakeem was just like, wait a minute, what kind of godly shit is this?
But Jordan did it 3 times, like I said.
Yo, before you go back to the Nash thing, I just want to say the reason why I think point of attack defenders are very underrated, like that perimeter defender is, like, for example, for my team, right, Clippers, Zubac is a pretty decent rim protector. Like, he's actually pretty good. He was averaging a lot of blocks in the beginning of the season. But, bro, when you guys have guys that die on screens and, like, don't move their feet, then the big man has to guard 2 guys at once. And it's so much spacing in today's game. Like, he's fucked.
That's where Rudy Gobert got exposed in Utah.
Right. I was gonna say that.
They couldn't stay, they couldn't stay in front of the ball. And we torched them. Like, you need a guy you need a Wiggins, you need an Aaron Gordon. Like, you need these players. Like,
you need that's what just like you, and you know why Spoelstra's playing that zone the way he's playing on
Celtics.
You know why it's so effective, and you know why they keep talking about not being able to break the zone. You know why? Because in order to break that zone, you need a baseline 3-point shooter. They don't shoot threes from the baseline. All of them shoot.
Not true at all.
It is
baseline tonight.
They
shot a bunch of threes from the baseline tonight, like a ton.
And
that's why they won the game.
That's his point. That's his point.
Previous games, they weren't hitting baseline threes in the previous games.
No, they threes are coming from stagnated offense, one swing, top of that curve. If you look,
what happened? And this series was just like the 2020 series. Like they play a zone. The Celtics don't find a way to attack the rim, and they settle for 3-point shots above the break. That's the whole series, just like 2020.
Phoenix plays. He makes me feel special, man. I didn't know he thought I was cooking like usual. But the Tony Parker thing is yo. When I tell you, Bernardo, I fucking hate Tony Parker like with a passion. I do not like him, like at all. But I mean, I gotta go with Steve Nash. Like, that's crazy. That's insane. I'm not picking Tony Parker over Steve Nash.
Chris Paul or Parker?
I'm taking Tony Parker over Steve Nash.
Oh my goodness!
You said
what are we doing here?
Chris Paul or Tony Parker?
Yes.
That's not close.
Parker, I'm taking Tony Parker.
That's not close.
Chris
Paul with Tim Duncan is insane. Chris Paul had made you just said this earlier, School. He made DeAndre Ayton. He made Tyson Chandler before he was Tyson Chandler. We forget about all that shit.
Why are you muting my mic, asshole?
I didn't mute that. You did it yourself, you dick, because you were eating the fucking food.
Dude,
but
no, I don't think I was telling Bernardo this. I don't think Chris Paul will be as good with the Spurs. He's so ball dominant. He would never buy in.
I was just about to say that. Chris Paul. He can't lead you to bro. He's had so much talent. I don't want to hear it. I can't justify taking him over Tony Parker, who's a proven winner.
But Nash though could have won rings with him because I think Nash is more self.
I think you're totally overlooking the fact that his first 5 or 6 years defensively, Chris Paul was crazy.
He was very
really good.
I'm not overlooking it.
I understand. Okay, I think
Dime is overlooking it. Dime shut me up about Chris Paul's defense yesterday.
His defense after that was overrated. He's a fucking hack.
I remember when Chris Paul and when Chris Paul was picked to win the whole East that year. Dwayne Wade, as a rookie, came in
What?
and bust their ass.
Wait, what are you talking about, Scoot? Chris Paul wasn't in the East.
Chris Paul was in the West. He wasn't in New Orleans when
He
he
was
came
never
into
in
the
the
league.
East. And D Wade, they weren't rookies. He was a rookie.
D Wade's
Dwayne
rookie
Wade's
year.
second
The way he was 03 as a rookie, Chris Paul, I think he's 05 draft.
04.
D Wade's rookie year.
04 is Dwight.
Yeah, remember, Scoot is D Wade. D Wade is LeBron, Melo, Chris Bosh.
He's thinking of the series against Baron Davis that he played the Hornets.
It was Baron. It was B Diddy.
Yeah, he crossed. D Wade crossed up Baron Davis. Baron Davis still played good defense in the end.
It was Baron Davis. They was picked to win. It was picked to win the East.
Who was?
Baron Davis and them.
Who the fuck picked the Hornets to pick the East?
Over Miami?
They was picked.
No. Miami wasn't there yet.
Rookie. D-Wade was a rookie.
Yeah, it was.
That's when Lamar Odom was there.
Yeah.
Nah, bro, because the Pacers. Is that when the Pacers had the fight?
Nah, there was no.
That was 1 year before. That was when Tayshaun Prince, I think, blocked. Was that the year that Tayshaun Prince blocked Reggie Miller?
I think Tayshaun Prince blocked Reggie Miller in 04, didn't it?
That was 04. That's the year they won. They won it in that year.
You were talking about.
That was the
you were talking
about.
We're trying to figure it out, Blazy.
D Wade's rookie year. It was D Wade's rookie year. They played Baron Davis. That was 04.
Yeah, definitely.
He didn't have Shaq. Yeah. He had Lamar Odom.
Yeah.
So the
just
what? 20 Parker?
I'm sorry. No, Jason Kidd or Steve Kerr, Steve Nash. Who'd you pick?
I have to. I haven't seen this. The thing I got to see a better Nash than I saw Kidd. I got to go back because I have to watch the film of the early Kidd with the Nets that was going to the finals, and then I'm probably gonna lean Kidd, but I don't think that's a 50-50. I gotta watch the film. I'm gonna keep saying I gotta watch the film.
They were killing you because they picked Nash.
I want you to watch a rookie Jason Kidd versus Dallas versus Chicago Bulls. How impactful he is without scoring like that. Like he just looks like he's in a different game, and he's not even a scorer. It's just dope what he does. Remember, it took Steve Nash a while. See, Bernardo, you really overlooked that when they changed the rule. It wasn't just the rule. He looked like he had Dirk on his team, and he still didn't look great. He was good. But Nash didn't look great.
And Michael Finley.
Hold on a second. That Dallas team is totally underrated. It was 60. They were totally underrated because with Nick Van Exel coming off the bench, that might be the best offense I've seen in my life. Go back to that Dallas team when Dirk got hurt in the playoffs. He hurt his knee. Go back and watch that shit. It's Dirk, Steve Nash, Michael Finley, and Nick Van Exel off that bench. And Rafe LaFrentz. That shit is insane.
Didn't they would have beaten San Antonio?
Yes.
They would have won the championship.
That's when he got hurt. Dirk got hurt against San Antonio. They were fucking crazy.
Listen,
Matter of fact, Steve Kerr.
In the playoffs.
Hold on, Steve.
Dime dropper.
Steve Kerr hit like 5 3-pointers in the third quarter or whatever in that
Steve
series.
Kerr saved San Antonio's fucking life. He saved the whole fucking organization that year.
Dime.
Well, you're right, Scoop.
If they had won back then, I would be here laughing at y'all.
Why?
Because he would have led the best offense of all time to the championship. Him and Dirk. Like it would have been one of the best. Like it was one of the best offensive duels ever. But people would remember it as one of the best offensive duels ever.
Different then, but he didn't.
So Bernardo clearly pro Nash. Fabian is a big Kidd fan, huge. So what's your opinion? Nash or Jason Kidd?
It's Kidd by far.
Wow. Talk about it. I'm trying to hear it.
Bro, I watched Jason Kidd play. I told you he took a last place team, just a 1-for-1 trade. They traded Stephon Marbury from Phoenix to the Suns for Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd took that team to the finals.
Well, in 2001, right? That roster was pretty shitty too.
Okay, but let me counter argument. Nash changed the Suns completely when he went there, and they won 60 games or something. He went to the conference finals his first season, and he won MVP. And a better West than the East that Jason Kidd played in.
No, that team. Go look at that roster.
What are you talking about?
That roster.
It was almost the same roster.
He had to beat a better team. The Nets, he had to beat better teams.
No, but the roster was kind of weak for a finals team.
Oh, it was definitely weak. But he played in a
They had like Lucius Harris and all types of crazy people, bro.
He played the match against Dirt.
I'm gonna ask you this. What did any one of them do after post Jason Kidd?
Who's them?
His former teammates.
Right.
Kenyon Martin.
Kenyon
Martin was good in the Nuggets. Okay.
Kenyon Martin was a 20-point scorer with Jason Kidd.
Right. Kenyon Martin.
And he was still good in the Nuggets.
No, he wasn't.
Kenyon Martin was like a rookie or a sophomore, right?
Yeah. Kenyon Martin was relegated.
He was screaming on the team like, "How y'all not producing, nigga? I'm the rookie. I'm the new guy, and I'm producing more than y'all."
Big man. You hear me? He was relegated to a defensive big man. He was done in Denver.
What did Alonzo Mourning do with Jason Kidd? Just so I know.
He revived his career.
I was about
he didn't play. He barely played.
After the kidney thing, he got traded to Toronto, and they got him. I think they traded him for Vince Carter, and they brought him back.
And he won the championship with Miami. No 6.
Yeah,
of course.
Oh no, I don't know about that.
Huh?
Kerry Kittle got drafted with Kobe.
Van Horn.
Yeah, Keith Van Horn.
I like Van Horn.
Keith Van Horn had he had a little phase.
What school did Keith Van Horn go to?
Who? Kendall Gill from the Hornets?
Kendall Gill was decent on the Nets. He was decent.
I don't know Kendall Gill.
Again, after the Jason Kidd years, what did they do?
I don't think Kendall Gill was there for the playoffs.
Yeah, he was.
He was.
Hell yeah.
Didn't they have like Tony Delk or somebody too? That team was.
They might have had Tony Delk.
That team was horrible, bro.
So here's my thing. Here's my thing. Dom and Mel, you just entered the chat with this one. I said Phoenix, they went to the conference finals that year. You just acted like they added Steve Nash and that was it, Dom Dropper. No, they have Amari another year. They got Sean Marion in another year. They got Joe.
He's already on the team. Though.
They had Tim. Tim Thomas, who was just an all-star before coming there.
Leandro Barbosa off the bench. So you telling me you take away you trade Steve Nash with Jason Kidd. What do you think happens? Defensively, with Sean Marion?
Sean Marion had his best years with Steve Nash, though. All these guys had besides that 1 year with him.
What do you think he would do with Jason Kidd? What are you people talking about, man?
Wait a minute. You said Sean Marion had his. You said Sean Marion
wasn't Richard Jefferson and running for Rookie of the Year too, right?
Hold on. You said Sean Marion had his best year with Jason Kidd. I mean,
just listen. I'm gonna read
with Jason Kidd.
Oh,
I'm gonna read the guys from the Suns.
Why do you play the game?
I agree, but in 06, you're telling me that was a better player than when. Remember, he got to the second seed without Amari.
Why do you play the game?
I agree with you, but he got to the conference finals without Amari. Is that not valid? And plus, let's not act like Jason Kidd in the pick and roll, which was their main offensive weapon, is as good as Steve Nash. His pull-up is crazy. Nash. The kid's a crazy passer too.
Jason Kidd was old. Jason Kidd was old with the Mavericks, right?
Jason
Kidd was old with the Mavericks, right?
Yeah, he was.
Jason Kidd led the playoffs in assists.
He did with the Mavs in 2011.
Look it up. I'm not looking that up right now. Look,
he had more than LeBron.
Look, I'm not looking that up right now. Look it up.
I'm eating right now. But
look, I just checked the Suns roster. They had Joe Johnson, Sean Marion, Leandro Barbosa, and Amari Stoudemire the year before. The year before Nash got there, and then Tony the year before Nash got there. They had the core of the team.
Hold on. You're underestimating the value of Tim Thomas, who was once a 20-point scorer in the league, right? Kurt Thomas was once a 20-point scorer in the league. These is mentalities and things that you put in play. They don't make stupid plays, right? These are crafty veterans. These were once 20
and
scorers.
And they also have Stephon Marbury, by the way.
Thomas averaged 20 points in the league.
Who?
Kurt Thomas?
Kurt Thomas averaged 20 points for the Knicks. 20 and 10.
He did?
Look it up.
This is the Chris Paul the most assists.
I'm not looking this up, bro.
Yeah, I used to hate Kurt Thomas so much on the Knicks.
Kurt Thomas Kurt Thomas was not in the 05 Suns.
Kurt Thomas was definitely in the 05-06 Suns when Amari Stoudemire got hurt.
He was there.
In 06, not 04-05. Not 04-05.
They had Amari. Amari played. He got hurt in 05-06.
Yeah, but they had Amari in 04.
Again, yes, they had Amari for his rookie year because he played with Steve. He played with with Stephon Marbury.
With Marbury, yeah.
But Nash made
And
them.
Marbury is cancer. We know that. They went to the playoffs. Remember?
Don't do that. Don't believe that narrative.
No, they didn't. They won 28 games that year.
We can't hear you on Fab.
Amari went to the playoffs with
Thank you, Mel.
With Stephon Marbury.
So Nash didn't transform the team?
They lost in the first round. Look it up.
He helped transform them, but
they lost to a loaded Spurs team.
Look it up. He went to the playoffs. Y'all all bugging.
We're not denying what you're saying, but he didn't transform the team.
They went to the playoffs. What are you talking about? He inherited the playoff roster.
We got him 62 wins.
How many wins did they have before that?
Straight years.
So what? Yo,
the year before they won 28 games.
20 and 10.
But Jason, it's not like Jason came with a ring.
I like Kurt Thomas. Hold on. Kurt Thomas, hold on, school. Kurt Thomas, if I'm not mistaken, whatever conference he played for in college, he led his conference in scoring.
Yeah, like Alabama or Texas,
some shit like that, and he killed in college. I don't know why.
Kurt Thomas was not on the 05 Suns.
What?
Kurt Thomas was not in the 04-05 Suns.
He was in 05-06.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but we're talking about the next year after Nash got there. They won 28 games the year before. They had Joe Johnson, they had Shawn Marion, they had Leandro Barbosa, they had Mike D'Antoni, they had Amari Stoudemire. They have everybody, and they won 28 games the year before.
With Marbury?
With Marbury.
No.
In 04, check it up. Check it out.
No, they made the playoffs with Marbury.
Yeah.
In 04, in 03, they made the playoffs. In 04, they didn't.
Didn't he go to New York or New Jersey?
29 games. 29 games in 04.
Hold on a second. What the fuck are you talking about, Bernardo? Let me see.
They won 29 games? Yeah, no, he's right about that. That's why Nash got so much he transformed. That's why I said he transformed the team, because they had a crazy turnaround, right?
With Marbury, they only won 20 games. No way. They're trying to blackball.
They won 29 games and then 62 the next year.
Marbury got traded that year.
I was about to say, see?
Or Nash.
Marbury ain't going out like that, nigga.
They blew the rock. They tanked the shit. Marbury got traded that year. What we talking about? What year you talking?
02, 03 they went to the playoffs.
Dom Dropper.
And then Marbury got traded.
Dom, you look like you just turned 13 years old, bro.
Yeah, I know. Go back for the weekend. But I like how clean it makes my face feel.
Okay.
What season are we talking about? Because 02, 03 they made the playoffs.
Wait, y'all been on the whole time, or y'all didn't go off?
What?
Y'all didn't go off? I don't know why I thought y'all went off.
We never go off, brother.
That's crazy.
You did your live already, Don?
And Locked On Clippers. I did both.
You did shit 2 hours ago.
Yo, that's crazy. We killing it though, Mel. Remember? Come on, man.
Marbury played 34 games this year for them. They traded Marbury. That's why their team went ass. They blew that team up for that reason.
Right. And then they signed Steve Nash. Right, that's correct. Colangelo was on a committee on the Dom knows this.
Yeah, time out before you say that. What do you mean though? I thought Nash was traded before.
Wait, so JK was there after
Steve Nash was not
or
traded.
Before Nash. He was there before Nash.
You just said he was traded.
Jason Kidd was there.
Marbury Kidd.
Jason Kidd was there before Nash.
He got traded
for Marbury to go to Jersey, to the Nets, and then Marbury went to the Phoenix Suns. Then they traded
when he had the blonde hair. He was wilding.
Yeah,
he took them to look. He took them to the playoffs. Marbury took Phoenix to the playoffs.
Yep.
Something bad happened that fucked up that round that they lost, right? But they put up a fucking fight.
That's when they pushed them. Somebody got pushed on the remember? And
no.
That's Steve Nash.
That's Steve Nash. He got pushed by Robert Horry.
Then the Murray got hurt. Something happened.
No, that was off the bench.
So Pete, hold on. With the Marbury joint though, right? Stephon, after they lost, Amari Stoudemire's mother did not want her son playing with Stephon Marbury. That's why they blew the team up. I promise you.
Wow. So
said he was a bad influence.
What was the Nash trade with Dallas?
Look it up. No,
he was free agency. Mark Cuban didn't want to match
anymore. I YouTube the oldest story and got fucking flagged.
So they
LeBron blackballed Marbury too. I ain't like that.
Did they have a draft?
What? And that's your man, Mel?
Yeah, he did
Your
some bird shit.
man.
I ain't gonna lie. He did some
School-
bird shit to Marbury.
By the way, I
said that.
just checked.
Remember Marbury had the store on 34th
went.
Street. Berries.
Marbury
What?
went to the Knicks.
Marbury had
hold
the
on.
store on 34th Street. Remember that, Fab? You go upstairs at the garden and buy his, and he had the sneakers
The
and he had the
Starberries.
sweaters.
So the Starberries, yeah, of course. He sold them for like $40.
I'm a Starberries.
What does that have to do with LeBron banning him?
Because LeBron was like,
I don't know
Steph was
about
like,
that.
yo, I'm making it sneakers for the youth who couldn't afford it. And then LeBron came out like, nah, we ain't supporting no cheap ass sneakers. We want some quality shit. Like,
They ain't blackball.
When did he say that?
he said that. Nigga. It's when Marbury got a documentary. He said that.
Yeah.
And then that was the same year something else happened that year.
But
He
how's
was
that
out the league,
blackballing
like,
him?
Starberry got blackballed because of his antics. Wasn't
Nah.
because of LeBron.
I think LeBron played a part,
It's
bro.
literally no. He was a cancer in the locker room, bro.
Not believing
Every team he went to, except for that one Phoenix team, was losing, bro. He was stupid, bro. He has mental problems. I know people that know this man. Like
He a regular New York nigga. He ain't got no mental problems.
Yes,
New
he
York
does,
niggas-
bro.
He ate gasoline, remember?
That was after he stressed. His mother just died and his father just died or something crazy like that.
Bro,
Then they just
bro,
blackballed him out the league.
Bro,
That's
first
why
off-
he's eating Vaseline. I'm
off-
trying to tell y'all
first
niggas,
off-
man.
first
It wasn't
off-
no regular shit, just eating Vaseline. Like, his mother died. He got back in shape. The Knicks was blackballing the nigga.
Bro.
Then he got traded to Boston. They didn't.
Bro.
He got back in top shape. They
Bro.
ain't let him play. Like,
bro, he was getting robbed at the light, all types of shit. In New
that
York,
was way out. That was way
He was in
before.
he was in
nigga.
New York wilding.
That was way before, nigga. That's Jay-Z got him robbed. Everybody know that. Like 2001.
Jay-Z didn't get him
He
robbed.
didn't get him robbed.
Jay-Z didn't get him
Just
robbed.
came up with the song. Don't confuse
Yeah.
me with Marbury out this bitch. Run up on me at the light, you can lose your life.
You lose your life.
But it wasn't.
Right.
Yeah, it wasn't. He got him robbed. Marbury was wilding. Marbury was playing. Marbury was playing in the ruck and everything else, bro.
Right, that's regular. He been doing that.
That's ill.
Yeah,
Right. That was
But
regular,
he was
nigga.
I
He
was
got his
playing
own
him.
tournament in Coney Island. He used to have his own tournament in Coney Island. That was regular, bro. That had nothing to do with nothing, bro.
Bro, do you know what he was doing in the locker rooms? He was bugging, bro.
What was he doing?
He's a mental case, bro.
Go ahead. Tell me what he's doing.
He was trying to fight players and all that.
I ain't
Really?
never heard this. Who?
They should have whooped his ass. What the fuck is wrong with them? I'm not gonna be Amari Stoudemire letting you punk me. I would have Stone Cold stunned him.
Did you see the story about Amari Stoudemire moms?
I'm looking for it.
Marbury was
Nothing
too
comes
nice.
up.
Who did the Suns draft when they in 04? Did they have a high pick?
Stoudemire.
No.
No, Sotomayor was 02 draft, right?
Team after they traded Marbury, they changed.
Yo, I want you to know too, Bernardo, right? Your boy,
Yes.
I think he been in the league since like 96 too. I just want you to know.
Yeah, no, I know. He started being good at like 27, 28 in Dallas. It took a while.
He was playing behind Jason Kidd.
My man
He
told
was
me.
playing
my
behind
man
Jason
Fab
Kidd. He was
told
playing
me-
behind Kevin John. Yes.
He was playing
My
behind.
man Fab
Cassell.
said he wasn't good till they made the rule changes.
I'm right. He wasn't great.
That's bullshit. He was good. He was good
He
already
was good his
before the
last
rule.
couple of years in the Mavericks, but like I said, he had an all-star, all-studded team. And it's hard not to be good in Don Nelson's system. That system benefited him. Like,
Yeah,
like
all the
numbers
coaches.
are inflated in Don Nelson's system, right?
D'Antoni too.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. D'Antoni created the 7 seconds or less offense.
D'Antoni had
Hey, don't
fucking
disrespect
Raymond Fabian
Don
look
Nelson like
good,
that.
Jeremy
I
Lin
said
looking
Don Nelson.
good. If you got a little bit of handle, you can penetrate. You're gonna look good in D'Antoni's system.
No, you think
Yeah, none of those guys shot
7 seconds or less.
65% true shooting. So
I don't see anything
7
with
seconds or less.
school. I don't
He
see
making
anything.
that up, bro. Just trying to nigga Marbury
What?
not that bad. Niggas is tweaking. It's a narrative, man.
No,
No, I think to
I'm
be
a
honest, I
Marbury.
think the biggest problem with Marbury was like the kids in this era, like John Morant. He wasn't a point guard. He was a 2. And they
Marbury.
don't want to admit it. Yeah.
Nigga, he averaged 20 and 10 for 10 years straight.
Okay, so what? When did you prove that he's not like Steve Nash would score the ball? He didn't give a fuck, and he didn't let up his dribble. Marbury was, again, another ball stopper.
Damn,
A
Phoenix
ball
draft-
stopper. He
He
was a
didn't
point guard. How you a
Marbury
ball
Here we
stopper
go.
and you a point
Look.
guard?
Nope,
Fab?
you're right.
drafted
Marbury
Luol Deng.
asked if he couldn't get an assist out of it.
Thank
they
you.
traded him,
Marbury
didn't they?
what?
Thank you.
He don't make a pass if he's not getting an assist out of it.
And what's that called? School?
A ball stopper. I ain't gonna lie.
No, not a ball stopper. Hold on.
Hold on.
What? Assist hunting? Is that a term?
Yeah.
Rondo didn't do that.
It's the Rajon Rondo special.
Man, you can't make a nigga make a shot. I hate that term, bro.
I don't think
assist
Rondo
hunting.
Rondo did it in Boston at the end of his career.
What's the definition of assist hunting?
It's Rondo sitting at the top of the keys. What?
Huh?
There's a lot of ways to
only
assist.
passes when he can get a stat, a number in a stat for it.
Right.
Not to
That's
really
what Rondo
make
would
the
do.
win and play.
No.
Jason Kidd makes win and play. Jason
Kidd. I'm
Kidd
just saying, like on from Rondo. I mean,
listen, Mel. The reason why they do it,
meditated that you just honestly should have shot or got penetrated. Those
but you can't make a nigga make a shot, and you
It's
can't
not-
even know if he gonna pass.
Mel,
you
you're talking
dribbles he gonna take.
Mel, hold on. Mel, you were good in basketball, correct? You are good in
Right,
basketball,
I'm
right?
one of the best passers in the world too.
Okay,
Oh,
so
man,
yeah,
I
but this is
passing discussion. I'll take myself over anybody.
so imagine being on a level where you're controlling the game. They know how to get these guys. The same way you know how to score, they know how to pass. Rondo, listen. The reason why, hold on, Dom. The reason why this even happened is because it's in their contract to get money off the assists. That's why it happened.
That might. But Rondo wasn't doing that. Rondo wasn't no big time player at that time.
What? I'm talking about the end of his ball, not in the beginning of Boston. Like at that time, you had Cade. You had no chance to win.
From 09 on, he was averaging double-digit assists until he got traded.
Yeah.
No, but he couldn't. Remember, him and Doc Rivers used to be.
I mean, how?
Rondo.
Hold on. I could have averaged 11 assists on that team, nigga. You got Ray Allen one corner, Paul Pierce another corner, fucking KG and the fell unextended, nigga.
I don't think,
nigga, that's 7 assists right there with my eyes
Rondo
closed.
was brutal in that team.
Brutal, good or bad?
Like good, like
yeah. No, he was great. When it was them, they were a big four at a certain point. But after a while, they got old and he started assist hunting, especially once they traded everybody.
Yo, who the Suns trade Luol Deng for? Because that's the pick they got, 7th pick with tanking.
They got Luol Deng from Chicago?
No, they drafted him. Who'd they trade him for? That's a crazy pick. They should have kept him.
That's crazy.
Unless they gave it away.
Luol Deng?
Yeah.
I never even heard it before.
You're talking about the Suns. You just said that the Suns traded Marbury and they basically, tanked and basically were like, oh, we're going to make a splash in free agency and get a pick.
And that season,
did they have the pick?
Deng?
They have the pick. I'm just saying, maybe they didn't have it, but that's a good
question. Did they trade the pick prior to the draft or something?
To get rid of Marbury. They say here, take a good traffic with them.
I'm going to check Luol Deng.
I doubt Isaiah Thomas. Isaiah Thomas was trying to pair up Marbury with Iverson. That's how crazy he was. And then have Zach Randolph or Eddie Curry in the front court. Isaiah Thomas
David Lee eventually.
Yo, then he tried to sign Steve Francis too when somebody was over there. I'm like, what the fuck?
He did have Steve Francis. It was
Dime.
Yeah.
I want to ask Dime the question about efficiency.
Oh God.
Luol Deng was traded to Chicago from Phoenix for Jackson Vroman and a 2005 first-round draft pick. Thank you, Phoenix Plazy.
What 2005 first-round
Luol
draft?
Deng was big time, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Wasn't that the Rondo pick? Rondo was 06, maybe.
Nah, but Phoenix got Phoenix.
Yeah, but Phoenix drafted Rondo and traded him.
Hey, Bernardo, this your first day on the show. Don't be putting me on blast like that neither, boy.
What did he do?
Earlier, he was like, "No, nigga, they lost to the Nets."
Oh, he smoked them.
Hey, I was gonna call you on that one.
Nobody would have said nothing.
Yes, I was.
I appreciate it, though. You know basketball.
Yes, I was.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my man. I'm sorry.
Yes, I was.
Was Dime on? Yo, Dime, we had like 20 people on here earlier. It was crazy.
Yeah. Yo, so I don't know, man. Does that make the case sound any better? They traded Marbury. Okay, 28 wins. So you just add Nash and you get 30 more wins?
They added more than that. They like.
Yeah, what do you?
No, they just added Nash. They added basically Nash that season.
No, they. Look, all right,
look it up. I just compared the rosters. Just look it up.
You did?
Yes.
They had Kurt Thomas.
You said
no, they didn't add Kurt Thomas. They didn't add Tyrese Thomas. They didn't add Boris Diaw. They didn't add anyone. The core of the team was basically the same.
Tim Thomas.
Why we acting like Kurt Thomas was like that?
Tim Thomas, no Thomases.
Okay, Tim Thomas he averaged 11 points that year, right? Kurt Thomas averaged like 8 points that year. They guarded it by committee.
You're going.
They weren't there.
You're going a year in advance.
They were there the year.
Yeah, then they have what's his name? The left-handed dude, Gogic.
No, not yet.
Goran Dragic, but Dragic came later.
You got it. I think Bernardo checkmated you on that one.
Oh,
no, question.
No, the year they got Nash.
That's what I'm saying. He turned the team around.
He's in denial. He's completely in denial right now.
I'm about to pull it up. Hey, yo, Mel, who do you think's better?
The 04 roster.
Who?
Kid or Nash?
Jason Kidd.
Yeah, you know what's funny though? I've been arguing for Nash this whole time. I think Jason Kidd's better.
It'd be like that. I do shit like that all the time. Dom. I do shit like that all the time. I'm not gonna lie.
Actually, I don't really know. I have to watch the film, but I'm probably gonna leave Jason Kidd, bro. Jason Kidd was locking down Kobe Bryant and LeBron in possessions in 2011, bro. That was crazy. Go back and watch the tape. I was shocked rewatching it how well he was doing one-on-one.
Nate Robinson.
Chris Paul are not doing that in their life. But
Jason Kidd guarded Dwayne Wade in the finals in 2011. Not well, because Wade smoked him, but he guarded Dwayne Wade.
He guards LeBron, but LeBron's not taking him to nowhere. Once or twice he gets fired, but Jason Kidd doing a good job. And on Kobe, too, he's making him work. It was amazing.
Kid is a different level.
Dude, Jason Kidd's a beast. But
they got Quentin Richardson.
What year is this?
This 05.
That's a great pickup.
They got Quentin Richardson. Did Joe play the year before?
Yep.
Joe Johnson played the year before.
But he wasn't Joe Johnson yet. He kind of like.
Oh, yes, because he didn't have Nash, so he wasn't Joe Johnson yet.
I think he had his best 3-point shooting season with Steve Nash, like 49%, some shit like that, some crazy shit.
Joe Johnson was scoring 16 points a game that year.
Yeah. But he wasn't shooting really good, really well.
Both turn their teams around, man. There's no way of denying it. But I got Jason Kidd too. I like how adamant you guys are about Jason Kidd. I feel like all the kids like Bernardo.
Oh, okay. So Amari didn't play that year. He got hurt too that year in the.
Oh, that's right.
In the
his rookie season, it was like what happened with Blake Griffin.
His sophomore season, right? His rookie season, did he not win Rookie of the Year?
Look,
yeah, he played. He was like 13.
Amari got hurt. They traded away
Marbury.
Marbury.
Amari played 53 games. 55 games.
That's not that much. Back then, that's a lot of games missed.
Settle down, Dom Dropper.
What?
Settle down. 53. Yeah, 53.
What did Grimes say about me? He said Bernard or something.
He said that.
I was asking. What was the first?
How's that Brazilian weed?
Oh, Penny was gone.
I haven't smoked in a year and a half, so I can't tell you. But it's usually shit.
Oh, really? That sucks. That was not my question. I was gonna say, what was the first finals you watched in live time?
Like live, like as it was happening. 07 was the first final. I watched 2 games of the 07 finals, and then 08 I started watching following the league closer and closer.
Why you like
Nash? That's it. You locked in then.
Why did I like
Nash? The first finals I ever saw was Magic Johnson versus Michael Jordan. Now I feel old as fuck.
That's the first finals you saw?
Yeah. Are you laughing at my age, brother?
Bro, I'm how old do you think I am?
I don't. You look like you're fucking 28, bro.
You'll add 11 years.
Wow. So we're the same age.
Yeah.
I didn't love Nash in
Phoenix Plays Z 2016. No wonder you have the view that you have.
He probably had. First of all, shut up, Dom. He agrees with me.
No. What his lens?
Yeah.
He started watching basketball recently.
He said, "I'm young." He always says he's young. He doesn't lie to us.
Who started watching basketball recently?
Our guy, Phoenix Plays Z.
That's real. Bro, that's wild. He didn't watch LeBron in the Heat like that. That's crazy.
I told you I'm biased to the modern game. We all were when we were this happened all the time. When we were younger, all the old people would tell us shit. We'd be like, Michael Jordan is way better than everybody in your fucking era. It's not close. Fuck out of here.
I never thought it.
But we happen to be
I never seen Kobe LeBron better than Jordan.
But we happen to be right.
No way.
Yeah, we happen to be right. Yeah.
I never thought LeBron and Kobe.
And even then, I'm starting to really I might start arguing against Jordan just cause. Fuck it.
Dime, I started liking Steve Nash.
I'm not even entertaining the Mike Jordan. Mike Jordan did more with less and a shorter
against crackheads, nigga. It was no elite shooting guards like that, man.
Here we go.
This is true.
Nigga, you like he was balling against fucking Ant-Man and fucking Devin Booker. It was none of that, man.
He would bust Ant-Man's ass though.
Cokeheads, man.
He would bust Ant-Man's ass.
Disrespecting great players of the past.
It is not, but he was the most athletic,
I got
the fastest, the biggest, the strongest. If he played today, he not all of that.
I got a cokehead right now
that still would have killed. He still would have killed, but
I got a cokehead right now that'll give you 50.
Never.
Kobe dominated this era.
How much you want to bet?
Never. Send him.
Where you at?
I'm in LA. Bro.
Man, bro, where are you at?
I got a cokehead that'll give you 50.
Never, not me. I don't know who you talking to.
All right,
bro.
Listen, I know stats aren't everything and so on, but I just want to ask.
The only reason I just want to shooting guards off the top of my head because I didn't live at that time. But once I
because there was none. No, don't say because you didn't live. It wasn't none like that, bro.
Yes, there was.
Go ahead, name him. Name him.
What?
Name Clyde Drexler.
Clyde Drexler's a really good player. So
he would have been shit.
He's a one-handed bandit.
Nothing, nigga.
Bro, what?
But go ahead, right? But go ahead. That's one. Go ahead.
I'm not doing this.
You want what? Athletes or great players?
Jordan played against your modern era players. And
Joe Dumars is a great shooting guard.
Hold on. We can't let it listen. When you talk,
modern day era players 50. He gave AI 50. He gave Kobe 50. He gave Ray Allen 50.
He didn't give all those people 50, did he?
He had 50 against all of them. You don't know what you're talking about. See this?
No, I'm just asking. I just asked me. I literally asked
him. 1/2 against the nigga.
Bro,
when he was 80.
Hold on. No.
And this is not even prime Kobe.
Look,
it's on YouTube. He had 37.5.
Bet me money. Hold on. Watch this, Fabian, because these niggas wasn't watching basketball. This is what you don't know. Jordan played the 3 in Washington. He played the.
We don't care. I don't care. He shouldn't even been starting. He wasn't better than Jerry Stackhouse at the time.
It wasn't Jordan. I mean, so he didn't have 37.5 against Jordan.
Let's say he did.
Jordan was coming off the bench.
Jordan played the 3.
Hold on.
You know this is Kobe, nigga. You're supposed to check him. You Mike Jordan.
Hold on. Who was Kobe guarding? Who was Kobe guarding?
Years old.
Yeah, who was Kobe guarding at 38?
No. Wait. They got the footage even before that.
He wasn't.
They got the footage before that when Mike is trying to guard Kobe. He can't guard him. He tell Pippen to go guard him in Chicago.
See. Like I said,
they got that footage.
Look. Now watch the game. You wasn't watching basketball. See, I was there, nigga. You wasn't there. Let me tell you what happened.
Basketball. Be honest.
Now, let me tell you what happened in that matchup you talking about.
What'd you say? Dime Dropper?
Hold on. Let me tell you what happened in that matchup in 96, in 98 that you talking about. This is what happened. Jordan and them was blowing them the fuck out. Jordan had 30, 32 and sat the fuck out. Kobe came in garbage time when Jordan was barely playing. And then he got off. Learn what you're talking about. You wasn't watching basketball. Stop.
Sucker.
Wait.
Stop it. Those are facts.
I'll have to do my own. I have to do my own research.
Watch the game. They got the whole game for watch.
Mel is really rage, man.
I'm gonna let you know that now.
No, I'm not really rage.
You can watch that on the
internet. He just said some bullshit.
He just said Stephon Marbury got traded because of this nigga mother. Like, come on, bro. You can find that nowhere. He's not credible source, man.
That was kind of crazy.
So look it up. It's an instant classic.
And Mel.
Yo, and I'm gonna be real with you. Shaq didn't play that game. I can tell you the whole fucking game. Elton Campbell played. Look it up.
Hold on. There was a game with the Bulls. There was a game with the Bulls. They had I think it was Jordan, Pippen, and Kugel had like 40 each against the Lakers. If I'm not mistaken, they went crazy on them. I watched The Last Dance, and I'm not moved, Scooter.
Look, man. Look it up. Watch. Kill him. It's an instant classic. You can look it up. Shaq didn't play that game. The game you talking about. That's how well I know the game.
Yo. What are you talking about? The game I'm talking about, the Lakers is clapping these niggas. What are you talking about? The Bulls not up?
Oh, the Bulls?
You're not talking about. You're not.
Are you watching it, or did you finish watching that game?
What he Googled was the other game. what he Googled was the other game. I think Kobe finished with like 8 points, 16
Nah,
points.
because there's a game that they're getting blown out by the Lakers. Yeah,
right.
and the Bulls come back.
No. That's not the game he's talking about. Look. That game, Kobe finished with like 8 or 6.
It says Kobe Bryant versus Michael Jordan highlights, 1998, February 1st, killing Pippen.
Yo, Mel, what was the?
That's what it says on YouTube, and they up by 20, bro.
Look up the stats. You don't know what he's talking about.
But that's not Jordan. You just say he was killing Jordan.
Jordan, because he told Pippen to switch on him. You don't hear what I just said?
Because he had money on the game.
That's not the game he's talking about. Look.
This is the for sure. This is the game I'm talking about.
Finished with 32 that game. Look it up.
Yo, Mel.
What game you looking at? I'll pull it up for you. I'll pull up the stats for you by date.
Right here.
February what?
You can see it. February 2nd, 98.
That's not the game he finished with 32.
This is the game Michael Jordan couldn't guard him. He said Pippen guard the nigga. That's why I say he's frying Pippen because Michael Jordan didn't want to guard him.
He finished with 16 points that game. What are you talking about? That's not the 32 game. That's not it. The 32 game was a home game. The Bulls was home. Elton Campbell played the center. What are you talking about?
I know what you're talking about.
Yo,
Scoot, you're very aggressive, Scoot.
Dime.
That's just in New York. You know what I mean, man. He's from LA. They're aggressive out there too, bro. Don't let him fool you.
He's not from LA. He's from Queens.
Oh.
Queens.
I would like to ask Dime a question, please. If you won't allow me to.
Dude, I'm gonna have to start calling this fool Phoenix Gen Z. I didn't know it was this bad. He is actually like the Gen Z. I don't know how he watches me so much. We have such an opposite perspective.
Phoenix plays Z.
I hate these kind of talkers. The bald gambler. What kind of person that actually likes that?
Now, hold on, Dime. Nobody cares about that bald gambler. Can we talk about someone else? Bro. That is hilarious. Who cares? Just fucking laugh, bro. You guys shit on LeBron after he got fucking played out. All right. He scored. He damn had a triple double. You guys had a whole parade today. Look, we can't talk about the bald gambler. That shit is hilarious,
bro. Here's the February stats. I'm gonna pull it up for you right now.
Nah, bro. This trash ass 3-point shootout these players play where they just run back and forth and shoot threes is not real basketball. Sometimes Gen Z. You gotta actually
Kobe
use it.
Bryant.
It's weak.
Or you
Kobe
call him
Bryant. That's not the 32 game. Look at it. February 1st. That's not the game. That is not the game that you were kindly referring to, sir. Go back. It was a home game.
How about this? Look. This is Michael Jordan playing defense on Kobe in the All-Star game, 1998. Look.
Hey.
He's in front of him. Can't do nothing.
He blocked it.
Yeah. No, he didn't block him. It was bad. He played good defense, though.
So that's the February 1st game, like I said. Before you youngins get on here and try to argue these games, make sure you get the games right.
Wait, let me ask Mel a question.
Yo, it don't matter. He cooked this nigga.
He didn't cook.
Wait, Mel.
That wasn't the game.
Yo.
Let's do the same question as Bernardo. What was your first finals watching in live time? Like, what was your introduction to watching basketball, NBA?
Introduction? I remember phases as a kid. My grandfather was always a Knicks fan. Did the Knicks? This might sound a little funny, but when O.J. Simpson was on a run, what 94? Series was that?
94.
Rockets. It was 94.
That was the finals, though. That wasn't. What was the finals?
Yeah, that was the
Rockets.
Against the Rockets. I remember that vividly. So they stopped the whole fucking game for that shit. I remember that vividly.
They split the screen.
Do you remember every finals? So you've been watching every final since then?
No. Not since
no
then.
Way.
Not since then.
You?
But that's the first one I remember.
When were you born?
I'm talking when you started. When did you start watching ball like this?
Oh, like this?
Watching every playoffs, really following the playoffs, the way Bernardo said. What 2008, but 07 finals was your first?
Nah, I was watching Jordan every year, and the Knicks. I was a Knicks fan when LJ hit that. Nigga, when LJ hit that 4-point play, I ran out my house.
That's 99.
99.
So how many years you say you saw prime Jordan? You remember watching it?
Prime Jordan?
Jordan wasn't in the league in 99.
No, I know.
Before that, in his prime, they used to cheat. They used to smack niggas every time, giving niggas Jordan 15 calls in a row. I definitely remember that.
Winning 3 years in a row.
They used to give this niggas calls for 15 minutes in the row, bro. Every touch foul. anything.
That's not even him in his prime.
Wait,
I didn't say his prime, but I'm saying I remember that as a kid. Like, damn, he getting another foul.
Of course,
killing Jordan.
just like
so
LeBron.
The back to back versus the Utah when he
that's 97 and 98.
So when you're about 8 years old. So you're
yeah.
about 8 years old. So, all right. So you saw the last 2 years of MJ. What did you think of him in lifetime? Those last 2 years. He was the best.
Of course, I was. Yeah, I'm like, damn, the best thing ever. I had nothing but MJ posters in my wall.
So why'd you turn on him?
I didn't turn on him, but I just seen better stuff.
That's me with Kobe, basically.
They still couldn't.
After, bro.
They still couldn't.
Kobe Bryant, LeBron James. What are you talking about?
Listen,
crazy,
listen. Listen. You can't even bring Kobe up in a statistical category to mention my man Mike. Mike got 3 scoring.
Yeah, I thought you hated statistics.
Kobe got. I know. I'm telling you. But
Mike Jordan didn't have to guard a
What
Kobe,
is this?
Bro. You said what?
Mike Jordan didn't have
I
to
thought you
guard
hated statistics.
Mike Jordan never had Shaq.
I'm not talking about on the team. I'm talking about on some one-on-one. I gotta check you. You just as good of me. You could do everything I could do. It was none of that.
Hold on. And what you think? Hold on. This is why I hate this shit.
Discredit him.
Hold on.
Discredit him.
Fuck discredit him. No. Fuck discredit him. What do you think would have happened if he had to? What are you talking about? What do y'all be talking about? No. I asked you, what do you think would have happened?
He probably still would have killed, but it probably wouldn't have been the same because
none of them
fuck with him.
The same way. Look. All you're talking about is Kobe Bryant, right?
Kobe said, I talk to Mike every single day.
And I tell him I'll bust your ass. You know, I'll bust your ass.
That's not what he did.
He said as he got older, he said, of course I'm gonna say I beat him. But the fact of the matter is, he couldn't even beat John Sally. I'm not arguing with a nigga who lost to John Sally every day. I'm not arguing with a nigga who lost to John fucking Sally every day.
Who?
Listen.
Kobe.
At the age of 17?
Yeah, man.
At 17, Michael Jordan was getting cut from his high school basketball team. Nigga, who fuck you talking about?
If people give my guy Curry shit for 17 and 18 because he had Durant, I won't accept people not giving Kobe shit because he had Shaq. Okay?
I just said that, right?
I think the Warriors.
I would not accept it.
Kobe wasn't.
And Jordan was Shaq.
Jordan. No. See, we're not gonna do this. If we're doing that, then Jordan had the best small forward with him on his team.
No, he didn't.
After the 90s, who's the best small forward in the 90s? Who's the best small forward in the 90s? Who was the best small forward in the 90s?
Larry Bird.
90s.
In the 90s, Larry Bird wasn't the best small forward.
He developed him.
Answer the question.
Scooter. Hold on.
Answer the question.
Grant Hill, probably.
Answer the question. Who was the
Grant
best
Hill.
small forward in the 90s?
He developed
Grant Hill.
Who was the best? He had a couple of good seasons. Who was the best?
He had 7 all NBA seasons. What you mean about couple?
Guy's a fucking
you ready?
liar.
You ready?
He was better than Scottie Pippen.
Hold on.
Grant Hill was better than Scottie Pippen.
Hold on.
Y'all niggas,
Jordan,
come on.
You
being a politician. You ain't answer the question. You want niggas to answer your question. You're not answering the question. You're a politician.
Scottie Pippen. My favorite player ever.
He was the best small forward.
The best small forward.
Right. So what's the argument?
He developed into
he's
that.
not Shaq.
I don't care. He still had him on the team.
No.
Pippen's not better than him.
It's a big difference. Hold on. Now, right? When Jordan won his first ring, Scottie Pippen wasn't even an all-star. He didn't even make a first-team defense.
Okay.
Not at all. Jordan won with not one all-star or one first-team defensive player. Jordan was literally the only all-star, only anything.
Yo, can I ask you one more question?
That's like y'all be talking.
Let me ask you one more question.
Coach, he wasn't.
How many chips Jordan got without Scottie Pippen?
0.
Right. So that man was acting like he wasn't nobody, bro. He was the most. He was the best forward, bro.
He developed him.
Scottie.
No, I don't want to hear.
Why do we say all that? Why you gotta say all that? What does that have to do anything? That wasn't the point.
Scottie wasn't
Bernardo. The point was that Kevin Durant was a top 4 player in the league. Scottie Pippen was not a top 4 player in the league. Shaq was a top 4 player in the league.
I give you that.
Yo,
I give you that.
That's my point. He wasn't even an all-star when they won a ring. He wasn't even in
Mel be giving people points.
I'm not talking
He was
about
an All-Star in 1990. He wasn't an All-Star in 1991, but he was already an All-Star caliber player.
No, he
He
wasn't.
probably
1991.
deserved it.
What are
He
you
probably,
talking
he
about?
Just
was.
check
he
it.
was. Yeah, he was.
Don't
Yeah, he
shout
was.
at me. Just check it. I just
I
checked
did
it.
check it.
He was
I
an
know-
All-Star in
Shout out to me.
1990.
He
Yo,
was
shout out
not.
to me.
He was
Yo.
not an All-Star. He was not deserving of the All-Star in 1990. No, he wasn't.
Okay,
Why not?
he
Why not?
made
Hold on,
it.
let's look it up. Let's look it
He
up.
No, he
made it.
didn't.
I
No,
I
he
did.
did
He
not.
made it. He made
No,
it in 1990. He made it.
No, he didn't. He didn't make his first All-Star game to 92. You don't know what you're talking about.
No,
Check
he made
it.
in 90. He made it in 90. I remember. I know he made it in 90.
Who? Scottie Pippen?
Yeah, and then
Yes.
he did it in
he was
91.
the best small forward the whole fucking 90s, man. He made it almost every year,
But
probably.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he
Mel,
did. It was cool.
is it-
80, 89, 90. Scottie Pippen, my brother.
It's part of why you're.
Read else. Keep on reading. What else you see?
No, he was an all-star. What do you mean? What else?
He was an All-Star in 1990.
89, 90. Yeah.
You think
I wasn't alive. I didn't watch one game of the 90 season, but
You said I wasn't
I checked
alive.
it.
He's throwing shots. Yo, Bernardo
I
be throwing
wasn't
shots in
alive.
Brazil.
What?
Those Brazilian bullets.
Yo,
He didn't make it in 90-91 for some reason.
Yeah, he did it.
That's the point. But
why not?
I don't know.
Did they?
I wasn't alive.
Maybe they looked at him like, "Yo, you had a migraine again, bro. Fuck you, Scotty."
Yo, but Mel, do you think you're not a little pro Kobe or LeBron more so because you've seen their whole story?
Nigga, I used to have a Scottie Pippen haircut with the Scottie Pippens, nigga.
I'm saying you just admitted to us though you saw the last 2 years of Jordan. That's not the same as seeing the entire thing of LeBron and Kobe.
Who's
and
Russell?
you're being older, you can remember more. Like you don't think that's part of why you like
what's the
more?
question? What's the question again?
I'm saying like you don't think that's part of why you have like the bias towards them because you only saw the end of Jordan. And you're saying they weren't good players against
Jordan.
them.
I had the tapes. I went to the movie. I went to the IMAX movie to go watch him. I was a Jordan nigga, bro.
Yeah, but do you think it's the same as full like the way we experienced Kobe and Bron? I don't think you can compare unless you sit down and watch like 20 plus full games a season type shit or all his playoff games in a season from like. Think about it. He was
I
drafted
can't
84.
compare because the competition was doo-doo.
You were saying that we weren't alive.
It was doo-doo, nigga. You had Muggsy
talk about
Bogues
it,
trying
you
to
weren't
check this
alive.
nigga. Could you imagine
But
Muggsy
you
Bogues
weren't-
trying to text Kobe, nigga?
Well, you weren't alive though, Mel. That's
They had Muggsy Bogues and niggas
Bro,
like that trying
Kobe
to
wasn't
check
even
this
the-
nigga,
Bro,
man.
yo,
Come on,
Yo,
bro.
I'm not arguing about a nigga
Yo.
who wasn't even the best player in his generation. How about that?
Bro,
I'm not arguing about a
Yeah,
nigga who
right.
He was the
You
best
proving
player in his
my
generation, dog.
point. You proving my point. That means Jordan generation was super dirt. That's a good argument.
I'm not arguing with a nigga who wasn't even the best two guard.
Yeah, all right.
in
After
his
Mike,
era.
after Mike Jordan,
Whoa,
right?
shit.
Look.
Chill
After Mike Jordan, name me five more. The next 5 elite shooting guards.
in his whole career that he played against his entire career.
Who?
His era, his best era, the 90s.
Yo, hold on. Didn't we do this Michael Jordan
No,
Kobe
don't do
shit
that.
yesterday,
That's era
man?
the
No. I'm just the rest of the players.
So yeah, you know what? No. So let's name the best five
You
centers.
playing
of the
fucking
2000s.
John Hornacek and fucking Hershey Hawkins.
Here we
and
go.
them
John
type of
Havlicek.
niggas, man.
John Hornacek's a good
Come
player.
on, man.
Average 20
I didn't say he was
points.
good, but come on, man.
Nah, Steve
John
Mel.
Hornacek-
Kobe
average
would have
20
tore
points
his
in a
ass. Yeah,
John-
go
Who
ahead.
were the
Name
5
me
best shooting guards of the 2000s?
Name me the players.
Hornacek averaged 20 in
Mitch
the league.
Richmond. Mitch Richmond. I give you Mitch Richmond.
Clyde Drexler's one of the best shooting guards of all
All right,
time.
we named him. That's
Joe Dumars is not a great player.
He
He can guard though. You're talking about busting ass. He can
right
guard.
at the shooting guard position. Look at the niggas you name. A questionable nigga at the shooting guard.
He's not questionable, Joe Dumars.
What are the 5 best shooting guards of the 2000s?
2000 has some good shooting guards. I'm not gonna lie.
No, just say it. Who are them?
Brady, Manu Ginobili,
AI.
Ray Allen. I can name them because I lived in it though. It's so different. You see me? That's the
Tracy
difference.
McGrady was
I
not a
was born in
top
the
shooter.
90s. I can name them off.
Yes,
Tracy
Tracy
McGrady was
was.
not a
Tracy
top
McGrady
shooting
was.
guard in the 90s.
Tracy
What?
McGrady was-
No,
Tracy
2000s.
McGrady
We're
was
saying
He said
2000s.
2000s.
top shooting guard in the league.
First of all, Hersey Hawkins was not a bad player. Let's not disrespect him.
He wasn't, but he wasn't T-Mac.
He's not T-Mac. So why would I compare him to T-Mac?
Stop.
Dom, I didn't say none of these dudes was bad. Look, why nobody can't name me no players though? Everybody's having a hard time.
Reggie Miller.
Not me.
wasn't alive.
I don't do it.
You guys should know your eras better. Fabian,
Reggie Miller, we
Buddha.
give you Reggie Miller. I'll give you Reggie Miller.
Bro,
Reggie Miller's a
bro.
good player.
Bro, Gerald Wilkins. I've always said this about Mike.
Them niggas was
I've
dirt,
said this.
bro.
Hold on, Mel. Hold on, Mel.
John Starks.
Let's talk real basketball for a second.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying.
John Starks.
Hold on, yo.
John Starks would be a good
That
player.
nigga that went for 1 for 18 in the playoffs was his competition. Come on, dog.
Okay, see, that's narrative pushing.
LeBron got cooked by Jason Terry.
Bruno Maxwell.
Vernon Maxwell.
Okay,
this is my competition every night. No, it's facts. Why
Who
you
got Dan Marley?
Vernon Maxwell's a good player. You just sound you don't
Rex,
like you don't really
Rex
you only
Chapman?
like your eras, I guess. You don't
Rex
really like
Chapman. No, let's talk facts.
This is not facts. What you're saying, you're just laughing and saying names.
Because there's no guards.
Vernon Maxwell's a great player.
Y'all can't name nobody.
Bro,
Not
Vernon
great.
Maxwell,
Not great. Not great.
Any
great at the
guard.
shooting. No.
Ron Harper.
Who's
You'd rather have Jordan
He was
Poole
in
than
the
Vernon
80s.
Maxwell.
In the
That's the thing
80s,
about
he
you.
had a couple of seasons.
You'd rather have Jordan Poole than Vernon Maxwell.
Yeah, but Ron Harper was up there.
Mad Max was crazy.
Mad Max is a good player.
Mad Max was not on their level.
Nick
He was
Anderson
just psycho.
is not a bad player either, by the way. He's a big shooting guard. Nick
Anderson? Orlando. Yeah, but he's not on their level.
Right,
he wasn't on Ron Harper's level. He was not Jordan.
That's what I'm trying to.
He was
Nick
not
Anderson, my
Clyde.
man. I asked the trainer.
He's not Mitch Richmond. Nick Anderson is not on Mitch Richmond's level.
Why? Let's talk about why, right? The 2000s.
Niggas is dirt. That's it, nigga.
Mel, stop.
The 2000s was the post Jordan era.
But this the
no, that was in the Jordan era.
Shooting, bro.
No, the 2000s. I'm saying.
You guys
no. Right.
Mullin, Chris Mullin was Chris Mullin a 2? Or was
nah, Mitch Richmond played with Chris Mullin. He was his 2.
Here it go right here. I have the list right here.
Okay.
Yo, this shit is horrible. Michael Jordan, Clyde Drexler, Mitch Richmond. It said the 90s. Some of these niggas is not the 90s. Jeff Hornacek,
Penny Hardaway, Reggie Miller,
Jeff Hornacek, Kenny Gill, Michael Finley, Ron Harper, Kobe. They got Hershey Hawkins at 13.
Okay, keep going.
Tyrone Carbon. Who the fuck is that? Steve Smith. He gets him. Reggie Lewis. They got Vince Carter.
Hold on. Steve Smith is forgotten about. Steve Smith.
I'll give you Steve Smith. Steve Smith because he's underrated.
That's actually a pretty good list.
We should not overlook Reggie Lewis for a couple of years, man.
These are not elite shooting guards, though. Vinny Johnson.
None of these niggas is elite, bro. No, you've been proven wrong. Yes. Michael Finley was just.
These niggas is top what?
Okay, hold on. So now,
Hall of Famers?
So now let's go. Hold on.
These niggas is anybody top?
Listen. Stop yelling, bro.
20-second timeout. Wait, 20-second timeout. How about Eddie? We also didn't mention Eddie Jones. We also didn't mention.
He was regular, nigga. Averaged like 15 points, a little above average. That's not elite.
He started above Kobe.
Here's where you're.
He did. He was good.
Here's where you're.
I'll give you that.
Here's where the context is way off. We're not even talking about why shooting guards are like.
I don't give a fuck. Name me some elite team guards, some Hall of Fame niggas.
Exactly, but they're not allowed. Like they don't have the same freedom. It's
what
not
do you mean? Shooting guard? All you gotta do is shoot.
Hold on. You guys always let Mel lead you astray.
That's contradicting because they got Clyde Drexler niggas that could do.
Mel, listen. In the 2000s, all you can name is T-Mac, Iverson, who's undersized by the way, Vince, Ray Allen, and who else? Kobe. Those are your 5. Now name the rest of them.
Manu.
Thank you.
Manu's a 2.
Manu was a 2.
Manu's a yeah.
Mike, keep going.
Mike Finley.
Michael Redd.
Rick Hamilton.
Allen Houston. Jerry Stackhouse.
Okay.
Allen Houston wasn't better than Joe Dumars. I'm gonna let you know that right now.
Hold on. Everybody you're mentioning right now is not better than Steve Smith.
Huh?
That's true. Manu was better than Steve
Allen
Smith.
Houston is not better than Steve Smith.
Manu was better than Steve Smith.
They're not better than.
The point is though the game.
You know Jeff Hornacek averaged.
No, Manu's on the
right?
same level.
Brandon Roy. Brandon Roy.
That's 2010.
It's not a
4 years.
Like that.
That's 2000. What do you mean not? Rip Hamilton. What are you talking about? Is way better, nigga.
Rip
what are you
Hamilton
talking
is
about?
okay. What's the difference between Rip Hamilton? Who's better, Rip Hamilton or Reggie Miller?
Reggie,
but the guards is better.
What are you talking about?
No,
you didn't even mention Chuck
players
Person.
is way better.
Nah, we're not doing this.
So
Vince Carter.
No.
Vince
I
Carter.
already said Vince Carter. I said Vince.
Okay.
T-Mac, Paul Pierce, Kobe Bryant, AI.
Paul Pierce is a small forward.
But listen, okay, the 2000s shooting guards are better, but this is not the gap you're. But
Actually, I don't listen. I was saying this before. I don't know if they are.
My point is the gap is not nearly as big as you're making it seem. And like Scooter said, bro, it's a bigs league. Some of these shooting guards would have had way more green light.
We're missing niggas like Jay Rich. Jay Rich was solid. If you mention the games y'all talking about, nigga with the hops.
Joe Johnson.
Guys that come in after Iverson.
Joe Johnson, Coutinho Mobley.
Mitch Richmond would have killed them.
They were all right.
Coutinho Mobley's a good player, but come on.
Coutinho was all right.
Larry Hughes
would have killed him.
Larry Hughes.
When you wait, time out. When you start mentioning Larry Hughes like that and then laughing at Vernon Maxwell, that's when you know you have a bias. Bro.
Exactly.
Larry Hughes averaged a dub for a minute. What are you talking about? Him and AI was going crazy. What are you talking about?
Y'all niggas.
He was a fake Iverson.
Hold on. You just said he averaged a dub, but try to discredit Jeff Hornacek, who averaged a dub.
Yeah, Jeff,
I'm telling you.
Good team.
And Jeff Hornacek was better than Larry Hughes. You saw the footage, Mel.
He didn't watch
I told you, don't let Mel lead you astray. He saw that Hornacek with us. He was like, bias, bro. Oh, nah, he was all right, man.
Dan Marley, Hershey Hawkins.
That one is all right.
No, the Thunder Dan is nice, but
listen. It's MJ, Clyde Drexler,
Jason Terry. Wait, we sleeping on Jason Terry with Atlanta Hawks.
The point is,
Jason Terry was a bum. He just killed LeBron.
Jason Terry was on a bum. He was not a bum in Atlanta Hawks with the high side.
You're just wrong.
He was better than Larry Hughes.
You said they were doo-doo, bro, and that was your justification.
Yo, the fact is, I just named like 15 niggas that's way better than niggas Jordan.
That's just your opinion.
Yo, niggas said Vernon Maxwell, Joe Dumars.
Joe Dumars one of the best shooting guards of all time.
Right? No. But I'm saying, after that, y'all named about 4 and then stopped.
Got a final MVP.
Okay, y'all named about 4 and then stopped.
Let me ask you a question. Besides Kobe, how many of the top 5 shooting guards are all time played in the 2000s?
Dwayne Wade played in 2000, and he was pretty good in 2000.
AI. Oh, shit. Wait, so AI is the 5th best shooting guard of all time?
No, he's not. He's not.
Yeah, and
he's up there.
We know. Are we all saying D Wade, LeBron, and D Wade, Kobe, and Mike?
Right.
Yes.
Easily.
And then.
So who's 4th?
Gary West.
You got.
Oh yeah, are we counting West as a shooting guard? Because if it's
I don't know.
If he's a shooting guard, he's in there. If he's a point guard, he's in there. Whatever he's in there.
You would know better. Dom, you're the fucking.
I think he's a point guard.
You're the expert. What are you talking about? Why are you asking me?
If Curry's a point guard, I think if Curry's a point guard, I think Jerry West is a point guard. Just score first point guard, brings up the ball.
So Steph Curry ain't nothing but a Jerry West. And we've seen him before.
They're different, but I'm just saying that.
No, because Steph Curry wins. Jerry West lost 8 finals.
He won a championship.
That's mad disrespectful.
He lost 8 finals.
Okay, against Bill Russell, who win every.
Against the greatest dynasty in the history of the sport.
Yeah, listen, there was only 8 teams back in that day.
It was 14.
There was.
When 14, we always go with the least amount. We never give the credit when it was 14.
So the 90s 2 guards weren't as bad as we thought they were.
No.
That's the point.
No.
But who's the top 5 though for Mel? I guess.
In the in 2000s.
Even if you think Jerry West is a loser, he's still amazing and he's still top 5.
Okay, so we got Jordan,
Kobe, D Wade,
Clyde Drexler in the top 5.
Yeah, I guess Clyde.
After that is in the air. I'm not even going front.
James Harden over Drexler.
Huh?
Well, y'all got AI ranked.
He might be top 10. I don't know if he's up there.
He might be in there.
He's not better than those 5, to be honest. Not for me, at least.
AI is to me.
Okay, so Mel,
hold on. AI is like nowhere near D Wade.
That's obvious, though, to me at least.
No, it's not obvious. You can't put him in top. Think he's top 5 consideration and think he's anywhere near D Wade. Like D Wade is way better than Iverson.
Fabian, you said Manu is the same level of Steve Smith.
So then you go,
like I don't think Manu is good. Don't get me wrong, but Steve Smith is forgotten about.
Steve Smith and Manu is in the same boat.
They might be. Let's look up Steve Smith's stats.
So there you
he
go.
Can shoot threes. He can put the ball on the floor.
It's not fair to look at Manu's stats and think that
he's on a championship contender team every year. That's not facts.
So
who was
fair?
Manu.
Steve Smith didn't have Tim Duncan. Anyway, Steve Smith was like a poor man's
Do you know is it different? Is it different from averaging 20 points when the Spurs and then when you were on the fucking Bobcats and averaging 20? Like
I agree with
you. It's different, bro.
It's
not the same, bro. It's not the same. So you can't look at stats like that and just compare it.
There's literally no stat you can read me that would convince me that Steve Smith was better than Manu.
It's the eye test.
So you just said it. There's only one top 5 shooting guard that Kobe really played against, and there's only one that Michael played against. So it's really not as crazy as you think. We just named.
Say that again.
Is one top 5 shooting guard of all time that Kobe played against? You think Wade?
Right. No. Wait.
And then the rest are good. I mean, the 2000s gets the edge, but the rest are still pretty good in the 90s.
But these is the best ever. Jordan never played against no shooting guard. Best ever.
Clyde Drexler, he played against him in the finals.
D-Wade is niggas best shooting guard ever. AI is niggas best shooting guards ever. Nigga, they niggas is fake.
Jordan is better than all these guys.
Are you crazy?
Kobe are better than all these guys.
No. Jordan is, what I'm saying is, nobody Jordan played against is even close. T-Mac cannot. Reggie Miller can't fuck with no T-Mac on no shooting guard shit. Handle 6'8", hezzy. No, nigga. What are you talking about?
Ron Harper was good, bro.
Do you think so? But if you might want to I'm a Scooter. But not everyone thinks that. But I don't know if not everyone thinks that T-Mac's better than Reggie Miller, bro. I think you get some.
Yo, that's nuts, bro. Nobody.
What do you guys
think? I think prime T-Mac was better than Reggie Miller.
Way
probably.
better,
I don't know.
Nigga, you crazy?
No, not way better for sure. Not way better.
Nah, way better. Wildin'.
Nah, I listen. No,
prime T-Mac was a great playmaker.
Reggie Miller, he's not Pete. No, he's not better than no fucking T-Mac.
So then, really? So Reggie, okay,
that's crazy.
No,
that's not an
argument. Better than Kobe.
Chill out.
Nah, he's not.
At one time, let me say
it was very debatable. Very debatable.
Let me say it again.
It actually wasn't.
Hold on. Let me say it again before y'all try to. At one time, T-Mac was better than Kobe. He won the fucking MVP. How are you gonna even argue with me? He has more scoring titles. He has more scoring titles than Kobe.
He doesn't.
He does not have an MVP.
He did not have an MVP. He does not have more scoring titles than Kobe.
What?
He never had an
MVP.
You kidding me?
No,
leading scorer.
He won a score. He won
scoring title. And they won 28 games that year.
He won a scoring, but he was School. I was a big T-Mac fan. It was embarrassing to see what Kobe did to him. Kobe was better. He would get better every year. He would come back every year with a new move. Kobe was ill, bro.
Okay, so you think T-Mac's way better than Reggie? Okay, but Reggie had a better career. Would it be fair to say that?
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that.
Okay,
of course.
Yeah, T-Mac is better. I will say.
So, what's the point of this conversation? We arguing that Kobe's better than MJ?
No, hold on. Let's
all I'm saying is
MJ
never had to guard a nigga like T-Mac.
He asked a question.
Whoa.
Bernardo, the point is that who played better competition at their position? I don't think.
Okay, but what is the end goal? What is the end goal? Is to say that Kobe was better than MJ? Are we really doing
this?
That's
Mel's point. Yeah, that's Mel's point.
Kobe and LeBron are better.
MJ is the greatest ever touch basketball. MJ is the greatest.
I just feel like it would be a little different. The narrative would be a little different. If it was more competition. If it was like, you know what I mean?
No.
It's hard to stop something when you don't.
No, I don't. No, what do you mean?
It's hard to stop. Wait. It's hard to stop something when you're the only one to something you've never seen.
You ready?
Magic when it's only one Magic, only one Jordan, only one Braun, only one KD. It's something.
Only one Steph.
Right.
One Shaq.
That's true. Ready? When you playing against other niggas that's got the same amount of talent, same amount of athleticism, it's not going to be the same, bro.
Nobody has the same amount of athleticism and talent.
Let me put it. Hold on.
Yes, they do nowadays. Yes, they do. Niggas in the NBA could do everything Mike could do.
No, they can't. You're crazy, nigga. You're not watching what I'm watching. We have to break it down like.
Yo, are you crazy? Nigga, a role player could 360 dunk between the legs.
Stop talking over each other. That shit's getting on my nerves.
Aaron Gordon could do every dunk Michael Jordan ever did, nigga.
That's
okay.
Man.
What is that, yo, bro?
What I'm saying is niggas that's not elite, niggas that's not superstars that could do what Michael Jordan could do.
Nah, you said Aaron Gordon.
Bro,
don't let him go. You can't do that. You can't let him say Aaron Gordon.
Listen,
I'm not.
Aaron Gordon. He said Aaron Gordon could do every dunk Michael Jordan could do. So that's why he
can't. I'm just saying. No,
but that's
niggas.
So if it's 1986 and I gotta show Michael Jordan some footage of 2023, I'm gonna go, this guy right here is gonna destroy you.
No, I didn't say
laugh at you.
I didn't say destroy him. I just said this nigga's athletic, just as athleticism. So the game is not gonna be easier, and you're not gonna be able to do what you do to these other niggas that got on knee pads, two knee pads.
If we're being real,
he's still gonna be Michael Jordan.
If you want to be real, you need a combination of players to do what Mike did, because what you're saying is false. Aaron Gordon doesn't have a mid-range game like Mike.
Yo,
you ain't got nobody in the game.
You
ain't got nobody in the game right now to do what Mike did. You're lying.
Go on YouTube and type in Rod Strickland versus Michael Jordan.
Oh, come on.
Now we're talking about we went from Aaron Gordon to Ross Strickland.
No.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
No, I want you to watch the highlights and you come back to me right after you watch and just give me your honest opinion.
I've seen it. Ross on the Wizards with Chris Webber and them. Yeah, I seen all that.
What the fuck you think he would have had a headache with Steph Curry?
Why would he guard him?
And he was 39 years old.
He had a headache. Yo, he couldn't even guard. He couldn't stop Rod Strickland. What you think Kyrie would have been into him?
So
why would he be guarding
LeBron
Kyrie
James
like
and
that?
Kobe Bryant are guarding.
He couldn't even guard Rod Strickland.
Forward, and he was 39.
Y'all giving this nigga all the excuses. Go to them. Can you please play the Rod Strickland highlights?
Hold on.
He played the small forward.
Mel,
and he was 39 years old.
Mel, your
I'm not talking about that.
AD's kicking in because we wasn't talking about no damn Rod Strickland. We wasn't talking about no damn other players from the 90s. We're talking about the players you're talking about in this era. That's what we're talking about.
Bro, I don't want
to Jordan is checking everybody too. The same way.
No way, bro.
So Kobe could just check. Kobe didn't check Kyrie.
He did.
So you think Mike wouldn't? He would just get. I'm just gonna get my ass buzzed. Nah. When
he would try to. Have to. Some of these niggas just gotta dap him up.
Jordan was the defensive
Kobe
player.
That's cool.
There are players in today's NBA that nobody can really guard, like Kyrie, Steph, Lillard, Harden, those guys. Nobody can really guard them. But
nigga, come on, bro.
Derek Harper's
right, and he started. What team is Derek Harper starting on right now in the NBA?
He's not a lot. Yeah,
25 of the teams probably.
Was weak, bro. Was weak sauce, bro. Come on.
I wouldn't say that.
No, chill. You're not talking about me on this one. We started Reggie Jackson for 30 fucking games. Don't tell me Derek Harper wouldn't start.
Bro.
Yo, Mel. Wait. Yo.
30 games.
Derek Harper was another. I think
that was crazy.
Average 20 at one point in the league too.
Who?
Derek Harper was really good. People disrespectful.
With the Clippers? Hold on. Did Derek Harper average 20 with the Clippers?
Who?
Derek Harper. Didn't he average 20 with the Clippers?
Yo, you saying anything.
Derek Harper.
But that was definitely Ron Harper.
Look up Derek Harper. I'm asking you a question.
Ron Harper is better than Marcus Smart, for example.
Hold on.
He would start for the Boston Celtics.
Derek Harper. I said, didn't Derek Harper average 20 with the Clippers?
After the Mavericks?
With the Mavericks.
We really had Derek Harper?
Derek Harper was on the Mavericks. I know that much.
I'm just saying. He said what team could Derek Harper play for? I said Derek Harper.
We never had Derek Harper, bro. We never had him.
He said, what team could Derek Harper play for?
What's your problem with Derek Harper anyway, Mel?
Derek Harper 20 in the league.
I'm just saying, yo, there's players that can't even sniff the NBA right now, bro.
Yo, you can't, Mel, hold on. You can't tell me this. Hold on. Why do we?
Shut up, Diamond.
I'm telling you, why do y'all let this? Why are we saying
he's amazing?
We're about to watch the Miami Heat go to the finals with none of these.
Gabe Vincent as the starting point guard.
And he's trying to tell me what the fuck Michael Jordan would do in this era.
Yeah, come on. It's
like we got like at a certain point, they'd be like,
true. That's a good point. That's a nice little point. That'll be
like Derek Harper could, Kyle Lowry could kill in this era. Derek Harper couldn't.
Yeah, Gabe Vincent. Why niggas is violating Kyle Lowry?
Caleb Martin.
It's not a violation.
You didn't watch Derek Harper like that. We weren't allowed. Like
I did. He was doing a whole bunch of hand checking.
Derek Harper with the Mavericks. Derek Harper with the Mavericks. 19, 7 assists, 1 steal, 3 rebounds. What the fuck is he talking about?
They won 11 games, nigga.
Remember that? No, remember that move? You remember that move?
Fuck is you talking about, nigga?
That move you saw? What's his name?
Pull up the record.
Penny Hardaway doing that one dribble, that thing everybody went crazy for. Derek Harper did that before him. There's footage of it at the forum. Whoop.
Yeah, I just do a name out there, but the competition is not this. How we can't?
You're picking the worst names because all the names you pick would start today.
No, they would not, bro.
So wait, let's talk about
let's
talk about Kobe.
18 points again.
Let's talk about the centers relative to the centers in the 90s.
4, 5, 6.
That's no comparison. It would be. I'm not that stupid.
Run where he averaged at least 7.
That's you gotta attack the rim.
Oh, shut up! I'm talking about Derek Harper. It was a joke, man. You really want to check his stats?
We did.
He was doodle though.
Nah, he wasn't.
On the Knicks, he was doodle. We averaged on the Knicks, Fabe.
No, the Knicks is different. I think
he tore his knee.
He
was different. He was different. He was doodle, nigga.
He was old on the Knicks.
He was done.
Chris Childs. Where's Chris Childs starting today? He was
Chris
a starting
Childs
point
didn't
guard.
belong in the league.
Chris Childs.
Exactly my point. Look, you proving my point.
You can't say that. You can't say that. All these guys would start.
Charlie Ward. Who is
Where's Gabe? Where's Gabe
Who's
Vincent
Charlie
starting
Ward
tonight?
starting
Where's Gabe
Who
Vincent
is
starting?
Charlie? They not supposed
Where's
to be
Caleb
starting.
Martin
They just fitting on a good team.
Where's
They not
Grant
supposed
Williams?
to be. They not
Grant Williams
supposed to
play.
be. The same thing. They not. They not supposed to be in the league. These niggas is.
And they going to the finals.
That get into the
They
league.
fit good on the team. They fit good team. They fit. They ain't about to be in the league for 10 years.
A lot of bad players play today.
Right, I agree with that too.
Today, a lot of bad players play. Like you can list like 20 bad players from the 90s, and I can list 30 bad players from today, and we're going nowhere.
From the 90s, the 90s is about 500.
And Pete, let me.
Nah, that's just crazy hating to me.
Let me put it to you like this: y'all talk about Mike, and y'all want to discredit Mike, right? If y'all gonna discredit Mike, y'all gotta discredit Shaq, right? Because Shaq didn't dominate the 90s when he didn't do all his shit until the big man was out of the league. That's
true.
Yo,
true.
You know what's funny, Mel?
When there was no competition. So what do you say?
That's true.
So
that's true.
So Kobe had that.
That's true.
So Kobe had that.
That's true.
Mike
I agree with that.
Here's also where your argument's inconsistent. So all of a sudden, within like 5 years, everybody just became way better at basketball.
Say that again.
Because all of a sudden in the 2000s they're amazing at basketball, in the 90s they're doo-doo. So like
it's like when
everything flipped and now everyone starts being good. No, it's called rockstar.
Yeah, people talk about the evolution of athletes. Like
yes. That's what
people talk about the evolution of athletes. Like the human race hasn't evolved in 10 years.
Kevin Garnett, Kobe. Yes, some type of niggas just changed like that. Yes, it did. It did.
Mike played 17 games that year. He came back at the end of the season after playing baseball. What are you talking about?
Because niggas is dirt. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Because niggas was trash.
I'm responding to a comment.
He came back and scored 45 his first game back. Them niggas was ass.
And then he slapped the Magic up. The next year, he swept the Magic. And them niggas said, Shaq said, I don't want to play against Mike no more. I'm going to play out west. He didn't want to play against Mike no more. He said it.
Okay.
What did you talking about?
He was the league was ass. Nigga retired for 2 years and came back. Niggas is so whack. The nigga
LeBron fans suck.
And he was still the best player on the court.
Let's see what
because niggas was ass.
Professionals were ass.
I'm not saying he wasn't the best. I might be sounding like I'm hating like he wasn't.
You are here.
He's Michael Jordan. I'm not. He's Michael Jordan. I can't discredit. But the niggas, come on.
Yes, you are. That's
I'll come to the Garden and throw on some ones from 1988 and score 55. Niggas
went through
is
the 92
trash.
guards. You went through the 92 guards and you lied to yourself. You said they were trash.
John Starks. Where's John Starks?
We didn't even mention. Hold on.
We didn't talk Mike with me. Mike,
where's John Starks starting?
Touch the basketball.
School.
All right, so let's keep Jordan. Like I said, I'm not discrediting Jordan. I'm really talking about the rest of the NBA. These trash niggas.
We didn't even mention Sprewell.
Sprewell was valid. He was valid. I can't
stop. No.
He was valid.
And he wasn't even a top 3.
I don't think it's clear and nobody's changing their opinions. We are right. We know that the 90s was a good era. He was wrong. He thinks it was shit. Nobody's changing their opinions. Just let's move on.
I talk to OGs that know basketball and niggas say like, how is it a good era you let one nigga dominate?
Well,
because
come on, bro. It wasn't because niggas is not good, man. There's no one nigga that's good enough to dominate right now, man.
Mike would average 50.
No, he wouldn't.
No, LeBron didn't dominate like Jordan. Come on.
Mike would average 50 in this league.
No, bro. And he might win. He might win. He might not.
What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean LeBron didn't dominate like Jordan? What does that mean?
He didn't.
Jordan won 6 titles in 8 years. LeBron never did that.
LeBron's way more competition.
Chicago Bulls won 6 titles in 8 years.
Okay, Mike had 10 scoring titles. Hold on, Mike got 10 scoring titles.
That's the point, though. If
Mike got 10 scoring titles, he did dominate.
LeBron went to 10 finals, bro. So to tell me he didn't, no. To say
so we handed out participation trophies.
I ain't talking about that. I'm saying this to be able to even contend for 10 is crazy. So to say he didn't do anything like Mike is crazy.
Facts. LeBron is up there with. LeBron is great. LeBron is great. LeBron played in one of the.
LeBron isn't just great. Like this is the shit that we've been doing lately.
He's the second best player ever. Okay, he's the second best player ever.
I don't get it though. Let me ask you a question.
Okay. Look at this team: Steve Burke, Cedric Ceballos, Tom Chambers, Jeff Hornacek,
You're naming really good players.
Andrew Lang, like, come on, these niggas is dirt. Tim Perry,
Like,
Ed Nearly. Who the fuck is these niggas?
Bro, I'm sorry.
Look at the Phoenix Suns roster today. Just pick up the Phoenix Suns roster today and tell me what you think. Okay?
True. Yeah, true. They did trash too.
Exactly.
Jesus.
Right. Okay.
Bro.
Okay, you got a point, but it's way more trash.
You look at the only decades that you don't have one team that dominates really is the 70s. The 2010s, the Warriors got a bunch of rings. The 2000s, the Lakers and the Spurs got a bunch of rings. The 90s, it was the Bulls. And then the 80s, you got the Lakers.
Nah, two three-peats is crazy. Niggas was dirt.
He was an exceptional player. What do you mean?
Even when he came back, when he was slow fading away on niggas?
You really let Mel run circles around you. I was trying to make a point.
They re-upped with Rodman and got Ron Harper.
I'm trying to make a point. LeBron went to like 4 different teams and still went to a championship. Bro. What the fuck are you talking about? That is dirt to me.
He went to 4 different teams and brought superstars with him. Don't do that.
Nah, but he's
Fabian.
Don't do
Fabian.
that.
LeBron competed for the whole decade in maybe the worst conference the NBA has ever seen or since the 80s. Like, it was worse than the West in the 80s. It was worse than the West in the 80s.
So what? 16 teams, period. Taking out.
So what? He dominated a conference that wasn't like competitive for the most part.
In the history of basketball, let's not.
So we don't take away.
Yeah,
and where do you have Magic in your rankings?
And Magic won the majority.
Below LeBron, but like.
And Magic won the majority of his finals.
Listen,
and he had the best finals competition of anybody.
Like,
I'm gonna put
Fabian,
Magic won.
Put LeBron in the West. Put LeBron in the West from 2011 on. Where do you? How many finals do you think he'll go to?
No. You know why that's messed up? This is how I always prove you guys wrong. So you're saying that
now
right?
You're on Mel's side.
No. Listen, you're saying that right? He went through the East, right? What if he didn't win in the East? If he doesn't win, you're gonna be like, yo, you see, he couldn't even make it out of the East.
No, we wouldn't.
That's what you would say. Oh, here we go.
Exactly.
Of course you would.
Yes. I'm saying
they do it with the bubble championship. They do it with the bubble championship.
No. The bubble was fine. My argument is he was in the worst. He was in the worst conference ever.
So what? I don't remember.
If he had lost in the worst conference ever, I would say he lost in the worst conference ever. That's what I would say.
Had to worry about Nate McMillan and Hershey Hawkins. Come on,
those are good players.
But,
Duncan Robinson looks like a computer science teacher.
Greg Anthony was a starter. James Cotton, who the fuck? Dale Ellis, that nigga was dirt.
His literal offspring.
Jerome Kersey, dirt.
Jerome Kersey wasn't. Neither was Dale.
LeBron beat it. LeBron was took to 7 by a team that's
of good players and saying their ass because you just didn't watch them play like that.
I did. I watched.
LeBron was took to 7 by a team that Lance Stevenson was great in it.
You saw 2 years.
What are we talking about?
Mad nice. What are you talking? He'll dog everybody I just named. Lance Stevenson better than all them niggas I just named.
Actually, he would not.
IQ doesn't matter, I guess. Basketball IQ.
Exactly. Lance Stevenson IQ is not that high, bro.
He's ass, bro.
IQ. Y'all say one thing. So y'all telling me
Lance is not ass.
Yo, Nate McMillan was better than Lance Stevenson.
Yes,
he might have been.
Would have rather had Nate McMillan on their team than Lance, but Lance was more talented.
Fabian.
Yo, Nate McMillan, they even averaged over 7 points. Y'all niggas is babbling, bro. This is what I'm trying to talk about.
Lance didn't belong in the league, bro. Do you know about Nate McMillan?
Lance didn't belong in the league. You don't know basketball.
Do you think Lance Stevenson
2000s and 2010s, everything all of a sudden in 2000 everybody got good, and then before that everybody was shit.
It was before that.
It's like when I was born, all of a sudden everybody became good.
Yo, hold on. Yo, Mel, do you think
that's garbage, bro? That's not how fucking life works.
Do you think Lance Stevenson is better than Chuck Person?
Hell no.
Chuck Person, I don't even know who that is.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I'm telling you.
Think on that era with such certainty when we weren't alive. That's why I'm sitting. I'm only speaking.
Chuck Person was smoked this era.
Chuck Person, the rifle.
Who's that? He was a big man, right?
His name is the Rifleman.
That's what I'm saying, bro. He can shoot the
Fabian.
ball. But these guys that can shoot and all do this, all this.
Nigga, he's 6'8", 220. Nigga, he's a whole big man. He's a whole power forward.
Bro,
it's Mel versus the world right now.
Sam Perkins would have you probably would have thought he was a demigod.
Sam Perkins was nice.
Yes,
He
was not nice.
role player.
He was
back
all right.
nice.
He was good.
He was okay.
To play his role, he was
And would
good.
destroy
He was
this
solid.
era.
2 threes and post up.
And would
Right,
destroy
he
this
was
era.
nice. He was smooth. Came in and got buckets. Sam Perkins was nice. Even he was old, he still got to it.
He wasn't nice, but he would destroy this era.
Oh my gosh.
He would.
Hey man, how many finals do you think LeBron would have made if he played in the West in the 2010s?
What was his team? What team is he playing
He is with the exact same teams he had in the East. Like just transplant the players.
Not making it. They're making like 2 or 3 maybe.
LeBron James.
So that's why the 10 finals argument doesn't move me.
No.
Because like he played like the Warriors destroying the Warriors destroying the West for 6 years. It's more impressive.
I take that back. If he's in the West with Kyrie Irving and that team, they're gonna make half the. Let's say they go to 5. They're gonna win 5 championships.
They would have won, man.
They're gonna win.
2015, Kevin Love gets hurt in the first round. Let's say they face the Warriors in the conference finals.
They're gonna win the same amount because they got to go through whoever it is. They're not gonna beat them.
But for example, in 2016, they could have faced the Spurs or OKC and lost because the West was fucking crazy.
Here's my question to you. Who the fuck? Even Steph Curry is the second best player back then, and you think he's as good as LeBron back then?
I think the Warriors were a better team.
In his life.
Now he's stuttering.
No, wait a second. You asking me if Curry was the second best player in the league from 2015 to 2020?
Bro, LeBron was the best player in the league for a long time.
LeBron was the best player in the league. The second best was either Curry or Durant for 6 years from 2015 on.
Maybe.
For me, yes.
Arguably. And there's a
for me, it was Curry, but I can see the argument for Durant. Some years for Kawhi, maybe, but it's those two. Yes,
Curry was the best player, but he went and got KD.
He was not the best. You think Curry was a better player?
He was maybe the second, maybe the third.
Going by his logic.
That's not what he said. He said that.
I said LeBron was the best, and then Curry and KD was 2 and 3.
Right. So that's my point. You got the best player in the game. If you surround them with the right talent, they're gonna.
He was surrounded with talent, and he went 4 and 6 in the finals.
Yeah. Guess what? Bernardo, the number 2 and number 3 players in the league knew they had to team up together to beat this man.
They didn't have to team up.
Yes,
they teamed up because it was.
Curry said it himself.
Yeah,
he
good
said,
point,
I've
Mel.
never seen nothing like that in my life. He said, "Yo,
my guy, they destroyed the NBA when they teamed up. They could have just won with not teaming up.
I'm talking about after when
Braun
and Kyrie fucked up Curry. He said, "Yo, go watch JJ. Go watch the podcast with JJ." He said, "Yo, that was the best run I ever seen. Like, there's nothing we could do it. They were just playing at a godly level, bro. Like he knew he had.
And they won by 4 points.
So what? That's what happens in the championship.
Niggas
don't get smoked when it's 2 great basketball teams. It's not the regular season. That's what happens.
You know what
Hold on one second.
Yes, but you think it was impossible for them to win the next year? They lost by 4 points the whole series. The series was tied going into Game 7.
If it wasn't, they would have got KD.
I'm gonna stop muting y'all.
There was 8 people in the league when Bill Russell played. I'm not entertaining.
Not 14 teams.
Not entertaining that, bro.
Why do we only use the lowest amount of teams, though? Do we just do it to discredit?
Why do you love Bill Russell so much?
Bro, I'm reading the comments. I just be answering the comments.
No, I'm talking to Dime Dropper, dog.
I love basketball. When I study things and
why did he do him like that, though?
Bill Russell was awesome. What the fuck are you saying?
Bill Russell was awesome. Oh my god.
So
he was awesome.
What was he saying before that, Bernardo?
He's the winningest winner of players ever. I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying is I'm not arguing for a person who had to go through 7 teams to get to a final.
Right. And he was the biggest person. And he never averaged 20 points.
He wasn't the biggest person. That's just a lie. Oh my god.
He never averaged 20 points. I don't give a fuck. He never averaged 20 points. You ain't that elite then, nigga.
He might have been the best defender, like outside of Hakeem.
Guess what? Dr. Naismith made the basketball in the hoop to put the ball in the hoop. I'm gonna fuck about this. Put the ball in the hoop.
So hold on. So what were you saying before that? We're talking about How come y'all don't give enough shit to Steph? I get it. Steph Curry didn't recruit Kevin Durant, But LeBron went to fucking Miami, right?
I
Steph
give
Curry
Steph Curry
still.
shit too.
Hold
He
on,
had to okay it, right?
yeah, he's still. Yeah, he had to roll the red carpet
Yo,
out for Kevin Durant.
yo,
He's not
bro,
he's not in the GOAT conversation.
Look,
bro. Let me
He
tell you.
He's in
is.
y'all go
No,
conversation. He ain't in my
not
top
Curry.
12.
do we
Let me
get
tell
do
you.
we give
Generation
shit for
Z,
D
he in there
Wade
for
to
sure.
recruit for recruiting LeBron?
Stupid as fuck.
Hold on,
I'm part of it.
hold on.
Now, hold on, man.
Can I
Bernardo
talk?
talking about his man Steph Curry. Well,
I
I'm
like
sorry,
Steph
Bernardo.
Curry. He's not in the GOAT
Dime,
conversation.
shut up.
What Dime said? What did
I
Dime
said,
say?
no, don't tell me to shut up when these motherfuckers are rambling on back and
It's
forth. I'm
but
starting to
I
get
can
mad.
mute Mel. I'm not
I'm
muting
starting to
you.
get mad.
I look like a mute Mel.
No one tells me nothing.
What did Dime say?
Well,
I
that's
don't know.
that Generation Z privilege.
No, it's not.
Generation.
Fuck Generation Z.
Oh shit.
I think we're dumb and ignorant. Sorry, Bernardo. I just said about it. But you're not like that. And in America, we're worse to me. But
Go ahead, Bernardo.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, what's
No,
Bernardo's opinion?
I'm like, yes, I think if I was Steph, probably I wouldn't have accepted Durant. But like, would you accept Durant in your team if you were Steph Curry? Like,
No,
would you do it?
I
not
You
think
wouldn't
all
not.
do
of
it.
their legacies took a hit.
What?
Say it
I
again.
think all of their legacies took a hit. I think.
Yeah, but then Steph won last year,
Hold
so
on. Let
I mean,
me tell you why. Right. Right.
Yo, why you been in the bathroom the whole time?
Because my girl's sleeping. You know, I got multiple.
Okay, my bad. I'm just being nosy, my bad.
Yeah. So I'm in. Yeah, I got
Yo, what if he was doing
my-
coke or some shit, Mel? Mind your fucking business, bro.
I didn't even notice. I just seen the shower head just now. I didn't even notice. Go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, I got a bathroom in my room, so I go in that one, and so she can sleep because she got to work.
We are assholes. My kids and my wife's in the,
like
in the
I damn sure give way more shit to KD because people don't say
Hold on,
this.
Bernardo, you
KD
asked him a
blew.
question. You asked him a
Hold
question.
on, let me finish.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I think all of their legacies took a hit. Let me tell you why. Because at 73-9, they lost more games in the in the playoffs than they lost all fucking season. That's one.
Shit. I never heard that before.
They lost more games. Yes. Remember, they was down 3-1 twice.
They lost the exact same amount. It's 1, 3, 5, and 4, 9. That's right. That's I never thought about it.
They lost 10. They lost 10 games.
They lost 9. They lost 9. No, they lost 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 3 in the third, 4 in the finals. So it's 4, 3, 7, 2, 1, 1, 9.
I'll look it up. Go ahead. Make your point though.
Yeah. All right. So they lost just as many. All right. They lost just as many games in the playoff set, right? That proves to you preparation matters, right? He lost to a full LeBron team that year, right? Now, my knock on LeBron is LeBron does not take the superstar shot. If Steph Curry doesn't, if Steph Curry had to defend that, so he was tired. He gave you an ass performance in the finals, right there.
And he was hurt.
He's on the court. No excuse.
He was hurt.
He had to play defense. That's what happened. Kyrie took advantage of him. Now LeBron gets off the hook because he has a finisher there, right? Steph Curry hits the big shots late down the stretch. LeBron gets to chase down block, and he only gets to chase down block. And I'm tired of everybody overlooking it because J.R. fucking Smith made Iguodala shift the ball, bought him that second for that fucking block. Kevin Durant could have went to any other team. You don't go to a team that you got down 3-1. Like he should have went to if he goes play with Brad Bill and them over there and his hometown team, he looks like the fucking man. But you don't go to the team that you had 3-1 and then beat you. You take a fucking hit. Sorry.
Oh, I agree 100%. Like, and my thing is, what is this? Okay. My thing is,
how many games they lost in that finals? 10, right?
In the playoffs.
I can't see
in
it.
That playoffs?
It's 9. Guys, they lost game 3 to Houston. They lost game 3 to Portland, and they lost 3 games to Oklahoma City and 4 games to Cleveland. Like, I've watched every game of that playoffs maybe 5 times.
They lost 9 games in the playoffs.
Not
as
many games as they lost all season.
Yes, yes. And That's why I knocked Durant more than I knocked Curry. Like, okay, fine. Curry probably should have said no, but Durant. Imagine if Steph joins the Cavs
Durant's
after.
very overrated.
Imagine if Steph joins the Cavs after losing the 3-1 lead. Like, just imagine that, because that's what Durant did. Durant joined the Warriors after losing for them, being up 3-1.
That wasn't my question, though.
What is your question?
I think all their legacies took a hit.
Yeah, school was fair about it. You didn't. How you say?
Answer the question.
Yeah, you didn't answer the question about Steph.
Like, yes,
why aren't you looking at, like, to you still look? I asked you the question. You still fucking dodged it.
Look, let's say KD never goes there and they win the 17 and 18 title. Steph is top 5 for me. He's not top 5 for me because that didn't happen. KD went there, so that his legacy got knocked. Yes, he won last year. That for me that it goes a long way. He won again.
No.
For me, that's a
He's
lot.
still top 5. To me, he's still top 5. And next year, he still wouldn't have won.
He's not top 5, and I love Steph.
To me, he is.
So wait a minute.
Top 5 what?
So wait a minute.
Rockstar's list starts in 2000.
Top 5 light skin.
Hold on. You know that was his first final statement. Was last year, right? Without that, his championship run is ass.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. But
yes, my stuff is real live right now. She's like, what the fuck?
Yes,
I don't agree with the like.
Why is it unbelievable for Steph Curry being somebody top 5? Like, is it like,
because there are players called Jordan, LeBron, Bill Russell, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar,
bias against him his whole era.
Magic Johnson.
Magic Johnson? I haven't. I didn't.
Cool. He thinks Magic's trash.
No. Magic Johnson is mad nice. He's the reason why I wanted to play basketball and started looking at basketball.
Great,
but I wasn't. I'm not a historian like y'all. I don't really put niggas in my top 5 that I didn't see play basketball. I'm just not doing that.
How do you guys let Mel?
To me, I don't. So me personally.
Don't let him do this to you, Don. This is what he does.
So me personally is like, bro, like I think.
So what's your top 5?
I go by position: Curry, Jordan, Braun, Duncan, and Shaq.
You just said Kobe was better than Jordan.
Huh? No. I was just arguing. I didn't say that. I said he played against more competition. I didn't say he was better. I never said he was better.
I think you and I, we share a top 5 and a top 12, right?
So hold on.
No, I don't have a top 5.
Mel is a fucking.
You don't have a top 5, but you have top 12.
He's a brick.
Yeah,
Would you say, Scooter?
So you think Steph Curry?
Magic equals Ben Simmons without defense.
Don't feed into
See, I'm not disrespectful like that.
Oh, that was bad bait.
There's been a lot of Magic.
I won't do that
like
again.
It's crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Pete, Magic won 5 in 10 years. I'm not doing that. He won 50% of his career. I don't want to hear what nobody else.
Curry won 4 in 8 years. So
the nigga had 19 Hall of Famers on his team, bro.
He's talking about.
They sound like beloved. Stop that bullshit.
He had 19 Hall of Famers on his team, bro. Yes, he did. Come on, yo. All right, I didn't say they didn't draft me. They was on the team, though, bro.
Whoa.
They didn't draft Kareem, though.
Hold on. He could say that after LeBron went on a fucking all-star tour for his career?
No. Look, I'm gonna dispel that. Let me finish what I was about to say, man.
They wasn't on the same team at one time. Lakers. When was the Lakers never loaded? Lakers always been loaded.
When wasn't LeBron's teams loaded? What a prick.
LeBron teams is loaded, or they have 1 and 2 good plays, and the rest of the teams just play their role very well.
Bro,
I don't know. You tell me.
Bro.
You're his fucking head cheerleader.
So the Lakers team right now is loaded.
Bro, let me.
It's supposed to be.
Come on, that's what I'm.
Hold on. Can I tell you the difference?
You got 3 guys that have been on all-star teams. 2.
You don't know what a player is going to be out of college, right? I can name so many number 1, number 2, and number 3 picks that ain't been shit in the league. So before
we're not speaking hypothetical. We talking facts.
Hold on.
This man's making a point, man.
Hold on. It's not loaded because they haven't done shit in the league. They could be shit. They could be.
I'm not trying to be a GM. I'm talking about his history is over.
They could be
Right?
Benny. They could be
Go
Darko
look at
Milicic. Hold on. But you're saying these teams are loaded. They're not loaded because you don't know what them fucking players is gonna pan out to
But
be.
they were loaded.
They loaded. If they won 5 out of 10 years, they fucking stacked. Nigga, what are you talking about?
You're not hearing me. That's a built team, bro.
It's not supposed to win every single
Right.
season.
There is no team in the NBA history that wasn't loaded and won as much as the Lakers won. Like every single team that won that much was loaded.
Come on, bro. What are y'all not? Come on, y'all delusional right now. Y'all wilding right now,
Do you
bro.
even know how Michael Cooper got into the league? Michael Cooper.
It don't matter. I'm not arguing none of that. I'm not arguing how they got on the team, what the projection was, what the expectation was. I'm not arguing none of that. The fact is, when they got on the court, they performed, and it was Hall of Famers. At the end of the day, them teams was lit. Nigga.
They built Hall of Fame resumes.
All right, I agree with you. I'm not arguing that. It's cool. I'm not arguing that. They built
fucking bullshit. Your man chose his bum ass team. What are you talking about?
They built their shit from the ground up. That's respectable. They built their shit. They did. Look. Yes, you can. All right, look. I can't say like, yo, the Warriors wasn't good because they drafted these niggas and these niggas stayed together. No, they was still loaded. The team was still great, bro. No matter how they came together. Right. I'm not discrediting that. Right. They was still great though. They was still great. I'm not comparing.
Why would you let this guy say this?
I'm not comparing.
How did we get into this argument about who's the most loaded team? Who cares?
Because he started.
People are just disagreeing at this point.
No. He said Magic Johnson won 5. I said the team was stacked.
It doesn't matter. He won 5.
Right, he won 5.
Oh no. But look, okay, here's the difference. This is what School's trying to say. Go ahead, Donald. Back.
Were the Sixers not stacked?
They were maybe the best team of all time.
Were they not? They were not stacked?
Who?
The 76ers.
Yeah, they had Mo Cheeks, Dr. J, Moses Malone, right? They were stacked.
The Celtics loaded?
Andrew Toney.
I'm not saying no other teams wasn't stacked. Yeah, I don't know what y'all.
You gotta beat great teams at the end, like every other era.
Right, but your team is still also great, bro. I'm not.
But it doesn't matter.
Magic makes everybody that much better. He makes everybody better.
No, some of them niggas is nice,
bro. Here's the difference.
So wait. Is James Worthy still a Hall of Fame without Magic?
Yeah, James.
No, we don't know that.
Is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? See, yo, you too hypothetical. Yes. We know these things. That's what I'm trying to say. We know who would have been a Hall of Famer still without Magic, bro.
No, Kareem, yes. Kareem, yes.
That's 2 already.
Keep going. That's 2. James
Michael
Worthy,
Cooper.
Kareem.
He's not even in the Hall of Fame. That's
he's not a Hall of Famer now.
Keep going.
All right, but that's still part of the loaded team. I don't even know the whole roster.
No, but you say he's a Hall of Famer. He's not a Hall of Famer. Keep going.
You ready? Hold on.
But Michael Thompson was a Hall of Famer, but
right, Michael Thompson.
He wasn't in his prime at all by the time he got to the Lakers.
Y'all answering the questions I'm not asking. I didn't ask if niggas is prime, niggas is year 12, year 3.
They had 3 Hall of Famers. Okay, so
right. That's a great
they had 3 Hall of Famers. When all is said and done, LeBron would have played with 3 Hall of Famers in.
Hayward's in the Hall of Fame.
Yo, where's LeBron coming at? LeBron had nothing to do with this.
Spencer Haywood's in the Hall of Fame.
Spencer Haywood should be in the Hall of Fame, but he wasn't that good.
Spencer Haywood was out.
Haywood was on drugs and got kicked off the team in the finals. You know what I'm saying? I love Spencer. He follows me on Instagram, by the way. I'm very proud of that.
That's crazy.
That's the man right there. I hope to meet him one day.
Like, what team that won consistently didn't have 3 Hall of Famers or 2 Hall of Famers?
I'll give you a fun fact, man.
You said what team? The 1991 through 93 Bulls.
They don't have.
That's true.
Grant's not a Hall of Famer.
They had no.
He's not.
No.
But I think the 80s, man, when there's less teams, bro, the teams are more stacked. It's like
there's 30 teams.
But like, fine, it's the Bulls.
When Magic was a rookie, was it 22 teams?
Yeah,
79.
Yeah, 79, 80, like 22.
Yeah, probably.
But like I think the teams at the top are more loaded in the 80s. But
no,
I think it goes both ways for me.
Here's how I'm gonna fucking kill Rockstar Mel's point, because you guys just stay here and let him yap. No, you can't interrupt me.
Well, we know Mel's wrong.
No, Mel's
wrong about wrong. What? He asked a question and I answered it.
I
hate LeBron so much.
No, it's not LeBron.
LeBron. I love LeBron.
I didn't bring LeBron up. Y'all was asking my top 5. I said Curry. Y'all brought LeBron up for no reason. I'm talking about Curry.
We were talking about Magic.
Right. He said, "What's your top 5?" And I said Curry, and then he stopped me. He said over Magic. Magic got 5 chicks, and then y'all brung LeBron in out of nowhere. It wasn't a LeBron cover. That's what I'm trying to
But
say,
the
bro.
problem is, every argument you can use against Magic, you can use against Steph. As much as I hate that, but like
no, but you
every
can't.
single one.
Actually,
Team wise, like
Magic never agreed to have some fucking the third best player to come on the team ever. He would have never done that bullshit. And hold on, school. This motherfucker trying to say this dumb shit about these Hall of Famers were stacked on the team. Did we not think that Dwayne Wade was going to be a Hall of Famer when LeBron went to Miami? We didn't think that. We didn't know that.
These motherfuckers, you mean him? Because I'm not saying that.
Know that Kyrie Irving was on his way to being a Hall of Fame type of player.
Why is
We didn't
LeBron
think
James? It was
because
Magic
you
versus
said
Curry,
he went,
bro.
You
It
said
was
he just
Magic
happened
versus
to be on a
Curry.
stacked team.
Magic
LeBron played
versus
on
Curry.
all stacked teams.
Magic versus Curry. I'm trying to talk about LeBron. It was Curry and Magic, bro. It was LeBron.
And Magic never agreed. Magic never agreed to have no fucking third best player to come on his team.
Everyone better. Magic has the best.
Y'all didn't even let me say my point.
He has.
I don't even know the point.
It's
mad late.
You think Steph's better than him?
No, Steph's not better than that.
No, what I'm saying is, I know Magic's great. I know the things he did. He great, like top 2 point guard in my opinion, right? But what I said is like I didn't see his impact. I know his impact. I could assume it, but I didn't see it.
You literally didn't see it.
That's fair, man.
The Steph Curry shit I'm seeing right now is like the handles, the passing, pull up threes, the hands off, the strategies. He's changing the culture and the game of basketball. I'm not saying Magic wasn't great. I just said I wasn't there to expect to see that.
I agree. That's the most fair thing you've said all night.
You feel me? That's all I'm saying. And that's why the fact that I'm only assuming I might know. I think I know, but I might not know. You like schooling me all night. I might not. I probably think I know the effect or how we go, but I might not know. Curry, I'm seeing this shit. I was never a Curry fan. He killed my nigga Braun. I'm like, nigga, I can't keep hating on this nigga. It is what it is. He one of them boys, especially after last year and this year. I'm like, he got it right.
No, you're right.
Bird or the red?
That's all I was saying, bro. I'm not trying to discredit Matt. I love
Magic. Relax. You know my opinion about this. I'm just asking for the Mel guy.
Keep going with your 5, Mel.
The Mel guy is hilarious.
I said it.
I don't know his name. What's his name?
Curry.
Mel.
Curry.
Mel.
Jordan.
Okay. Just asking for Mel.
Curry, Jordan, Braun, Duncan, and Shaq. The 5 niggas I seen. And then I do mine by position. So all of them, I feel like those are the best at the positions that I've seen.
That's a great enough. I can't be mad at that.
I can't. I'm learning about new players. Dom sending me Sam Jones and Nate Thurman. I respect it, but I still never seen them. Those niggas.
You've been watching this fucking Sam Jones highlight for 2 weeks already.
But that's fair. Bro, weak shit.
I respect it. I respect that.
And then even if I go back, like I love basketball, right? So even if I go back and watch, I know it don't got the same effect as when you sitting there and it's happening in the moment. Like it's not the same, bro. You feel me? I love basketball like that. I need like nigga, no, I was there when like I'm a level of the game like that, bro. So watching the games on the internet is not going to just. I could watch it and tell a little something, but it ain't going to hit me as much, bro.
I think the 80s is going to be different because you could watch. Like I was watching Ali fights from the Muhammad Ali fights from the 1970s, but the way you gotta watch it, like for the George Foreman fight, start watching all his fights beforehand. And there's another guy, who was Ernie Shaver.
I'm not doing all that.
Listen, I'm telling you. It's not that hard. Every day you pick 1 or 2 fights, whatever it is, 1 or 2 games. You could watch 1 or 2 games, and you could see the build up to Magic Johnson to hit to the 1980 finals, whatever it is, because you get to capture it. Because with Muhammad Ali, you can literally see the difference when you watch. I was watching a whole bunch of like George Foreman fights. Then I watched Ernie Shaver fights. When you watch Ali versus George Foreman, you'd be like, yo, Muhammad Ali looks like a fucking glitch. He looks like he's just different. He's glowing. Like the only time I seen that shit was like Jordan and Floyd Mayweather. I can't front.
Bro,
they're fucking glowing off the
and
TV.
Messi.
Ali fight was so fight was so fucking different because it was totally outside of Ali. You had never seen Ali play the ropes the way he did. Ali's always in the middle of the ring dancing around everybody. With Foreman, he let Foreman punch himself the fuck out. And we talking about a George Foreman that knocked everybody the fuck out before that.
He was stronger than Tyson. Phoenix Plays he wants to know, is it controversial for me to say I would still rather have KD over Bird in terms of fit next to Steph?
You can say
Obviously,
whatever you want. I take
Bird
Bird.
clears all
I take
time.
Bird over
I'm
LeBron.
taking Bird. KD. That nigga.
Fabian, let me
I
ask you
don't know.
something.
With
Imagine
KD
Bird
on the
Warriors. Holy shit!
KD on the KD on the Warriors is crazy.
Imagine you get Larry gets Draymond gets the rebound, throws it up to Larry within 2 passes, get a transition 3. Ooh, be so cheap.
Fabian,
Over LeBron.
you say that you don't respect Curry or Durant for the move of them going together. If they kept playing together and won like 6 titles together, or 5 titles together, would it make a difference for you?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would. That you're right.
That's why I say the worst decision of Durant's career was going to the Warriors. The second worst was leaving the Warriors.
Yeah.
He lost. Well, he lost as a Warrior. So
Yeah. Same reason. You know why it's a good point? Because I say that LeBron fucked up basketball wise by leaving Miami. But I was telling Dom earlier. I know Pat Riley wanted to control his life. Like that, Pat Riley's crazy like that. But basketball wise, LeBron should have never left Miami. Like it just never made sense because there's no system around him.
I think it did.
It made sense leaving Miami.
I think his
narrative wise it did.
Yes, I think the Cleveland championship validated LeBron as that.
So what if I'm saying like this, Scoot? If he goes to 5 championships or the same amount of championships and doesn't leave Miami, I don't think it like that whole thing about going to Cleveland and winning the championship for me. That shit was just for him to sell a story. Like I don't.
But that's the sneaky thing. Like I don't know if Miami would have had a better team than Cleveland for the next few years.
I guarantee Pat Riley would have found the right. Are we not?
I'm not sure.
Like he finds players.
Well, first off, LeBron hated Spoelstra. Let's be clear about that.
And wasn't D-Wade complaining about his
LeBron hated Spoelstra because Spoelstra is smarter than him. So
because Spoelstra wanted him to play in the system, and that's the problem. LeBron's problem is right, and you're seeing it even to this day, right?
Mm-hmm.
LeBron's problem is LeBron can't play in the system. LeBron is the system wherever he goes.
We were just talking about this last night. But Mel says, you want the ball in the best player's hands all the time. I don't want to give it up.
Except the last shot, huh, Mel?
Yeah, I think LeBron will willingly go and play for Pop if he had to.
LeBron, he can't
what?
Have to play in the system for Pop.
LeBron wouldn't last 5 months with Pop.
He would.
By the way, that assist stat I was pulling out last night, Mel, it was facts. Your boys never had a team that's top 5 in assists.
We looked it up. We saw.
Teams ain't been that good.
That's crazy.
What are you talking about? His teams haven't been that good.
They're not good passing players.
Right, not good passing players.
Nah,
nigga, he got shooters, nigga. You don't got nobody who can create shots, bro.
Ready for the checkmate? Ready for the checkmate? You ready for this?
Go ahead. Tell me somebody who can create shots for others that's supposed to be diamond.
2007 Lakers, 6th place in assists. You know what that team's starting lineup was? Smush Parker, Kobe Bryant, Luke Walton, Kwame Brown, and Chris Mim. Give me a break. Kobe was moving the ball.
Wait. Didn't Lamar Odom play that year?
Wait. Smush Parker averaged like 3 or 4 assists. Luke Walton could pass. That's the only thing he could do on the court was pass. He had a high IQ. Kwame Brown, really know about that. And who else they had?
You better than Eric Snow?
Kwame for sure.
Hey,
he averaged 11 and 4. Yes, he did.
The team was
Smush Parker's from New York. He was way better than Eric Snow for sure. Look it up. He was way better than Eric Snow.
He's way smarter.
The team was getting 15 assists off giving Kobe the ball alone.
But that's because Kobe catches the ball quickly off the catch. He works off the ball.
Wait, wasn't Lamar Odom there too, right?
Yeah, Lamar Odom was there.
Right, he's averaging a few dimes too. Come on, what are you talking about here, bro?
6th in the league. I'm just saying that he doesn't stop the ball like you think. LeBron's a ball stopper, bro.
Who's their coach?
Why isn't he zero?
Yo, after the season, he was crying for a trade.
I can disprove that.
After the season, he was crying for a trade. If you don't trade these niggas, I'm out.
Yeah,
that was that season.
Yes, it was.
Don, get the fuck out of here. I'm never saying dumb shit again.
Right, man.
Bro,
we were 6 in assists and I fucking
what you call it? He gonna catch me with that, bro.
No, he did catch you with that, Mel.
Nah.
Mel, get Mel the fuck out of here with that.
They lost.
Shit.
Didn't they lose to Phoenix Suns?
Yo, you heard me?
What does that do with my assist point?
Didn't they lose to
Kobe
the?
quit. That
Hold on, what
He
you
was
say?
coming to the Bulls. That's how bad he wanted to be Mike. He was literally coming to the Bulls.
What does that have to do with my assist point?
I forgot about that. He did.
What does that do with him moving the ball?
He was coming to the Bulls.
It had nothing to do with moving the ball down. It had everything to do with the fact that he's not better than Michael Jordan.
Top 5 in assists. Don't give me that he's never playmakers. Dwayne Wade is a good playmaker.
No, it's not that he's not a good playmaker, Dom. It's that they're not gonna pass the ball like that. Dwayne Wade is a ball stopper.
Bro, Scoot just said it best. The system revolves around giving bro the ball.
Yeah, I agree.
You just said
no.
Part of why the people are too LeBron.
You just named one nigga. Name somebody else on that team.
LeBron is the system.
Not create.
Bro. He is the system. Wherever he goes.
Dime.
But here's the thing: when you put a player,
name somebody else that creates.
Listen, you don't put creators around LeBron. You put shooters around LeBron.
That's why we're not getting no assists. So it's purposeless. What are you talking about? I don't get the argument.
I'd rather have a team that moves the ball and my score works quickly off the catch. Here's the problem with LeBron.
That's why Steph's a better offensive player than LeBron.
Pass first player. This is the contradiction with LeBron. Y'all call him a pass first player, and he's not a pass first player. Let me finish. And he leads the team in shot attempts wherever he goes. So then you make an excuse for him.
He also leads the team in assists, bro.
Give me a break.
Yo, he led the league in assists 3 years ago, bro. What are you talking? He led the whole league in assists. Averaged 11 assists 3 years ago, bro.
What is he? Let me guess. He's in everything, is what you're gonna say, right? He's in everything. So if he's in everything, he's got to do whatever the right decision is at the end of the game. And often he falls short by giving up the ball because he's got no pull-up.
Yo, that you sound stupid. You said he's everything, then that means he has to do everything.
No,
he does. He'll get the rebound. He'll come down and make the right decision.
Yo, you know what's funny, Dom?
What are you talking about?
What's funny? They think that LeBron is what Joker does. That's what they really think. What LeBron fans think. That's their problem. He don't think the fuck Joker does.
Clear-cut left-hand layup in 07 to kick the ball out to Donyell Marshall for 3. He's
the right play, high IQ.
High IQ. They lost. I don't care what happened. He lost. Didn't shoot.
He lost because the nigga didn't do his job. He had Donyell Marshall.
He's a pussy.
Donyell Marshall. All he had to do was shoot, and he missed.
So why didn't he get that ball up yesterday at the foul line?
Why have 40 is a different
because he overthinks because your man is
No. Why he didn't give AD the foul line jump shot for the game?
I didn't see that, and I was already.
Why did LeBron see? I thought he was Professor X.
Bro,
I didn't see.
You guys
made up he made up his mind he was going to shoot that ball and didn't even get a fucking shot up.
And he knew he was gonna get blocked. And then go to the press conference and say, "What? I might retire."
AD was by himself at the foul line.
Oh shit!
AD was playing bad. He was shook to shoot the whole night. What are you talking about?
You LeBron fans don't understand rhythm.
It's okay for him to defer.
I do understand rhythm. What are you talking about? I play basketball, bro. What are you talking about? I understand rhythm on anybody in this shit.
There's no way you understand.
I'm never gonna take anyone
for the game, but not AD. He could give it to Bougie Gibson for the game, but not AD.
Oh shit! Donyell Marshall, but not AD.
Listen,
AD was wide open in the top of the key.
I'm not even knocking.
I told you.
He's playing like a pussy. I wouldn't have passed him the ball neither.
He gave it to Bougie Gibson. I don't want to hear nothing.
Bougie Gibson hit the shot. No, he's hitting shots. He hit shots. He got paid the next year. What are you talking about? He got him a bag. Yes, he was.
I'm not even knocking.
We're not gonna fucking get hyped off Bougie Gibson.
Look it up.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Stop letting him go crazy with Bougie Gibson. Get the fuck out of here. You can't dominate the
ball. Give a shooter on your team one shot the whole half, and then 5 minutes he hasn't shot the ball, and you give him the biggest shot of the game. That's not how this shit
They're
works.
They're fucking professional basketball players that get paid millions of dollars to shoot a fucking shot.
I'm the best friend of the team. I'm shooting that shit.
You get paid. You can't do nothing else but shoot. I give you the ball to shoot, and it's my fault because you missed the shot.
Yes,
that is the worst basketball ever.
Yes, it is.
Real, Mel. They lost games 2, 3, and 4 because LeBron played like shit in the final.
You know everything.
I swear to God, look it up.
It's true.
I swear to God.
Who is a better offensive player, Jokic or LeBron?
Bad in games 2, 3, and 4 in the final fucking minute of the game.
Yeah.
He personally lost them fucking games.
Bougie Gibson went from making $1 million a year to a 5-year, $20 million.
Bro, I'm sorry,
Nobody's
but
talking about
as a
Bougie.
fan,
Because of LeBron had that nigga hitting shots is what I'm telling you. Why he get niggas back?
Booby Gibson is Keisha Cole's
finals,
bitch.
as a fan,
What the fuck are you talking about?
As a fan and as a player, I would rather have my best player sometimes taking a contested shot per game than some random player shooting a wide open shot if he hasn't shot in a while. I would.
All right. LeBron can't win. He go to the hole, he get fouled. They don't call the foul. It's still his fault. Like, come on, bro. He can't win, bro. I got it. He can't win, bro.
Phoenix Plays he said, I enjoy being PJ Tucker in pickup life. It's easy taking catch and shoot jumpers.
Right? That's all the fuck you gotta do.
Mel, hold on, Mel. So Mel, if you play in the NBA, you want to play with LeBron and just be in the corner and play catch and shoot?
Nah, not me. I got game. Like I like mixing
exactly
up. Like I'm like a D-Wade type of nigga.
If he was on Miami, they wouldn't win.
I like to control. I like
LeBron.
Dime. You rather play with LeBron or Jokic?
Me? Jokic for sure.
Jokic all day.
I'm
LeBron or Steph.
With the ball. I like to control pace. I don't want LeBron with me.
Steph. I'd rather play with Steph than LeBron.
I want to play with scorers.
Steph?
I don't want to do
easily.
I bet.
I'm not gonna play with Jordan. I don't want to play with LeBron. I don't want to play with Kobe. I don't want to play with none of these dudes.
I give them the ball. They can score off the catch.
Now you dick riding Dime. Get the fuck out of here. You don't want to play with fucking Kobe or. You like what?
I'm not the one that tries to take all the shots. You feel me? I like to be the second or third.
For me, the guys I want to play with. I mean, I can't play for shit, but Magic, Steph, and Jokic are the dream.
You said what?
Who's the starting shooting guard on the Denver Nuggets?
Kentavious Caldwell-Pope.
Yeah, KCP.
His best
KCP
season
is a starter.
His best season was when?
Now.
This season.
No, what LeBron? Look it up.
No, it was this season.
LeBron.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Weren't we talking about the best two guards in the 90s? Where does KCP fall?
He's doodle.
Please don't do this.
He's not ass at all.
KCP is ass.
Bro,
no, he's trash.
Good player, bro.
No, he's ass. Shooting, no. Shooting guard wise, no, he does his job. He know his roles. But
that's what you need.
For a starting shooting guard, he's ass. I can't call the rest of the nigga ass and then say he alright. I can't call the niggas in the 80s and the 90s ass and then say he alright. He's ass too.
Yeah, of course not. I don't call players in the NBA that start ass. I know it's not.
I do.
They got
so Kentavious Caldwell-Pope in 2020, he scored 9 points on 46.38%. 46 from the field, 38 from the three. This year he scored.
It was not 19 points. He averaged 13 points. I looked at it the other day. I don't know what you're looking at.
No, he averaged 13 points in 2018. LeBron was in the Cavs in 20.
I'll look it up myself.
I'm not trying to see my best player give the ball up, bro. I know he said he can't win, bro. You heard me on my live last night. I didn't blame him for shooting that shot. He got blocked. It is what it is. I'd rather him shoot.
Oh, he wasn't there. You're right. My bad.
He shot. I'm down with him to shoot it. When LeBron misses in the clutch, I don't blame him. I like him shooting. I just don't like him giving the ball.
That's bad basketball, though.
No, it's not. I don't trust these, bro. I don't trust these dudes, bro. They're role players. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to leave it in the hands of them.
But LeBron knows his abilities.
Unless they're in rhythm. Yeah, he knows that his
Look, I gotta say that I agree with Dime. Like, I'm a Warriors fan, and I watched so many times Steph
give up the
pass the ball to Draymond. The clock is ticking down. Draymond throws up a shot and misses, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
So you want him to do what Steph do? You want him to dribble against AD, step back?
But let me see the difference, though.
Yes, I do.
No, that's
Curry 6'3", bro.
That's
Curry
trash basketball.
Okay,
bro.
Curry 6'3", and then down the stretch of game 4, Curry takes a step back mid-rangers. The ball bounces all over the rim and goes out. I'd rather 1,000,000% I'd rather that shot than a wide open Draymond 3-pointer. Yes, 1,000,000%.
Not Draymond, but somebody else.
Andrew Wiggins. I'd rather take a step back than Andrew Wiggins.
That happened.
Take a wide open tree.
It happened, and it was a good. No, who was it? No. I'm walking. That was the Kings.
Andrew Wiggins in game 1 against the Kings. He took a wide open corner shot missed, and we lost the game.
And that was a good shot. That was great basketball. That was good.
Yes, and a step back mid-ranger for Steph over AD is also a good shot. Like,
no, it's not. No way. Not
he's
over AD.
Steph Curry. What the fuck are you saying?
Not over AD.
Okay, but LeBron James though over nobody.
The ball rattled all over the rim and went out. Like, it was a good shot.
It was the same thing he did against Kevin Love. It was bad basketball. Like, just chucking it,
just
throwing it
the
up.
second shot was the same thing he did against Kevin Love, not the first one. LeBron is 6'8", but he's a lousy shooter. Like, it's the opposite of Steph.
Exactly, he's allowed to shoot. So I'm a pass to somebody who actually can shoot and getting paid to shoot, and they're gonna be wide the fuck open.
Okay, so you're just admitting why I think he's also lesser, bro, because you're saying he's a lousy shooter, bro.
Right.
Pull up, going both directions. So if you load up the defense, he can still pull up on you before he hits the second defender. So
LeBron can too. He just chooses not to all the time.
Choose not to. So then he gives it to Danny Green to airball, and then he gets death threats. Give me a break.
Danny Green is a shooting guard.
But
if I penetrate and 3 niggas come to me and I pass you the ball with nobody on me,
LeBron
you a shooting guard that get paid. You a shooting guard that get paid $12 million a year. All you gotta do is hit the shot.
Pressure is very real, though. Pressure is very real.
I think
that's the thing. You're leading it up.
That's why he loved the bubble, because it was like playing AAU basketball.
This the thing, though. He might not perform for the last shots, but when you talking about crunch time is not just the last shot. It's the last couple of minutes.
It's the best 47
It's the last couple of minutes. So in the last couple of minutes, he make plays.
You're not wrong about that. But if you want to compare him to Jordan, it's not the same. It's not as good as Jordan.
He's the best 47-minute player.
Not a closer like that. No one's very few players closer like
so
that.
If that's the case, so is Steph Curry. Steph Curry is shooting percentage is very low the last
Very true. Very true.
So what are we talking about?
I said that already. Remember, I said Steph Curry, other than last year, his fucking finals performance have been ass. I said that. He needed last year's performance.
Yo, it's going to be a sad day when LeBron retires because y'all going to regret it.
No one's
going to regret it. I'm trying to tell y'all, bro.
You shit on basketball players. I don't shit on basketball players.
LeBron's great.
As you do. You shit on LeBron, John.
Just because I don't think he's better than Kobe. Just I don't think better than Kobe. He's whatever.
I love Bron.
No, that's the way you talk about LeBron now.
Nah, bro.
You went from LeBron.
This is why, because you got his fans that shit on other eras, bro, and great players. I don't rock with that. I love basketball, all eras.
Yo, me shitting on the era has nothing to do with LeBron.
Yes, it does, because every single one of you guys is like this, bro. You say the same regurgitated bullshit. 1-9 without Pippen. Everyone was asked, who was he playing? Bro, if I had $1 for every single person, I would pay for I would give you a whole
section, bro, this next week. The funny shit is, you know what's the funny shit about what he's saying though? It's because they put this shit so crazy, right? They say 1-9 without Pippen. They're talking about games. They're not even talking about games.
I know. And there was two of them were against this 8 prime Celtics in the 80s. Like, it's very.
But it's true though. That's true.
But it's 0-3. You know what I'm saying? It's 0-3, Mel. But they say 1-9. They're talking.
That's not true. He lost every year before.
0-3. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, but my point is,
and he got swept twice, right?
He did.
Nobody ever mentions that.
Of course,
LeBron got swept 3 times in his career.
Talking about LeBron, we just focus on one person.
No. Of course,
I'm saying nobody never bring that up.
Yes, we do. Yes, everybody do.
Niggas only say he was 6 for 6. Niggas never bring that up. Niggas
he was 6 for 6.
This is what I hate. See, this is why I hate niggas like you. He was 6 for 6.
In the finals.
Yo, Fab.
Niggas
act like Niggas act like
he got swept twice in the finals.
Niggas act like Jordan played 6 seasons, and that's
no.
LeBron can't say that.
Hey, stop regurgitating shit you heard, because I'll destroy every last one of those arguments, bro. He got swept
Go ahead, I'm listening.
In his first 3 years.
Right.
He got swept twice in his first 3 years.
Right.
He was 0 for 3. He lost 3 fucking series. That's it.
Against who?
I ain't talking about this. I'm talking about just not winning in general. His team sucked. They weren't ready to win.
You ready? He was the best player.
Didn't LeBron miss the playoffs for the first 2 years of his life?
Yes.
First
season.
First 2 years.
No, the first 2. It's 03 and 04 he missed it.
Yeah,
he missed his first 2 years.
Or 04 and 05, whatever.
Better competition.
I gotta believe that he made it the second season.
The East wasn't good. That good.
I gotta look that up. He made
I bet all
the East wasn't good. Michael Jordan wouldn't know what to do to play against Gilbert Arenas, Caron Butler,
Yes, he would. Yes, he would. Yes, he would.
He wouldn't.
Yo,
You know he wouldn't.
Hold on. You know what he would do?
He was tough, bro.
Hold on.
Got dogged by
You know what he
John
would do? Hold on. You know what he would do? He would do what he did to the Celtics. He went out with a 69-point loss.
Loss. It don't matter if you lose. I want to hear it.
But you're not here. He's the best player on the court at all times. I cannot say that for LeBron.
You're not the best player if you're not winning.
That's not. Wow.
LeBron fans think that's very ironic. It's very ironic.
That's bullshit.
Not the best player if you're not winning. So LeBron was not the best player a lot of years then.
Look, LeBron just had 40. I don't care that he had 40. He lost. That means nothing. I'm the same way.
So Steph was the better player in 2015. Stafford and KD were 2017 and 18. And then LeBron didn't make the playoffs in 2019.
Jordan was the best player since he entered the league from day one to the day he
That's not true.
Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what?
He entered the league in 86, 87. So yeah, Bird and Magic were better.
No, they wasn't.
No, wait.
84, 85.
84, 85. So yeah, Bird and Magic were better.
School, not better individual players. Too bad basketball is not an individual game.
Yeah, Bird is playing with a bunch of really good players.
He averaged more points than Bird. He shot a better percentage than Bird.
And he lost.
Okay, we can do this. Bird averaged more rebounds.
I don't think he averaged more. Yeah, he had a better percentage than Bird.
Yeah, Mike Jordan shot over 50% every year.
What was Bird?
That's not true either.
Yeah, you know who feels different?
Mike shot 50 for his career.
You know who feels different?
Mike
shot 50 for his career.
You know who feels different?
No, it went below 50 because of the Wizard years.
But he shot below 50 in the late Chicago years.
I met the criteria.
Right. But he shot, but he was shooting more than 50%.
Fab. I met the criteria.
Steve Nash averages 49, 42, and 90 for his career. So
that's crazy. I can't front.
Who?
Steve Nash.
Like
John Stockton.
Isaiah Thomas. Isaiah Thomas ain't gonna tell you he was the best.
Don't tell me Gilbert Arenas is the
best. No, they would tell you he was
Isaiah Thomas is not gonna tell you that. Isaiah Thomas is gonna tell you
Jordan was busting his ass too.
No, he wasn't.
That's like you.
Yo, how many times Jordan beat Isaiah Thomas?
No.
How many times Jordan beat him?
Thomas said it. Hold on, because Isaiah Thomas said it. He said, yeah. Michael Jordan was the best individual player, but we sent his ass home.
That's home. It's not an individual game. It's not one-on-one. It's not tennis. Sorry, so you're not the best. You can't make your teammates the best.
He's best. He's the best player.
He's the best scorer. I'll give you that.
He's the best player.
No, he's the best player. You know how to get these trash ass niggas some buckets like LeBron do.
No, somebody else right now.
No. He won.
Not
jagging
it.
Team.
Not jagging it. So you're not the best player.
I'm done with that. Can we finish the Michael Jordan and LeBron thing? Come on, man.
Magic Johnson would have had that Chicago Bulls team rocking, nigga.
No, he wouldn't. No, you can't even put two players on that team.
I can, but Magic would have done a better job than Jordan.
No, he wouldn't have, because Mike got him to the playoffs.
He got into the playoffs winning 31 games, so.
Yeah, that easily had to
be and the thing
once again, no competition.
No,
31 games is crazy.
It wasn't trash. What it was is the top teams were great.
Yeah.
There was the top teams were great. That was it. You forgot he lost to a Bird team. Right?
To the best team of all time. Probably.
He lost to all the super teams.
He lost to a Bird team.
He lost to the super teams. He was not that guy.
Hold on. He lost to a Bird team. I could take him losing to a Bird team. He lost to a Bird team with Robert Parrish, Hall of Famer, Kevin McHale, Hall of Famer.
Yeah, this is crazy.
You
can take him
Larry Bird, Hall of Famer.
Larry Bird, a Hall of Famer. Hold on. Bill Walton, Hall of Famer, right?
Dennis Johnson, Hall of Famer.
Hold on. Cornbread Maxwell was the fucking MVP of the finals.
He wasn't on that team, was he? He got traded for Walton.
He wasn't that team. But Dennis Johnson was the starting point guard. He's a Hall of Famer.
Dennis Johnson. You know what I mean?
They're like 5 Hall of Famers.
He's getting smoked. You win 31 games today, you in fucking top 8 lottery. Exactly. Competition today. He ain't playing against nobody, bro.
No, that just means the competition is spread out.
You know when people say that it would expand it. You know, people say that it would be better for LeBron's legacy if he lost before the finals. if MJ didn't make the playoffs, people wouldn't be talking shit about how he got swept or whatever.
Nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about it.
You're kind.
Look, everybody talks about
not even
it.
LeBron.
What they don't talk about is LeBron not making the playoffs.
Hold on, no, not
Your
even.
kind
It
was
has
like
nothing to do
mad
with LeBron.
racist.
Yo,
the night before,
You people.
Fab, the night before, we was talking about. Remember, I was like, "Yo, Kobe's niggas goats," and niggas was like, "No," and then Flea and Beloved came in it.
Yeah.
Right, the same thing. They don't mention his sweeps when it's the Kobe Jordan debate.
What are you
Niggas
talking
never
about?
mention that.
Kobe did nothing wrong to them.
Niggas never mention that.
Hold on, they
guys. I have to go.
Beloved was Bernardo. It was a
Mike
pleasure, man.
It's 5:30 in Brazil, so I kind of have to go.
What time is it?
5:30.
1:30 in the morning over here.
5:30 in the morning. And
4:30 in the morning over here.
1:30 here.
Yeah,
I'm a maniac.
in California it's 4 hours before 4 hours back.
Fuck Cali.
I want to say one thing that people say that LeBron is the best 38 years old ever. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is the best 38 years old ever.
He won a championship at 38.
He won a Finals MVP at 38 years old, averaging 25 and 10 or whatever.
That's
like
amazing.
and then at 40 he averaged 22 and 7, shooting 50% from the field, and won another final.
Won the finals.
That's because niggas was dirt. See, exactly.
He did. He did win.
These niggas was dirt.
Parrish.
He won the Finals MVP.
He played
At 38, and then he won another chip, averaging 22 and 7, and 50% from the field against the Detroit Pistons.
That's impressive. I'm not gonna lie. That's impressive.
Exactly. When Kareem does it,
no, against the Celtics. Against the Celtics, not the Detroit Pistons. Against the Celtics.
Mike won it at 36.
With the Finals MVP.
Yeah, and the league MVP.
Duncan could have maybe won a Finals MVP in 2014. Maybe.
He should have won the Finals MVP. Like that team.
He hates Tony
Parker. Kawhi was great for 3 games, but that team deserved, like Duncan deserved the MVP for that team. He was the spirit of the team, in my opinion.
I feel you, but I think Tony, he just get in the paint at will. He was carving the Heat apart.
Oh man,
oh sure,
he was elite.
He was 10.
Manu deserved the MVP for leading that second unit. That was crazy.
Where was LeBron?
Patty Mills and the ball hopping around.
Where was LeBron's high IQ then, huh, Mel? What did he do on defense? Nothing.
What are you talking about?
He was getting called up by Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili.
Yeah, it's a great team. Sometimes you just gotta take the L, yeah.
But that Spurs team was unfair. Like the game would be tied. The game would be tied, and then Manu and Patty Mills came and scored 15 straight on all 3-pointers. Like you
let a motherfucker named Patty Mills kill him, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
JJ Barea and Patty Mills killing him.
OD, what you talking about?
He couldn't even post for JJ Barea.
Yo, Fab. Here's the one thing you just said the other night. Go watch Patty Mills.
I like Patty
highlights.
Mills. He's
Australian. Go watch his college highlights.
Okay, I never watched him.
He got beat by Jason. He got killed by Jason Terry.
He was OD. Like he had a bag, a candle. I don't remember. Just put it in though.
Man,
you know what? I'm gonna go. Just for all you Americans, watch Manu Ginobili against the US in the semifinals of the Olympics 2004, and then come back and tell me he isn't top 5 shooting guard of all time. Okay, bye.
I think he played against that bum ass team. What are you talking about? He played against that bum ass LeBron team that choked in the.
He fucking destroyed the US.
I got Manu top 10.
Manu's not top 10.
Bye.
I got Manu. And I feel like if he wasn't on the Spurs, he'll be going crazier. He might be top 5 if he wasn't on the Spurs.
Hey.
Yo, the fact that LeBron had cramps in the finals, he's a bitch.
Yo, they cut off the AC. No, they cut off the AC in the arena. How you do that?
Bro,
the Spurs cut off the AC. Come on, they're trying everything.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that. Boston used to do it.
That don't make it okay, though.
Boston used to do that.
That's what Magic was winning with.
That don't make it okay.
It does make it okay. Stop.
Your boy, you're saying your boy can't handle it.
This nigga's is crazy. Yeah, he started cramping.
Can't
handle that and Kawhi.
Stop bitching.
You're playing against the finals competition.
Yo, have you ever heard of a man having cramps in any finals game?
Yes, when they cut off the AC.
I remember Mike having food poisoning and giving him 38.
Because niggas was dirt, nigga.
No,
Jordan was drunk.
These are your excuses. They're ridiculous.
It was dirt, nigga.
No, they weren't. All of a sudden, 2 years later,
This nigga used to fucking
Dog, your man had
rub his
cramps.
face before he shoot free throws, nigga. This nigga used to blow on his fucking wristband. Them niggas is trash, nigga.
What? And shoot 89%. Fuck are you talking about?
Who the fuck is Brian Russell, nigga?
Brian Russell.
How the fuck he had cramps?
Brian Russell, nigga. KCP will cook Brian Russell.
Your man had maxi pad on during the fucking finals. He had cramps. That's crazy,
bro. You realize Brian Russell used to bust Kobe ass. Kobe
never.
Shit.
No, yeah, Brian right. Where? And live? NBA Live?
No, you realize Kobe shot 2 air balls to win the game. You know they got swept by the Jazz. I'm not even doing this with you. They got swept by the Jazz.
They did. Kobe was a rookie. He was a pup. He had to learn.
No, Kobe wasn't a rookie. Kobe wasn't a rookie.
Pup.
I thought he was a rookie. But Kobe did come in the league. Kobe did come in the league as a true 17-year-old, not like LeBron. LeBron got left back.
He was 18. What are you talking about?
Kobe
nigga could have went to the league from the 10th grade, nigga. His mom said no. They wanted him to go to the league from 10th grade.
Oh, they didn't.
Bro,
swear to God, I just looked at the footage the other day.
This dude Mel says things like,
"Yo, this is crazy."
Yo, I know. I'm gonna send it to you.
Mom, you mean if LeBron said it, then we can't believe it. You know he's a liar. He's a certified liar. Your man is a certified liar.
I was listening to the Migos in 2008.
Yo, Mel,
nah, he do be wild.
Dog, how does your man lie on the internet? Crazy.
Yo, Migos was out back then, though.
Were they?
No.
Were they though?
Why do I have
you
to
in Atlanta?
Sharif Abdul Mahmoud? Huh? I know who Chris Johnson is. I watched him play live. He went to UCLA. He was the best point guard Shaq
He went to LSU.
LSU. He was the best point guard Shaq ever played with. I don't need to
Chris
Google
Jackson.
it. I was watching it.
Don't respond to a kid, bro. He just said he was watching in 2016. He's trolling. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not. After he said that, I'm gonna take everything he says as satire now. Phoenix Gen Z.
Phoenix Plazy, how old? What year were you born, young man?
Like, bro, I'm telling you, bro. With the way he's gonna answer, I think I was shooting threes before he was born.
He said,
"Dime dropper, you wet behind the ears too, youngin. What are you talking about?"
I was watching Chris Jackson.
I'm young too, but I don't speak.
Bro, Sharif Abdul Mahmoud was blackballed.
He was born in 2004
because he wouldn't stand for the national anthem. I know all about him. Y'all just hearing about him.
I was surprised.
He played in the 3-on-3 league. As a matter of fact, if you want to,
Big Three, he was nice too.
Now he played in the Big Three.
He was nice.
I was surprised Jordan held him down.
He trained kids in ATL. He live in Atlanta. He be training kids.
He's nice as fuck.
He used to have like a stuttering problem. Phoenix Gen Z is a W name. What does that mean? Is it a dub name?
He likes it. 2004 is crazy. My little cousin was born in 2004. Notice I call her a little cousin.
My daughter was born. My daughter was born in 2007.
So was mine.
That means y'all need to listen to some of the things he's saying.
You got a 16-year-old daughter?
Huh?
You got a 16-year-old daughter? Me too.
Yeah, bro.
We old up here, man.
Like everybody think I'm young. I just look young.
I have a 16-year-old assistant coach in basketball.
Go fuck yourself, Dom.
Dom, who the nicest player you ever played against?
This guy, I would say probably this guy Victor Bailey in ones, but he went to Tennessee. He was just dunking on me, dude. I couldn't hang with him athletically.
Out here?
He went to Oregon, but he was with my friend Will.
The nice
friend Will played in Oregon. He's Marcus Johnson's grandson.
Go fuck yourself, Phoenix Plazy. I'm arguing with uncles. You lucky. Cool. You lucky to be blessed by my presence, Plazy. The fuck you talking about?
Athletic for me.
I need
a real D1 player. I'm not like a D1 player. I'm just solid, like, pickup hooper. But like
I played against.
You're trash.
I played against somebody who played in the league.
Who?
Speedy Claxton.
Man,
for real? From my hood.
Speedy.
Well, you played D1 well? You were in college?
Nah, like my hood, like
Speedy went to hospital.
Christ the Crank in that hospital.
Bro, Speedy, huh?
So he went to Christ he went to Christ the King first, though.
Yeah, I know that. In Queens.
Yeah.
Bro, I know Ron Artest on him personally.
Oh, I played in this tournament. I played for the home team for Ron Artest tournament.
Oh, you played with who? Josh and them?
I don't remember the name, but they just put me down. I was playing with the home team.
I know what
a little light-skinned nigga named CJ or some shit.
CJ's that's my little man.
Yeah, I played with them. My man put me in.
Yeah.
Where? At the Rucker?
Nah, we're on a test tournament, middle of the project. That shit dead smack in the middle of the project.
Right on 12th Street.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that shit
right on 12th
dead
Street.
smack. Niggas chase Lance out the park. Nigga Lance hurt CJ at the end of the game. They chased that nigga out the park. Him and his pops chased the nigga out the park.
You heard? Ask CJ about me. That's my guy.
Which part is Jefferson?
Nah, 41st side 12th Street, Queensbridge.
Oh, on Queensbridge? Oh, y'all wildin'.
Huh?
You're
bro,
wildin'.
I really be outside, bro.
Why?
Ask
No,
CJ
why?
about me though. That was my man.
Nah, I didn't know them, but my man would put me on the. My man was from out there, but he was from my hood at the same time. They needed players because Lance was playing. This was Lance was #1 in the nation and shit. So like the niggas knew I was nice. They just told me to come and shit. But they didn't know me like that. I just played with the home team.
Corey Joseph played at Phoenix Plays East Court, pickup court.
Where?
Where you at, Plays E?
Phoenix.
Are you in Phoenix? No, I said that last time. I don't know.
You said no?
I don't know. I forgot. I mean, animal crackers.
Yo, I'm watching this video of Latrell Sprewell struggling to guard Danny Ainge going off screens. And Danny Ainge... No. I'm saying that because you probably would say Danny Ainge is trash. I'm trying to say
Danny Ainge, he was
players,
decent.
Bro.
He was a good role player. He was all right.
They systematic players, bro.
I'm saying Ainge's good, though, I'm saying.
Don't fucking listen to Mel. Stop listening to Mel, man. You gotta let him do that.
I didn't say. I'm not saying niggas is not good. When I'm saying niggas is not elite, bro. No, I'm saying niggas is not elite. Right? They're not elite,
bro. Cause Mel tried to play like he said Rod Strickland, like Rod Strickland was ass.
No. See, that's what I'm saying. That's how they taking it ass. Y'all wilding on this drunk.
He knows. No. School. He knows Rod Strickland is not. He's from New York. He knows Rod Strickland is a goat over here.
Right.
Kenny Anderson before he broke his wrist, like
he knows. I'm telling you,
I'm from Queens, bro. I played in Kenny Anderson tournament too. You played in that tournament.
He's not allowed. He can't walk around Queens.
His shit is the middle of left rack, nigga. One way in, one way out.
My name New York City Scoop for a reason. Like I'm like the 41st side 12th Street. That's why I be in Queens. Like I claim Queens like I claim Harlem, just like I claim the Bronx.
You know E-Banks? That's my nigga too.
I know everybody on 12th Street.
I don't even know. Those not even my hood, but I know niggas over here.
Yeah,
you seen Davies Hoop? He was really nice like that.
Davies was the truth.
He was nice like that.
He gave us 40. I had 35. He had 40, and we was playing in the Astoria tournament in Queens.
I ain't never really seen a nigga move like that. Like he playing stories and shit. He was nice like that.
Davies was nice. He went to college.
Yeah.
But he had that New York attitude. You know his coach told him, right? No lies. Like
I don't need that shit.
His coach told him, yo, you're a guard out of New York. I can find 100 of you.
Oh. Word? Told him that? Oh,
yes,
nah.
bro.
Yeah. You know niggas ain't trying to hear that.
But he's right.
Bro,
you don't tell a nigga that.
I'm not even gonna fake like I know East personally. I don't know East personally, but I used to mess with his cousin.
Okay.
That be in all his videos and shit.
Yeah.
What area you from? Where you from? Harlem?
Who?
Davies.
Davies from Harlem, but he be in Astoria.
Yeah, he be in Ravenswood or something.
Too. He claims Astoria. He claims on Ravenswood.
Ravenswood. Yeah, that's what I meant. Ravenswood.
But I'm saying, where in Harlem is he from? What street?
He from the east side. He not from over there. He from the east side.
I thought we drove by his people one time.
He from El Barrio. He from the east side.
Well, how do you feel about his rapping?
He's from El Barrio, the east side, bro.
I feel like
how do you feel about his music?
Oh,
he was way better when he fire. I ain't gonna front. LA niggas love him too. I don't really. He was way nicer when he first came out. Nah, he kind of mid now. When he first came out, I thought he was gonna have New York on smash, nigga. Like
I didn't know
he was gonna be it. I thought he was gonna be it.
Yeah, Nas signed him. That's Nas' artist.
I can't listen to that shit. But early on, like I went because somebody said they were listening to Davies. I was just laughing on Facebook.
Davies shit was fire.
Yeah, his earlier shit though, like the late, like the last.
He was rapping with KD too in the basement when they was on the lockout. Remember that was Davies rapping. Remember when everybody was like, "Yo, KD rapping"? That was Davies he was rapping with.
That's what him and LeBron got when they did a joint. This was better LeBron.
Yeah, it was, but it was ass. All them niggas need to stop it. Shaq is the best rapper. Nah.
Dame Dollars got him.
I know. I was just fucking with bro. No.
They went back and forth. That was kind of dope.
Yeah.
Shaq made a diss record. That was dope. Kobe.
But we gotta be real, man.
Yo, hold on. Shaq telling Kobe how his ass tastes is gay.
Hey, yo, you think Michael Finley was ass, Mel?
Yo, Michael Finley? Nah, he was nice. He was mad nice.
All right, cool. He played in the 90s.
Dime came out of nowhere.
So
he came out 96 also, right?
Jordan owned him. Jordan owned him and Ray Allen. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, this video of Ray Allen getting destroyed by Jordan. Late. It was pretty wild.
Yeah, he owned Ray Allen.
He was young.
Yeah, but that's the only thing I be trying to tell everybody. Like people forget. Like Kobe literally said, he said, bro, I studied Mike. Like, I mean, not only studied him, I literally talked to this man every day on the phone. Like in the All-Star game, he asked Mike, yo, how do you gauge people for your fadeaway? Like, Mike literally taught him how to shoot his fadeaway at the All-Star game. Like, I'm going out. Like, I'm going to give you all this game. Like, people forget. This is what I be talking about in hindsight. Y'all want to talk about Kobe. Y'all want to talk about it in hindsight. But if you put him against Mike, during Mike them years, Kobe don't have what he had. Kobe don't have all of that.
I don't want to talk about Kobe again or Michael Jordan.
Like he had to get that.
I'm getting sick of them.
It's a nonsense argument in the first place.
No, it's not. Because you have
it is a nonsense.
the Kobe stands fucked it up.
What?
Yo, they the same niggas.
They're not.
They the exact same niggas, bro.
Right, School, what's the difference between Kobe and Mike? Who could end this shit?
Mike
1A and 1B, man.
Mike is the original. You think he gave Kobe all his secrets?
I use a lot more athletic too.
Mike was way stronger than Kobe.
I just think he's stronger and he jumps higher and he plays smarter.
Those are big things.
Of course, but Kobe stands think I'm an idiot.
100%. It's all true.
So
Kobe made the game a little harder for himself sometimes. Jordan makes it easy.
Jordan has literally no flaws. I'm sorry to say it. Like,
I don't disagree with that, but I don't think Kobe in his prime has that many.
Yes, he does.
Nobody has zero flaws.
What is his flaw in his prime? And like the late years with Gasol.
Kobe's flaw in his prime.
Maybe he didn't get to the rim as well as you'd like. I'd say maybe
he still took bad shots, man.
Not as many as you think.
Yeah, no.
That's what you said. You didn't tell me what I know.
Jordan.
He always say shit like that.
So I'm taking Kobe taking those shots over passing it to bum ass role players.
Jordan's a lifetime 49, and we're including the Wizard years. Jordan is a lifetime 49.2 career free field goal shooter. That's everything.
And he passes to John Paxson when he was supposed to. That's how you do it, Mel. Bum ass LeBron. That's when you pass it to the fucking white boy in the corner.
The thing is,
hey, he did the same thing, but his man's made it.
No, it's not. No, it's not the same thing. But Jordan done dropped 60 already. It's a totally different kind of pass.
And Jordan told him, "Hey, listen, you be ready. I'm coming to you. You be ready."
That's the difference.
I know
That's the difference.
I know
in that huddle
before they do it. I know what they're gonna do before they do it.
In that huddle, Michael Jordan told you better not miss this fucking shot. That's the difference. LeBron is just like, hey man, just give me the ball. I'm gonna set you up with that pussy ass.
No, they deleted it. The footage, they deleted it. The footage was on YouTube. Look,
it don't say no. Mike literally tells him, hey,
no, look,
over. I'm coming to you.
This what happened, right? They called the timeout. They go to the huddle, right? Ty Lue is standing up. Bron is sitting down. Kyrie's not even in the huddle. Like Ty Lue's drawn up the play for Bron. Bron points and back at Ty Lue like, yo, let Kyrie take the shot. And that's what happened.
Shoot that shot. He don't want the ball.
But he drew up the play, came up with the play. And then go look at it. LeBron set the pick for the switch to happen for Kyrie to get on Curry for him to get hit the shot.
I don't disagree with that because LeBron didn't want the pressure of shooting the shot. That's
no, he knew he has a smart basketball player. He know this nigga shoot shots. He shoot fadeaway threes. This is what he get paid to do.
See, Jordan hits fadeaway jumpers.
Look, basketball is drugs. Bernardo's in the comments. You kidding me?
Yes. MJ is better at everything.
Couldn't shoot from three. What was 92, bro? Get the fuck out of here with that Gen Z bullshit.
MJ is literally better at MJ doesn't have a flaw.
Are you so mad at Gen Z and you Gen Z is crazy?
Because I'm not like that generation. I actually respect the history.
That's like me saying fuck Dominicans.
I hate them shits, bro. We have the dumbest generation of basketball fans, ignorant motherfuckers ever, bro. They don't
You
know
heard me?
What'd you say?
You can't name a flaw in MJ's game.
Yes, I can.
What?
Oh,
he used to beat up his teammates.
Kobe is to Mike what Dame is to Steph.
Okay, Joe.
I have to be quiet. Oh, that might be true.
Kobe is to Mike what Dame is to Steph. Yeah, he wasn't a good teammate. He used to wild out on his teammates.
Let me tell you, Mike
niggas ain't like playing with him for real.
It worked.
Mike beat them up and made them ready.
It worked.
He made them
y'all
winners.
guys are crazy.
It worked.
He made them
It
winners.
did. I ain't gonna say it did.
To be honest,
but it's
fair
still
with
wild,
that,
bro.
I haven't heard a teammate talk about Jordan the way Pau Gasol talks about Kobe. I haven't heard that.
Kobe was more personable though.
Yeah.
No.
Hold
on.
As a leader, he was not the young Kobe.
No. The teammates hated Kobe. Pete, Paul Gasol loves Kobe because that's his best friend, literally.
Okay, but
literally his best friend.
the second half of his career, he really learned that. We can't take that from Kobe. Kobe's a
I gotta leave and come back. I'll be back.
No, yo, bro. Do you see what he told Dwight Howard when Dwight Howard got traded?
Yeah, Dwight Howard.
But Dwight's a bitch, bro.
No, hold on. I'm talking about when he got traded to the Lakers. You know how that conversation happened?
Oh yeah.
Yo, that had to be the funniest conversation.
Well, he said we tried to ask him for a connect.
He said, man, I got traded to LA. I called Kobe, trying to tap in with Kobe and ask him a couple questions. He said, I called Kobe, hey, Kobe, you know this? He like, Dwight, yeah, how you doing? You ready? I'm gonna need you for a championship run. All right, bye.
No, he asked him for like a movie role or some dumb, like an agent. He was like, what? I forgot what he said, and it was hilarious.
That was the second call.
No, he said it was the first call.
Oh, and Kobe
tried to get his number to get an agent number to do movies or some dumb shit. And Kobe was like, "Yo, what? Yo, practices like 7:00." I hung up the phone on some stupid shit. So again, that's Dwight Howard. Come on, man, Dwight Howard's a silly goose. It's part of the reason why people shit on Dwight Howard and they shouldn't, because he was ill. Like Dwight Howard was ill.
No, but from 08 to 10 or 08 to 11, you can't find me one teammate that didn't fuck with Kobe like that on his team. Everybody spoke so highly of him on those teams.
Yeah, bro. Like that's
Vujicic, Jordan Farmar.
Bro,
here's the thing though.
Ariza, Artest, all these guys love him.
The biggest difference though is
he matured.
He matured, but he didn't have the same level, and that's what y'all are missing.
He doesn't choose. Let me tell you what Ron Artest told me out of his own mouth. He said Kobe didn't treat him like he treated everybody else. That's straight out of Ron's mouth. He said, he said, no. Kobe knew, we had a different level of respect. He ain't talking to me how he talked to the other dudes.
That's fair, but I'm saying I was around Ron. I went to his camp.
Intimidated by Ron Artest.
No, 100%. He had respect for Ron for sure.
He's better. He was Ron Artest.
I'm saying, even though he may have yelled at Vujicic and Farmar and all these guys, I was around Farmar, like when I went to his camp and all that. And dude, this guy like fucked with Kobe. Like he had so much respect for him. Just have to win a ring.
You know what I think? I think they have no choice but to say that, right? Because they can't tell you. Like if you'd ask Pippen early on, right? He wouldn't have told you he don't really like Mike. Like he wouldn't have told you that.
But I also think that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the body language was like. But
Steve Kerr got punched in the face by Mike.
Yeah, but you can't tell me that Laker team, the second tenure, was not good vibes, man. You could see it on and off the court, the way they seem to treat each other. Kobe really seemed like, I mean, I'm just reading body language, not just words.
Yeah, and 1000%.
It looked like everything changed then. Smush Parker said his piece. Dwight Howard said his piece. Shaq, obviously, we know the deal, but
Smush Parker hated Kobe.
I know, but I think that.
But you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. Everybody think Kobe was an asshole, but I kind of agree with him, right? He was like, "Yo, I work out with you dudes. I see the workout you put in. You think I'm gonna fucking trust you with my livelihood? No, I'm gonna shoot this shit myself. I'm first in the gym and I'm last out the gym. I put in the fucking work to shoot this shot. I agree with him.
Yeah, but see, that's my thing is this team, he respected his supporting cast. So, like, even though he'd have moments probably where he got mad, that was just, it seemed like he treated them well. It seemed like he had a relationship with them. He also had all the international players who would speak different languages. That was a cool dynamic.
Yeah.
What is Jordan's 2-motion jumper hindered his range from beyond the arc? What is a 2-motion jumper? Like,
you saying he has a hitch in his shot?
I guess, but he got better as he went along.
Listen. They said Jordan couldn't shoot. Jordan went out there and put 7 threes on their head in
the finals.
What are we talking about? Jordan told you. He said, "Listen, I didn't want to shoot. I didn't like to shoot because I think. Matter of fact, yo, Fabe, I posted the clip.
It would take away from his game. I agree with that too. But he's smarter. He's the mid range will win.
He said, why would I shoot that jump shot? It takes away from all the other facets of my game, right? He said I have an advantage everywhere else. If I start shooting this damn 3 and I start to fall in love with it, it takes away from what I do and putting pressure on everywhere else." He's absolutely right.
Yep, and that's what the problem is with these guys, man. Like Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, they gotta listen to that shit. They fall in love with that 3.
So I was just thinking that too. I have it on my.
They still shot 50% in the 91 finals from 3, but he only shot a couple of times. But hey, okay, I'm not asking you to shoot so many 3s.
But it's like they talk about the Greek freak, right? Why does he have to learn to shoot the 3? He doesn't.
He doesn't. That's what I said.
Why? If I can get to the hole and dunk on you every time, why the fuck do I need to shoot?
The only thing with Greek freak is that like they really just don't call shit for him. He has mad charges a game. He travels like crazy. He does a bunch of bullshit.
Jason Tatum has the worst left-hand carry I've ever seen, bro. He can't dribble without carrying with his left. I promise.
But if we're being real, a lot of players in the NBA can't when they dribble in full speed with the left hand, they're carrying because it's not easy. That's why I'm saying when the rules in the past, people say they had no left hand. It's because they're not letting them do that shit. Dude, this full
they gave them a whole extra step. That 0 step.
Yeah, this.
I said that 0 step. What?
The 0 step didn't exist back in the day.
This Mel Braun versus the world.
Hilarious. And now you're banned from here, Mel.
This man Mel is funny because like he was talking about the 90s being doo-doo and the 2000s being great, and there's so much crossover. Like there's so many players that are in both eras.
Bro, we think Braun. I think we think the world of Braun. I think Braun is great. I think Braun is the best 47-minute player there is, right?
Disrespect is nuts.
My only knock on
that's disrespect to Jordan.
Quits. I'm sorry.
Braun he doesn't.
That's the fact.
He does a lot. That's part of one of the things I can't overlook. And then also, I don't know about you, Mel, but when you turn the ball over, how do you feel when you're on the court? What do you do?
What type of turnover?
Live ball. You lose the ball, you throw a bad pass.
You get back on defense.
You better hustle I always feel guilty as fuck. One thing I don't like, bro, he be just he don't even be in the screen sometimes. He did it during a playoff game in crunch time one time. Bro, these kind of things, like, they matter to me. Is that a reason not to like someone's game as much as someone else? That's fair to me, is it not? And those are personal pet peeves.
He's 38 years old. This was basketball for 20 years straight, bro.
He's been doing that when he was actually nice too, though.
Yo.
And that's why his numbers look the way they look, because he's been playing for 20 fucking years.
Bro, he gives up just when he doesn't get a call and don't get back. Like, he has at least one of those.
That's part of the reason why they lost a lot of these games. These lot of games been close, and him and AD done jogging back, lackluster. Like, come on,
bro, man, I'm not even playing when I say like games 2, 3, 4, they lost solely because LeBron's bad play in the final minutes of the game. I'm not even lying, and that's not me hating. Because I was.
What game was that? Game 2 for sure.
2, 3, and 4. Game 3 is the one he got stripped by Bruce Brown.
Oh, that was game 3. So yeah, game 3. So what was game 2? He do game 2.
Game 2, he shot.
Jamal Murray
shot that 3. That 3 on the wing. Yeah.
Bro, it was bad.
Damn, I ain't going front. Yup.
I'm not, bro. Like I'm saying.
I told you that.
Nah, I watched it myself. That's the first time I was like, I don't know if it's the air in Denver, but it's undeniable. Like, Father Time is here, beloved. Like,
bro,
this is it.
That like I said, my problem with Braun, like, and it's not. I would have accepted that if this was the first time he did that, right? But if you go back to the first year he left Cleveland, right? He had a great game too. Let me tell you what he does in these situations. When he gives up, right? He goes out.
Mental health, man. Mental health is a real thing. Niggas fucking my mom's, my teammate. Come on, bro.
Hold on, I agree, bro. I agree with him quitting on them. Don't get me wrong, I agree with him quitting on them. But I'm gonna tell you what he does though. See, LeBron.
That sounds crazy.
LeBron is a smart nigga. Let me tell you what he does. He goes out and he goes crazy for the first half, right? And then in the final quarter, that nigga took one shot attempt.
Nah, it be like that. Sometimes you think you're gonna have the energy and you don't.
Nah, bro, he had the energy. He was young. This is young LeBron. We talking about.
How you gonna say another man got the energy?
So many excuses, bro. You make it's just so many excuses.
Nah, he said, "Yo."
All right, hold on.
School. He said, "School." He said, "Mental health is real. He fucked my mom."
Mental health,
that's real thing, bro.
So what about in Miami when they was losing to San Antonio, right? When San Antonio was busting their ass, LeBron just stopped playing.
What about 2011? What about 2011?
No excuse.
2011.
Hold on.
2011 finals.
What about his last year in Cleveland? Hold on. What about his last year? Hold on. What about his last year in Cleveland after your boy J.R. Smith grabbed the rebound and don't put
I got
up.
50 points.
Mentally checked out. Mentally checked out.
He checked out that game. He was like, "This series over. I'm done."
He did.
How are you gonna even
fucked his mom?
Yo, nobody on this panel know what it feels like to get 51 points.
They all say
somebody
that
fuck up the whole game.
Hold on, what you mean nobody know how to feel like to get 50 points? I got multiple 50 points.
No, 51 points did somebody fuck up the whole game.
I got 50 points in 2K.
That shit is heartbreaking, bro. I'm doing everything to keep us close. And you gonna do this bonehead
I was about
shit?
to say I got a couple 50-point games, my boy.
I'm not saying I said and somebody fuck up the game. Like you 50.
You just don't quit, man. I just don't believe in no matter what.
You're sorry if you
Listen, everybody.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't have a 50-point loss.
I'm sorry if he needs plays. No. Your GOAT has a mental disability called his mom.
No
LeBron fan can. My friend Will.
I don't have a 50-point loss. I ain't gonna lie. I probably would be tight.
No LeBron fan can ever say anything about the 2011 finals. It's crazy. The 2011 finals is the worst superstar performance I've ever seen in a playoff series.
2011.
It's insane what he did.
That's against Dallas.
Nice. We're being nice. We're not bringing that up.
As in Dallas?
Yeah.
No, let's talk about it. All right. I feel like
nothing to say about
no excuse. No excuse. But that's what made LeBron.
Oh, God.
That's not the only time he did that shit.
Bro, hold on.
Yes, it is.
Hold on.
Nah, big meltdown like that was crazy. Yeah, was like 16.
Nah, he always melted down. That's what School was just saying. He always melted down. And I've been seeing that.
Was not always
in 2011, he disappeared.
For y'all,
No.
He looked like Jordan.
Bro, his 07 finals was horrible too.
It was.
I'm telling you. That was the first time we saw it, and I seen it against Boston.
What you mean?
Yo, I'm in the finals with Eric Snow as my point guard 8 years after AI had him. Come on, what y'all want me to do?
Okay.
So quit. So quit and play like shit. So quit and play like shit.
So Mel, here's my point though. I could understand.
Twitter mentality is so weak.
I can understand if I'll be bugging if that only happened one time. That should happen with D Wade and the Miami Heat, and they were about to win the fucking championship.
Nigga,
and he froze up.
Talking about his legs hurting, his knees.
What?
And all that
My teammate makes a mistake, and now I just quit. That's
bro.
Gotta persevere,
bro. My thing with Braun is his mental. Like, let me tell you, like, this the funniest shit in the world. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna bullshit you. You can Google it. After 2011, right? LeBron made this thing where he goes 0 dark 30 for the playoffs. He cuts off all social media.
Right.
There's no TVs allowed on any kind of.
He cooking niggas too when he do that.
You're right, but he's not mentally strong enough to deal with them. He wasn't mentally strong enough at that point. That was my knock on LeBron. That was it.
This is a fact. This is before rap, Mel.
That was my knock on LeBron. Like, he wasn't.
I'm going back to watch the finals history, the finals 2007 to see what y'all talking about.
For me, the greatest game in LeBron's career was the Game 6 against Boston in 2012.
Yeah,
that wasn't his greatest game of his career.
In context,
he gave you back-to-back 40-point games in games 6 and 7 of the fucking
no, it's 5 and 6, 5 and 6.
People don't question Bird's mental toughness because they watched him play basketball.
That
That's
51 was impressive. Nigga, Mark Jackson said.
That was very impressive.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I just don't believe in quitting.
Out the park.
What did he say?
Huh?
What did he say?
You didn't hear that? He was
I heard it,
down.
but
LeBron, Mark Jackson was like, Savannah, she's not that bad. If that was me, I'll knock it out the park.
Wildin'.
You never heard that?
Yo, I heard it, but they all they do is disrespect LeBron and his mom, his wife.
Right?
He better have smacked somebody. LeBron is what you mean, right? LeBron is a bitch. That's what school's just telling you, that he's mentally weak. Your man is a bitch.
According to LeBron,
yo, hold on. No, you didn't see when Eddie Curry, when they said Eddie Curry when they went to Boston one time and they went in the street and somebody yelled out, "Yo, Braun, what up?" And he goes, "Yo, what's good?" And he was like, "You're a fucking bitch." And he started crying. He was like looking at the ground and he was like, "Yo,
shut up."
I swear to God.
Relax.
Yo, you want to hear about Eddie Curry though? Tell me why Eddie Curry and them was getting extorted when they played for the Knicks. Like niggas was getting set up and getting robbed for the.
They got hogtied in Chicago. Nah, that was crazy.
That was in New York. That was New York.
Nah, I thought he got hogtied in Chicago.
No. That was New York. Niggas in New York used to do that. They used to set niggas up to trainers.
For sure.
Don't do that. Whoa, we still alive. The red button is still up. Don't do that. You said you wild. You can't put that on him. I don't know nothing.
What you talking about?
Regular.
No, it's public record now. Eddie Curry spoke about it.
Oh, I thought you were hitting a little too close to the fire.
What you call it? Remember the Knicks player that got shot? Remember the Knicks player got shot a couple of years ago? What's his name? He went to Wichita State. Nah, he went to Wichita State. He was only like a rookie.
Clay Anthony Early.
Clay Anthony. I know. So there's a crazy part. I know him from my mans and the niggas who did it. But that's what I'm saying. Well, they get locked up. It's public record.
That's crazy.
But
that's
we live. That's crazy. Now that one you gotta keep to yourself.
Now he bugged out. What the fuck? He ain't just even trying to stop you.
Everybody know.
Okay, it's documented. Okay,
but now Eddie Curry talk about that shit themselves. They talk about in New York. Those were during the Isaiah Thomas years.
Yo, Isaiah Thomas is crazy.
It might have been Isaiah Thomas setting niggas up because that's when Marbury around there too, right?
Nah, hold on. Isn't that what they were saying about who was saying that? Was it Beloved talking about Isaiah Thomas' cousins? You say extort people in the NBA, get them robbed some wild shit.
Yo, bro, that's what Isaiah was saying. Isaiah said he used to walk niggas around like, yo, you good. Like he had to walk around the hood, like, hey, now they good.
That's why he's mad at Mike.
He's saying, bro, Mike
this
used to
is
eat
my
at his
city.
mom's house and shit.
Right, yeah, Mike took over his city. I'll be mad.
That's why he hate Mike.
That's really right. That's what it is.
Mike ain't want to be his friend. That's what he meant.
Like a lot of people don't like Isaiah Thomas.
A lot.
Yeah, see, that's my thing.
Yeah.
But that's what he was saying, that maybe the cousins were setting everybody up.
That man, Eddie Johnson guy doesn't like Jordan either.
My friend.
Eddie Johnson
from the Suns. He doesn't like Jordan either because the Chicago. I'm all kind of butthurt that he took over the city.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about? Eddie Johnson?
Bro, you know it's one of the funniest stories I ever heard.
What?
Your boy Eric Gordon.
Oh
no. They was talking about Mike's sons playing on the undefeated team, and they were talking about how Mike.
Oh, he wowed them out. Eric Gordon was no joke. One of my friends told me like he was the best basketball player he ever played with. Like at the time, he did everything well.
Ben Gordon was nice.
Bro, Eric or Ben? He put up 50 something, and Michael Jordan only had 15 points.
Wait,
and he won number 23.
All right. We have to wipe the camera. School.
Are we talking about Ben or Eric?
Eric, and he only had like 5 points the first quarter. He wilded out like the next 3 quarters.
From Indiana, Eric Gordon.
Yeah.
I know somebody from Indiana that said the same thing. He said he was a nice player, ever played against some Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah, Ben Gordon was crazy. I don't
Gordon, not Ben Gordon.
Who?
Eric, the one who plays for us right now.
Eric Gordon. Oh, Ben Gordon was wild.
Ben Gordon was nice.
Ben Gordon. I don't think Eric Gordon is as good as Ben Gordon.
Eric Gordon.
He might have been better.
Eric Gordon
Ooh.
was not a better NBA career.
Not
NBA,
he was,
but
Eric, I
high
love
school.
Eric Gordon, but he wasn't doing what Ben Gordon was doing in the late 2000s.
Ben Gordon was crazy.
Yeah, that was nuts
What
against
you
the
talking
Celtics.
about? Ben Gordon was
That
nice.
crazy.
Ben
What?
Gordon led fourth quarter scoring for like 4 years
No,
straight.
Ben, we're on the same page. We're all agreeing.
Okay, yeah, nah, Ben Gordon was wild. Yo, you would like Ben Gordon,
I'm biased
Mel.
towards Eric Gordon too, but Ben Gordon.
I kind of hate it.
That's one of my favorite players from Mount Vernon.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, Ben Gordon was nice until the Detroit Pistons paid him, Charlie Villanueva, and Rodney Stuckey like
that's the black
way
ball.
too much money.
Yeah, that's the black ball team. Look, Charlie Villanueva, Allen Iverson, Tracy McGrady.
Nah, this is unfair. Why would you not be mad? This nigga literally got to run around a double team. Then there's two more niggas here and try to lay these niggas. What are you talking about?
That was the black ball team. If you look, none of them was ever the same after that. They traded Rip Hamilton up out of there, and that became the land of the dead.
Yo, so what happened to Ben Gordon?
Rodney Stuckey had one good season.
He certainly did.
I thought he was gonna be really good, Rodney Stuckey.
Ben Gordon one good playoff run.
Actually, I didn't believe in him.
I thought he was really good.
I think he was gonna be alright. I ain't gonna front.
They went to Detroit. They tried to do some bullshit and not play under PJ Brown. Iverson and all them tried to orchestrate this bullshit, and they all got blackballed.
Damn.
They always on that team. Look at that roster, bro. That roster was crazy.
But Ben Gordon got hurt or something.
Yeah.
He didn't really get hurt. He got blackballed. It was him, T-Mac, AI. Look at the roster, bro.
Nah, he didn't play the same anymore. I'm telling you.
He wasn't the same.
He wasn't getting no tick.
Both.
Charlie Villanueva. Look at that roster. None of them.
Charlie Villanueva. I used to hate Charlie.
Charlie V was nice.
Look, none of them
just
ever
a
played
shooter, though.
Huh?
Charlie V?
Yeah, he should have went from high school to the NBA, but he was all there nice.
Nah, he had a good college career. He should have went to
NBA. His NBA career was alright.
He ain't had no good NBA career.
He was a pick and pop guy.
His NBA career was alright.
No, it wasn't. Charlie Villanueva was ass.
You wildin'.
Early on, it was okay, like the first 3 years.
Well, you're calling ass in the 90s, and it's ass.
Charlie Villanueva was ass, bro. Him and his alopecia.
That's crazy. Kevin Garnett. You saw him sit down with Joakim Noah?
Huh?
No way. Really?
Yeah. Kevin Garnett sat down with Joakim Noah. It came out this week.
Oh, I gotta watch that. That's gonna be hilarious.
I only watched it for the first couple of minutes and I was done with it.
I used to hate it.
He averaged 16 1 year.
Villanueva?
His shit was alright. He was
His second year.
Nah, that was like 1, 2, 3, 4. That was his fourth year.
His fourth year? It was ass, bro.
Fourth year in Milwaukee before he went to Detroit.
I told you Detroit was the graveyard for everybody. What? Yo, click on that Detroit roster right there, bro. Watch that. The Detroit roster was crazy. The washed up. I think Aaron McKee. Bro, I think that roster was so crazy.
Oh,
Chris
this
Webber.
shit is crazy. This shit trash.
Chris Webber.
This shit say Chucky Atkins. Chucky Atkins, Kwame Brown, Will Barton was OD nice. Austin Day was decent. Ben Gordon nice. Rich Hamilton, Jason Maxwell, Tyshawn Prince, Rodney Stucker, DeJuan Summers, Charlie V, Ben Gordon, Chris Wilcox.
It's the year after that when AI comes. Watch. Look at the AI year.
It's 2010.
No. Yeah.
That's crazy.
That should be there in 09.
Sleep on alive. I'm out of here, y'all. Yo, stay on here, Dom. You can close it out.
No, I'm out of here as well. It's 2 a.m.
Fuck, Dom. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, bro. Y'all can close it out. I'm gonna take me a shower and go hit the streets. Go to the casino.
Next time I hit the street, school is crazy.
I'm going to the casino.
Oh shit.
Oh, yeah, West Coast.
You in Jersey?
I'm in Seattle.
Oh, you out there by way Tacoma?
Yeah.
I got cousins out there.
Well, I'm like 3 hours away where the rich people are, but yeah.
They got wells and stuff out there. I wanted to come out there.
I'm in the good part, bro. You can come out, bro. I got space.
Wow. That's amazing.
I got space.
What it's like out there?
And everything to hold you down. Don't worry about it.
It's raining.
What it's like out there now? Real shit.
The weather cool now. It's good now. Seattle got mad hoes. Canada right there. If you got a enhanced ID, we could drive to Canada.
can't enhance like you just have the star and shit, right?
I don't know what y'all's look like. Everybody look different, but you can either have that or a passport, nigga. We could drive right to Canada. Canada.
My shit got that. That's lit.
That's amazing. All right, y'all. Appreciate you. 7.5 hours. We killing it.
All right, I gotta add my shit
Cool,
next
man.
time.
Thanks for breaking the AllBallTV ice.
Record. This the record too. This the longest you've been on here, right?
Yeah, it's definitely the record, man. 7.5 hours is crazy.
Yeah.
I fell asleep too.
Yeah, you look tired now.
You look tired. You starting to look real Dominican.
Era, adios. Hasta mañana, papá.
Yeah, you motherfuckers get racist by the day, man.
Ooh, I'm Puerto Rican. How can I be?
Doesn't mean you're not racist. And Mel's
Nah,
married.
beloved, nah,
Yo, we were doing
beloved,
top
wow,
10.
I can't
We
be
were doing.
racist.
Listen, we were doing
He
top.
black. He can't be racist.
I forgot.
Right,
You
can't be
put me on.
racist.
Yeah, you said that. But yo,
Oh, you read the book. It was the book that said that.
Nah,
no, we looked at a dictionary earlier.
because I said it. Yeah, you can't be racist unless you have the system, the economic power to hold somebody down. Bro.
Yep,
we were talking about everybody's top 10 players. We all before they asked me my top. They said, "Yo, Fabian, who's your top 10 players? Sammy Sosa, Ricky Ricardo. Your friends over here. These are your friends, right?"
Bro, Ricky
Ricardo's crazy.
I said real basketball players. I said like Jose Calderon,
Jose JJ Barea. They were going crazy.
Who said this?
Your black friends, Don. That's who said this. Your black friends on the channel.
Your black friends. Oh, you one of those? Huh? You one of those, huh? Hold on, you one of those Dominicans, right? I'm black.
No.
I'm not black like these.
I'm not black.
I'm not black like these.
That's mad funny.
Your black friends, Don.
Nah, listen. Your Tainos and my Tainos, we mix with Africans, bro. Stop that. We black.
And we Spaniards. Are we going? We ain't going back to this. We went crazy.
And DR, we used to be a part of Haiti,
Spanish. Right? Our black. We mix with the slaves.
Right. DR used to be a part of Haiti.
I mean, yeah, Haiti took over at a certain point.
Right. So you're more like us than them.
Who's them?
We Taino Indians. What do you talk about them?
Tainos got wiped out.
DR? No, I'm talking about closer than like my skin tone than the light skin tone.
We Tainos.
We are not Tainos, man.
We are Tainos, bro. You can see
Puerto Rican. See, there was more Tainos left in Puerto Rico and Cuba. In DR, they wiped them out because it was fucking stupid.
Bro.
Oh shit. Oh
my god.
They caught you. School, get the fuck off the phone, man.
Nah, that's my naked white woman. She told me I'm too loud.
I'm telling you, chill out. I try to hang up too.
Got you.
I'm sorry, Miss Scooter.
Oh nah, she just got a pee.
Of course she does. School had the my girl caught me face. Dom, get ready. Get ready. This is what women do to you.
Get ready. Nah.
Who does what he wants?
School. Yeah, that's why you're in the dog now.
No.
I do what I want.
I just went into the room. We just switched spots real quick so she could use the bathroom.
Listen, man. You ain't gotta listen.
It's all right, bro. Dick run this house. I don't know about y'all.
You do what?
I said Dick run this house. I run this house.
Hey, listen, that's none of my business what Dick does in your house, bro. Leave me out of it. He's going crazy.
Yo, what league in Puerto Rico? Niggas is going crazy in Puerto Rico.
Where?
Puerto Rico's in the game, bro. They play.
Brandon Knight just had 50 points. I'm about to go over there if that nigga got 50 points.
But that's fucked up. What do you? I want to smell. Where's your footage at, man?
What do you mean? Where's my footage at?
You said Brandon Knight got 50 points. I could go get 50.
That nigga's doodoo, nigga.
Bro, I'm gonna see Brandon when I go to Venice.
Italy?
I'm not LA, nigga. LA.
Venice what?
Venice Beach.
Oh no, he's in Queens.
Who's Brandon Knight? Brandon, what's his name?
Brandon Knight, nigga, that Kyrie made for the nigga that Andre dunked on, nigga that missed the layups.
Right. What a loser. He's in Puerto Rico now?
In Puerto Rico with Dwight Howard and DeMarcus Cousins.
He made
it. So he's killing.
A lottery pick.
Was he?
Yeah.
I forgot.
Nah, he was OD in high school. He used to strap up and get buckets.
Yeah.
That's why he used to stick so much D in the league, but get his shit fucked up.
It happens, man. All right, y'all. It's been 7.5 hours. This is crazy. You guys are crazy.
Yeah, peace.
20 more seconds is officially 7.5.
You want to wait for the 7:30 mark?
Yeah, Scoot. Thanks, Scoot. Scoot's the team player, man.
Nah, it's really 5 o'clock in the morning over there. You tweaking. I would have been out.
5 a.m. You nuts.
I ain't got no job. I ain't got shit to do.
That's crazy. Yeah. 1. Boom. Fuck is up. He really left us? Damn, Scoot.
He was on it right on the dot.
All right, fellas. Tomorrow's a new day. Thank you, guys.
All right, my boys.
Peace.